and most of the aerial footage would be useless because of the technical advances in jet propulsion made since the original filming. John Wayne and Janet Leigh looked as if they had been stalled in time capsules, their youth standing in odd playback compared to their current films running in the theaters at the same time. During the several years that Jet Pilot was in production, Hughes continued to attempt to recapture his youth through Terry Moore, whose perky, effervescent, and incredibly naive wonderment brought the man she considered to be her husband a great deal of honest pleasure. Had he not been living a lie with a girl too unworldly to appreciate the extent of his deception, his hoax would have been merely cruel. As it was, he was poised to misdirect the career of a starlet who thought the most important thing in life was the key light on a movie set. 6 weeks after their yacht charade, Hughes had arranged to borrow Terry from Columbia Pictures to star in her own RKO film called Gambling House, as a young social worker who performs gangster Victor Mature. It was a role which needed the depth that a mature star like Barbara Stanwyck or Loretta Young could bring to the role. Instead, Hughes forced executive producer Sid Rogel to use Terry, and ended up with Gidget Goes to the Big House. The experience should have left the actress too humiliated to stay in the country. Fortunately, she continued to judge her acting depth by the number of fan magazine covers her publicists generated, and took to reading the in-depth articles about her career as if they were the latest canto from Ezra Pound. Following Gambling House, Terry flew off to the wilds of Silver Springs in Naples, Florida, with ex-Flame Jerome Cortland, to star with Robert Cummings in The Barefoot Mailman. It was during the filming of this movie that Terry learned how to imitate the mating call of an alligator, a sound she shared with Hughes. From that point forward for the next several years, it became an intricate part of their own mating ritual, even long distance on the telephone. As if prone to spend the remainder of her career perpetually miscast, the budding star was then rushed directly into a musical in which her character had romantic illusions over a jazz great played by Frankie Lane, 16 years her senior. Shot at Columbia Studios, The Sunny Side of the Street had just completed production when Terry accidentally discovered that Hughes was seeing a long-legged chorus girl in Las Vegas by the name of Gloria Alton, the revelation of which sent the youngster into a tantrum far more dramatic than anything she had yet played on the screen. In 1978, she would reflect on the fact that her temper and disappointment in Hughes drove her into the arms of West Point grad Glenn Davis, the 1946 Heisman Trophy winner and Associated Press Athlete of the Year, who came out of the Army to play with the Los Angeles Rams in 1950. Davis' fascination with pretty young movie actresses had previously included a fling with Elizabeth Taylor, 16 years old at the time. In her own bit of cruelty, she began dating the star athlete, hoping to make Hughes jealous, and continued the charade right down the aisle dressed in a wedding gown. The fact that she expected Hughes to rush into the Mormon church and carry her away on a white horse or some other form of immediate transportation indicated her lack of understanding of the true basis for their relationship. It was not that Hughes had been particularly subtle in his approach. Upon seeing the engagement notice in the newspapers, Hughes called Terry to his bungalow and presented her with a present, a white bag full of various sizes of contraceptive diaphragms for her honeymoon. "You can have your fling, Helen, but you mustn't get pregnant," she said in her memoir that he told her. "If you do, your nipples will get all brown instead of pretty pink, and you'll get stretch marks, and then I could never take you back." On February 9th, 1951, Terry Moore became Mrs. Glenn Davis, and, according to her, a bigamist. At the very time the about-to-be Mrs. Davis expected to be rescued, her white knight was cloistered in his bungalow reviewing the script for RKO's The Las Vegas Story, a film championed by Hughes because of his fondness for the city. The Las Vegas Story was a murder mystery that was shot on location and starred Jane Russell as a one-time lounge singer married to a gambler played by Vincent Price. He frequently spent evenings in Las Vegas in the company of Hollywood agent Walter Kane. Billionaire oilman Marvin Davis, who at one time owned 20th Century Fox Studios, remembers that Hughes would sit in the back of packed showrooms to watch feather dancers prance half-naked amid the pink and blue spotlights, aimed to give the ultimate definition to long legs and ample bosoms, among them presumably those of Gloria Alton. Kane billed these evenings of flesh-ogling under the heading Talent Search on his expense account. Most who looked at Las Vegas saw God. Hughes saw untold riches and made plans to transplant his entire aircraft research division to the desert floor in the shade of the gambling casinos and prostitutes. That the 7,500 acres he selected as his site was owned by the federal government might have intimidated a more cautious man. For Hughes, it simplified the transaction. He hired attorney Clark M. Clifford, the one-time aide to President Harry S. Truman, and paid him $100,000 to handle the deal. It was that easy. Political problem? Pay to influence the outcome. In this case, what Hughes was proposing was a land swap. 73,000 acres he already owned in northern Nevada, in exchange for what Hughes labeled a stretch of sand that's near an airport. That it was adjacent to the fledgling Las Vegas Strip was not mentioned. Hughes was planning laboratories, not casinos after all, and anyway, the government surely knew where its own land was located. Hughes caught himself smiling again, the grin he always felt on his lips when he knew that bureaucracy was designed for the rich to exploit. He got his land just as he knew he would, all 7,500 acres of it, and proceeded to announce his intentions. To Doctors Ramo and Woolridge, the suggestion of transplanting their operation to Nevada was akin to moving an asthmatic to a coal mine. They were incredulous, stomped their feet like the prima donnas they rightly were, and refused to budge. They cited the heat, the dust, and the reluctance of skilled scientists to move to the desert. But mostly they stood their ground. So powerful was their position within the organization that Hughes was forced, albeit begrudgingly, to enlarge his Culver City facility to accommodate his growing staff that then numbered 15,000. In Houston, the Hughes Tool Company found itself outperformed by its legal subsidiary in a disquieting turn of profits. Characteristically, the tool division plodded along with the strength of a Clydesdale pulling a beer wagon. Its steady growth remained predictable and consistent under Dietrich's firm hand. With a meteoric rise in both business and profit at Hughes Aircraft, however, the tool company took on the complexion of an ugly stepmother, stern, crude, and unglamorous when positioned against the sleekness of its high-tech electronic stepchild. That Dietrich had approval of the subsidiary's budget created additional strife, and a demand from the aircraft division's leadership for a meeting with their elusive boss. Now comfortable within the cocoon of his darkened bungalow, Hughes found such requests both annoying and perplexing, and he refused to respond unless proper procedure was followed. As he wrote in a memo in 1951, "I cannot understand the need for what you refer to as a personal audience. Any question you have for me should be addressed to me in writing or via telephone and operations through Bill Gay and his staff. Your continuing refusal to follow my instructions is only delaying a response even further. I do not expect you to understand my priorities, but I would appreciate it if you would realize they exist." One such priority remained Terry Moore Davis. Married for nearly 2 months, 3 weeks of which was a Mexican honeymoon, Terry was now living in a one-room apartment in Lubbock, Texas, with a Murphy bed and a Pullman kitchen, and finding life with an off-season football star mundane. She spent her days baking bread in a portable oven that had been a wedding present. For an overindulged girl used to pointing her toes for photographers, the letdown of living in the cottonseed capital of the world was predictable. It took only a telephone call from Hollywood regarding an RKO picture titled High Heels to have her on a plane, leaving her husband on his easy chair in his underwear, listening to basketball games on the radio. Called to see Hughes in his Goldwyn office for a wardrobe check, Terry appeared on the lot in a Hughes-designed gown of thin black jersey that she later wrote felt like a veil of water after a skinny dip. It took Hughes all of 2 minutes before he had her undressed, en flagrante delicto, as the office staff took bets on how long Terry's marriage would last. According to the news reports, Davis received a call the very next morning asking for a divorce. Davis' response was predictable and was played out in the living room of the Cofords' Glendale home, where he arrived and demanded to take his woman back to Texas. In Lubbock, they would have used a six-shooter. In the foothills of Pasadena, it was bare fists at high noon, with Hughes on the receiving end of a knockout punch. Terry's mother threw herself bodily over the flattened multimillionaire, who it turned out needed the protection. Terry went into hiding in the Hughes-provided Holmby Hills mansion, in which Judy Garland had once slit her throat. She filed for divorce with the help of Hughes' attorneys and sat around practicing her alligator calls. She did not seem bothered by the fact that High Heels turned out to be another Hughes ploy, particularly after she found herself borrowed by Paramount Pictures to star in Comeback Little Sheba. Based on the William Inge play, Sheba would be Terry's most challenging role. Terry Moore was nominated for an Academy Award for her performance in the film as Best Supporting Actress. Shirley Booth won an Oscar that year as Best Actress for her role in the film. Under the direction of Daniel Mann, she saturated herself in the part of college student Marie Buckholder, who rents a room in the home of Doc and Lola Delaney, Burt Lancaster and Shirley Booth, and innocently unleashes his pent-up desire. Hughes was forbidden on the Paramount lot during the production of the film by its director, who wanted Terry's full concentration. Hughes had little time to worry about the slight, having been drawn into another drama that became an instant cause célèbre that rekindled his legend as well as his popularity. Hughes hated communists with the enthusiasm he otherwise reserved for blacks, and watched in horror at the emergence of Russia as a superpower, worrying incessantly about their continued threat. This was a time of bomb shelters and fallout drills where red was no longer just a color in a Crayola box, but now implied something very anti-American. Hollywood was being pulled into the controversy through Washington's House Un-American Activities Committee, whose chairman, J. Parnell Thomas, had conducted hearings to ferret out communist sympathizers among show business luminaries. The committee had been in business for 4 years and had ruined the careers of dozens of writers by the time it reached the name Paul Jericho in April 1951. When asked if he was a member of the Communist Party, Jericho refused to answer. Jericho was hardly the only writer unwilling to enter the growing fracas created in the late 1940s by HUAC and taken up in the 50s by the Republican senator from Wisconsin, Joseph McCarthy. He was just the only one employed by Howard Hughes. Jericho had been the original writer on the Las Vegas story and was promptly fired by Hughes, who declared his intention to never hire communist sympathizers. Jericho was replaced on the picture by Earl Felton and Harry Essex, who had no communist agenda. They were, however, union members, and when they learned that Jericho's name was being removed from the final credits on the film, reported the fact to the Writers Guild of America, who championed the cause of their members and insisted that Jericho's credit be preserved. The TWA flight that transported 58 members of the press, as well as the stars, from Los Angeles to Las Vegas, for the premiere of the film, February 12, 1952, was labeled the Booze Boat for all the liquor consumed on the 45-minute flight. Hughes' publicity director, Perry Lieber, gave each journalist $50 silver to spend in the casinos, and brought in young soldiers from the Desert Rock Training Center to hold back the crowd, estimated at several thousand. When the lights dimmed and the movie unspooled, the name Paul Jericho was not to be seen. The WGA was outraged and threatened a strike. Hughes immediately retaliated and filed suit in Los Angeles Superior Court, asking for a declaratory judgment that would free RKO from any damages Jericho might claim. Jericho, Hughes alleged, had violated the morals clause in his contract when he refused to reveal his status within the Communist Party. Standing on his principle, Hughes stated that placing a credit for Jericho on the screen would have cost him nothing except his integrity. "As long as I am an officer or director of RKO Pictures Corporation, this company will never temporize, conciliate with, or yield to Paul Jericho or anyone guilty of similar conduct," he said. Hughes wrote to the Writers Guild and demanded to know if it intended to announce a strike against RKO. As he waited for a response, he paced within his bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel. His mind festered over his situation, rethinking, condemning, rethinking again. On March 27th, he stunned most in Hollywood by saying he would not be bound by any arbitration of the Writers Guild, the union's first weapon in such a disagreement, because, said Hughes, "my conscience cannot be changed by a committee of arbitrators." The following day, Paul Jericho answered back with a $350,000 damage suit in L.A. Superior Court, claiming that Hughes and RKO had denied him film credit and damaged his reputation. In a hastily called news conference, Hughes welcomed the challenge and said that he would personally meet Mr. Jericho's charges and confront the reality of his deceit. On April 6th, Hughes announced that he was curtailing all production at RKO until he could get the communism problem resolved. With the announcement, 108 employees were laid off, with Hughes labeling them as innocent victims of Hollywood's communist problem. His mind seething with a mixture of ideology and the irritation of the knowledge that a goddamn commie was working on his payroll, he launched negotiations to sell the studio rather than continue to manage its intricacies. On September 22, 1952, his entertainment attorney, Gregson Bouncer, announced that papers had been signed and the sale concluded with a 5-man syndicate of investors, headed by Ralph E. Stolkin, described as President of Empire Industries, a Chicago mail-order house, and Vice President of National Video Corps, manufacturers of television tubes. RKO was sold for $7 a share, $1.50 less than Hughes had originally paid. What appeared on the surface to be a loss, and was continuously reported as such in the press, was actually an enormous profit for Hughes, since the sale excluded the RKO theater chain, which Hughes had spun off into a separate company. The tall, dark, and handsome Stolkin was only 34, the son of a butcher. He was an errand boy before the war, then borrowed $15,000 to set up a mail-order business that he sold at a profit of $1 million 2 years later. He subsequently traveled to Texas, where the money was, linked up with a pair of wildcatters, and promptly struck oil. If Hughes felt any simpatico with the RKO buyers, he certainly kept it to himself, arriving an hour late to the meeting in the Beverly Hills Hotel, where they handed him a certified check for $1,250,000. Life was good. Over the next few months, Hughes continued his fight against communism in Hollywood, and seemed kindled with renewed energy, making appearances in nightclubs and restaurants, dressed in his one coat and tie, and pledging his support of the American ideal to those who stopped at his table and extended their hand in agreement. In the evening, he transformed from fighter to lover, spending hours on the phone with Terry Moore, who had flown to Munich, Germany, to star with Frederick March in the psychological thriller Man on a Tightrope, for director Elia Kazan. Terry played a performer in a Czech circus whose members were trying to escape from behind the Iron Curtain. Her part required her to perform a number of stunts, including riding horses and elephants, which she tackled with her usual unabated enthusiasm. When she recalled the filming during testimony in 1978, Terry swore that she had no idea that she was pregnant with Hughes' baby until her water broke, and she went into what she termed endless labor. Mama Blue, who had accompanied her daughter to Germany, apparently missed the signs as well, chalked up her daughter's 10-pound weight gain to eating too much Wiener Schnitzel. She was able, however, to reach Hughes with the news that he was about to be a proud papa. Hughes' reply has been lost in history, but since he had previously shown no desire for children, upon receiving such news his response might well have been as Terry later testified. She swore in deposition that Hughes sent Dr. Vern Mason to Germany, where the doctor supervised the birth of what she said was a baby girl, too premature to survive. According to Terry Moore, Vern Mason later told his wife and children that the baby had lived for 12 hours and died of septicemia. In 1978, Mason's son, Dr. Vern Mason, Jr., testified that he remembered his father flying to Germany to treat Moore for a horrible infection, from which she nearly died. According to her testimony, she never asked to see the child, nor went to its funeral. Dr. Mason took care of all that because I was too sick and too depressed to do anything, she said. Nor did she know what she had named the child. During her deposition about the events of the birth, she offered only a blank stare before adding, "Let me tell you later. I just can't think of it right now. I've gone blank." Terry later suddenly recalled that the girl's name was Maria or Marie. She did not remember which. Hughes never traveled to Germany, but continued to bathe in the adoration of an appreciative citizenry, who saw him as the epitome of truth, justice, and the American way. Richard M. Nixon, then the junior senator from California, went so far as to insert in the congressional record that Hughes had taken a stance to establish the principle that no industry need support those whose loyalty to this country is questionable, and by public statement he has rallied the support of right-thinking people across the land behind his campaign to get the Reds out of the motion picture industry. As America's flag-bearer of democracy, Hughes gave a speech before the Hollywood Post 43 of the American Legion after receiving a commendation and said, "In spite of all the movement to whitewash the industry, to say that there was no red influence in Hollywood, to sweep this matter under the carpet and hide it and pretend it doesn't exist, in spite of that, there are a substantial number of people in the motion picture industry who follow the party line." Hughes was lauded by the Los Angeles City Council for his intestinal fortitude in a ceaseless battle against communist infiltration in business and government. He was praised by the Veterans of Foreign Wars Commander-in-Chief Frank C. Hilton, who wrote, "I am sure the majority of American people, and most certainly the 1,200,000 members of the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States, have about reached the limit of patience in temporizing with and conciliating men and women of subversive tendencies, and particularly those who have been associated with Communist Front organizations." Hughes' Aunt Annette read the articles appearing almost daily in the Houston Chronicle, and attempted several times to contact her nephew via the switchboard at Romaine Street. "It's just not right that I had to leave messages with that woman," she told lawyers in the late 70s. "How was I to know whether he even got my calls? He never called me back, so I just stopped trying." Well, almost. On September 5, 1952, Palmer Bradley of Hughes' Houston legal firm of Andrews, Kurth, Campbell, and Bradley took up the torch and wrote to Noah Dietrich in Los Angeles, informing him that Annette's daughter, Aline Loomis, Hughes' own goddaughter, was being married at the end of the month, and Annette's fondest wish was for him to attend the ceremony. "Please, please keep my name out of it," Bradley wrote, "because I have no interest in it one way or the other except to accommodate Annette Loomis, whose son married my daughter and with whom I have a sincere friendship." 4 days later, Dietrich hand-delivered the wedding invitation to Hughes at his bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel. He confirmed the delivery the next day in a note to Bradley, bitter-sweet in its mordancy. "Dear Palmer, yesterday evening I personally delivered Annette's note to Howard. I also reminded him that you and he are kinfolks. It is unfortunate that the poor boy has become so cynical and to place no affection for his relatives or anyone else for that matter. Best wishes and kind regards, Noah." "When I showed Howard the note," Dietrich said, "he read it over and then handed it back to me. I waited, expecting him to say something. He kept looking down at his notepad and writing something, so finally I said, 'Howard, so what should I tell her?' He looked up from his writing and, without so much as a blink, said, 'What she wants is some fancy wedding present. Now, damn it, Noah, if I buy a present for her, I'd have to buy one for all my nieces and nephews. I don't even know how many there are. If you care so much about it, you buy her a goddamn present.' And then he continued writing." Hughes went on to win every legal battle against Paul Jericho, although the Las Vegas story ultimately lost money at the box office. In 1997, the Writers Guild of America honored Paul Jericho in a ceremony saluting screenwriters blacklisted during the 50s. Tragically, on the way home from the observance, Jericho was involved in an automobile accident and fatally injured. In 1998, the WGA voted to reinstate his name on the credits for the Las Vegas story, and 3 other films he co-wrote during the blacklist era under an assumed name. If he had not been so successful, he might well have been better served. As it was, with the victory over Jericho behind him, Hughes lost his renewed vigor, his sense of purpose, the spark that one needs to make life more than a calculated chore of rising, eating, working, sleeping, and once again faded back into the shadows of a very private world. A photograph taken of him leaving the courthouse after his triumph over Jericho by a United Press International photographer would be the last time a camera would ever point in his direction. A checkup by his dentist, Dr. George Hollenbeck, would be the final time he sat in a dentist's chair and offered up his open mouth for inspection. And a trip to Dr. Vern Mason's office for treatment of onychomycosis, a nail fungus, the last time he would venture outside his room to seek medical help. After December 1952, Hughes' movements became restricted to the Goldwyn Studios, where he continued to maintain an office he now seldom used, and kept a screening room with his own projectionist. He made isolated flights to Catalina Island, San Diego, San Francisco, and Las Vegas, though found his time increasingly taken up with litigation, and made a game of outwitting process servers. Chief among the litigants attempting to pull him back into the courtroom was a trio of RKO stockholders who filed a $1 million lawsuit in mid-December for reckless abandon in his management of the studio. The complaint cited Hughes' $100,000 payment to Hughes Tools for the services of Jane Russell, whose acting ability and talent are of a minor nature and value, as an example of his waste of corporate funds. During the same week, Hughes had been elected chairman of the board of the corporation running the studio on a lot he still had not visited. Actress Jean Simmons, who Hughes had imported from England and placed under contract, also wanted to see her boss in front of a judge claiming that he had failed to live up to his terms of her contract and was now keeping her from working with other studios. At one point, her husband, Stuart Granger, had gotten so angry at Hughes' obstinance that he formulated a plan to murder him and make it appear an accidental death. Stuart Granger was born in London and originally named James Stewart. He appeared in more than 60 films, as well as the TV series The Virginian, and portrayed Prince Philip in The Royal Romance of Charles and Diana. According to an interview he gave to the BBC, Jean was going to lure Hughes out onto the terrace of her home, perched along the rugged beach cliffs. At a certain point, she was to begin screaming that Hughes was trying to rape her, an unlikely reality, but nonetheless the plan. Upon hearing the screams, Granger, every bit as tall as Hughes, though younger and more muscled, was to rush to her defense and with a great heave push Hughes to his death on the rocks below. As with many a plan conceived in anger, this one seemed less sound the following day after a cup of strong coffee and a fresh brioche. Hughes loved the ruckus. He thrived on the melodrama, felt suckled by its energy, as if drawing strength from the controversy itself. It was only when all the pieces fell into place and efficiency droned predictably that he felt cheated. The fact that his cash flow improved in such a circumstance did not enter into his thinking. It was the narcotic of turmoil he craved more than anything, for only in chaos could his manipulation have its ultimate effect. As it happened, turmoil triumphed. At RKO, the Stolken investment team had stumbled and could not make its second payment as due. In mid-February 1953, Hughes took back RKO, keeping the $1.25 million down payment for his trouble. Feeling obligated to place something in production, Hughes looked over a pile of scripts that had previously been rejected and selected a screenplay, Second Chance. He cast his one-time flame Linda Darnell as a woman who falls for prizefighter Robert Mitchum while on the run from her gambling boyfriend in Cuernavaca, Morelos, Mexico. Second Chance was filmed in 3D, a process Hughes thought was the cutting edge of technology. He also selected the 3D process for Jane Russell's next film, The French Line, and saddled it with a publicity campaign that promised Jane Russell in 3D. It'll knock both your eyes out. Jane played a Texas heiress who takes a cruise to Europe to find true love. The ship is merely an excuse for the actress to wear Hughes-designed bikinis that offered such revealing looks at Jane's breasts that the film board once again refused to give its seal of approval to a Hughes film. In characteristic defiance, Hughes premiered the film without an MPAA seal in St. Louis during Christmas 1953. The chosen theater held 5,000 seats, and every one of them was sold 4 hours before showtime. The St. Louis Police Morals Squad was called by the Roman Catholic Archdiocese that had labeled the unscreened film as a mortal sin and demanded that it be seized. After opening night, the film critic of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch trenchantly observed, "The only crime was a dramatic one. The police would not investigate the fraud being committed, that of continuing to exploit Miss Russell as an actress." Howard Hughes spent the entire evening on the telephone receiving a detailed narrative of the event, living vicariously through the recounting by publicist Perry Lieber. He found the cheers of the crowd as they waited in line an elixir nearly as potent as the cutting words of Newsweek, which said the film was more to be pitied than censored. The negative thrilled him as much as the positive. It was the dispute that served to amuse and preoccupy. Had Hughes nothing better to do with his time, such enthrallment with the ongoing ecclesiastical and critical arguments might have been understood from a position of sheer boredom, if for no other reason. But at the end of 1953, Hughes was at the center of a potential debacle that far exceeded any damage the Jane's bosom brouhaha might convoke. It had begun several months earlier in August, when Hughes Aircraft paid the ultimate price for its owner unavailability with the surprise resignation of Simon Ramo and Dean Woolridge, who left their positions with the company to form Ramo Woolridge Corporation, a firm created to develop anti-ballistic missiles for the Air Force, setting themselves up in direct competition to Hughes Aircraft Division. Ramo Woolridge Corporation was funded by Thompson Products, Incorporated, a Cleveland-based company. After years of research and manufacturing, the company became TRW, which not only had a space division, but also expanded in the area of credit reporting. With Ramo and Woolridge gone, their entire scientific team was in danger of revolt, and Hughes, with his inconsistencies and skewed priorities, was ill-prepared to prevent it. General Harold George resigned next, followed quickly by Charles Thornton. The word chaos comes to mind. The Secretary of the Air Force, Harold E. Talbot, was new in the job and not a man to be underestimated. He looked upon Hughes Aircraft as a critical supplier to America's national defense, and any unrest within the company translated into nothing short of a military emergency. Unable to reach Hughes directly on the telephone and irritated at the excuses he received from Dietrich, who had now moved his office to Culver City, Talbot called for a plane and flew to Los Angeles, where he demanded to see Hughes. At the time he arrived at the Beverly Hills Hotel, Talbot was prepared to cancel every contract currently awarded to Hughes Aircraft, if he did not come away from the meeting totally satisfied with Hughes' reliability. The multimillionaire was unaware that the FBI had been investigating his emotional stability, and Talbot carried with him several confidential reports in which Hughes was described by an informant as an unscrupulous individual who at times acted like a screwball paranoiac to the extent that he might be capable of murder. This informant stated that Hughes was of a highly unstable nature, was ruthless, and accordingly would be capable of almost anything. As Talbot read the report on the plane flying to California, his preconceived notion was not of a man who at the very moment was totally obsessed with making Jane Russell's breasts look bigger in 3D. After being kept waiting for an hour and 20 minutes, Talbot did not waste time on pleasantries or question the lack of a handshake. Hughes had dressed in a suit for the occasion, after some dogged persuasion from Noah Dietrich, who stayed by his side as Talbot launched into an attack that Hughes absorbed without comment. "You personally have wrecked a great industrial establishment with gross mismanagement," Talbot said, standing in front of Hughes, who remained seated during the entire confrontation. "I don't give a damn what happens to you, but I am concerned for this country. The United States is wholly dependent on Hughes Aircraft for vital defense systems. It would take at least a year to set up alternative sources of supply. I am, however, prepared to do that, though it could lead to national tragedy. It was a terrible mistake entrusting the nation's security to an eccentric like you." Hughes' eyes were malachite, either out of astonishment or trepidation. He made a vague reply that pointed to the unfortunate departure of a few executives, only to be interrupted by Talbot, whose normally ashen skin had reddened until his entire face glowed crimson, aided in no small part by the dilated blood vessels bulging on his neck. "Don't patronize me, Mr. Hughes," the Air Force Secretary said. "You have a choice. Either sell Hughes Aircraft or accept a new management team that I myself will designate." Hughes noticed that the veins in Talbot's neck had changed to a pale shade of purple. Dietrich noticed it too. "Take your choice, Mr. Hughes. I give you 72 hours to decide. If you don't do one or the other, I'll see to it that all of your contracts are canceled and you'll get no more business from the government." Hughes was silent, the air between the men as thin as the tissues that laid unexplained on the bungalow's end tables. The moment was frozen. No one spoke or moved, as if a spell by some wicked witch had been invoked by the sound of the words themselves. Finally, Dietrich stood up and asked Talbot to step into the next room. Well, perhaps Dietrich stepped. Talbot stalked, his anger apparent even in his stride, a man attempting to contain a fury that threatened to consume his flesh. Dietrich shut the door, leaving the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force, Roger Lewis, to stand guard over Hughes, who was then concentrating on the floor, with such discipline that he appeared to be counting the fibers in the carpet. Only there in the privacy of the bungalow's second bedroom did calmer minds prevail. A truce was struck, a deal worked out. It gave Hughes 90 days to rectify the management problems at his aircraft division. Or else, as Talbot threatened. Talbot left the room and then the bungalow without speaking further, leaving Lewis to say goodbye. When Hughes and Dietrich were finally alone, Hughes railed in annoyance. A circuit breaker reset. It was a dramatic performance meant to save face, yet did little more than prove Hughes' own underestimation of the problem, as he insisted that no one was going to tell him how to run his own business. It was left to Dietrich to explain that someone just did, and that unless he was very cautious, Hughes Aircraft would be out of business. Over the next 3 months, Hughes accepted the Talbot-nominated William Jordan, one-time president of Curtiss-Wright Aircraft, to become the temporary head of his aircraft division, while he had his attorneys work on attacking the problem from another perspective altogether. Still smarting from Talbot's personal attack, Hughes moved to protect himself from government intervention, not with a skilled executive as Talbot had hoped, but with a barrier, a firewall as it were. In this case, the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. On December 17, 1953, which by no small coincidence was exactly 90 days after Talbot had delivered his ultimatum, Tom Slack of Houston's Andrews, Kurth, Campbell, and Bradley traveled to Delaware to author the necessary paperwork for two new Delaware corporations. One, the Hughes Aircraft Corporation, now no longer a division of Hughes Tool, and two, the Howard Hughes Medical Institute Corporation, a charity whose stated purpose was to promote human knowledge within the field of the basic sciences and its effective application for the benefit of mankind. Hughes, as the sole trustee, would be the first of mankind's fraternity to so benefit. He placed all the stock of the new Hughes Aircraft Corporation in the name of the Medical Institute, and sold the Institute all the inventory of the former Hughes Tool Aircraft Division for $74,618,038. Since Hughes Medical was not funded, the charity assumed $56,574,738 in Hughes Tool liabilities from the old aircraft division, and signed an $18,043,300 promissory note to Hughes Tool for the remainder. The tool company leased the buildings and land to the Medical Institute, which in turn leased them back to Hughes Aircraft, self-generating $2 million in annual working capital for the Institute. It took less than 2 weeks for the man who the FBI thought a screwball paranoiac to create a charity not only without cash, but over $18 million in debt that would pay Hughes millions of dollars in interest per year. The $2 million in self-generating income would allow Hughes to maintain the foundation without ever investing capital into it. Hughes Tool received a tax write-off for its lease payments to the Institute, while Hughes Aircraft Corporation lease money came right from the government. And while the brilliantly conceived accounting setup was designed to heap millions of dollars into Hughes' bank accounts, the real benefit from Hughes' perspective was that he could no longer be labeled as the owner of Hughes Aircraft. Let Talbot deal with the Medical Institute in the future. The resulting publicity from the announcement of the Medical Foundation was immediate and predictable. Hughes was nominated for sainthood by the research community, who saw the Howard Hughes Medical Institute as a money machine. President Dwight D. Eisenhower said that Hughes had created a high-water mark for American philanthropy. At the moment, it looked as if the legal equivalent of a Fred and Ginger Quick-Step was succeeding in its smoke and mirrors illusion. Only Hughes knew that he had no intention of actually funding medical research. To do so would actually take money out of his pocket, and that was definitely not part of the plan, and the thought made him smile. From the shadows of his darkened room, he actually laughed. What fools people were, he thought, and wrote on a legal pad, Eisenhower. He rethought his approach, crossed out the word, and wrote Nixon, followed by the words, how much? He thought of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, the joy that America was taking in exploiting its potential for their own hopeless dreams, and he laughed again. This time, however, the high pitch of the sound was more cackle than chuckle. It surprised him, and he instinctively pulled it back inside, sucked his laughter into hiding. No one must hear him laugh like that. He had already heard the rumors that his behavior was not just that of an eccentric, but of something far less colorful and dangerous, uncontrollable, of someone who laughed in cackles and needed treatment. Only there, in the blackness of his bedroom, in air so still that even layers of dust found no current, did he dare to wonder if it could be true. Chapter 12. From Darkness to Shadows. Before opening the door to the room, one man is to stand with a folded newspaper in his right hand and rapidly wave it for at least 1 minute to eliminate the possibility that flies will enter the room. Using 2 Kleenex placed in the left hand, the man who is rapidly waving the newspaper will knock on the door. When HRH responds, the man will open the door, grabbing the doorknob using the hand with the Kleenex. The door is never to be opened further than 12 inches, nor longer than 10 seconds at a time. This will allow a second man enough time to enter the room. February 27, 1955, Beverly Hills. Instructions for entering Howard Hughes' bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel. When Howard Hughes thought about going mad, He remembered Miss Eugenia Holster Grant of Montrose, Iowa. As a small child, Hughes had seen Miss Genia, as she was known, walking down the center of 5th Street, past his grandparents' house, singing as she led a mule by a rope tied around its neck. Though she did not appear to be old, her hair was gray and stood out from her head, as if it might be harboring a nest of hornets. Little Sonny found the sight of the singing woman with the mule and the hornet hair so frightening that upon seeing her he would run and clutch the long cotton skirt of his grandmother, trying to hide his fear in the folds of fabric. "It's only Miss Genia, Sonny. I told you before, child," Mimi Hughes said. "She won't hurt you." "Miss Genia," Mimi called out. "Stop that singing. You're scaring Sonny again." At which point Eugenia Holster Grant would leave out a cackle, lift her skirt, shake it in his direction, and then go running down the street, pulling her old mule behind her. Sonny heard his mother say that she was crazy. "Should be put away," she said. And apparently she was. For one day, Miss Eugenia Holster Grant disappeared, right along with her mule. After Hughes' confrontation with Air Force Secretary Talbot, he took temporary leave from the Beverly Hills Hotel and moved to Las Vegas, where he had leased a 5-room house from the Sun Villa Motel on Desert Inn Road. Called the Greenhouse by Romaine Street, it was a wooden box whose only distinguishable characteristic was its chipped paint, the color of dogwood leaves. It sat on a slit of sand, open and unprotected, shielded solely by its blandness against curiosity seekers. For the next year, off and on, Hughes would call the Greenhouse home. Shut off from the world with his blackout drapes and taped windows, a chrome-legged kitchen table his makeshift desk, and 8 amplified telephones his lifelines. His staff converted one bedroom into a screening room in which Hughes placed his upholstered Barco-lounger, an ottoman, and a folding metal table that wobbled under the weight of 2 telephones, a stack of legal pads, a reading lamp, and a jelly glass that held assorted No. 2 pencils and a few Parker pens. There were 2 noisy black 35mm projectors used to fill the portable movie screen on the opposite side of the room, spilling onto the walls and ceiling with images that distorted in plaintive regret at the screen's inadequacies. It was from the Greenhouse that Hughes placed the call in early 1954 to alert Noah Dietrich that he wanted to silence the suing stockholders of RKO by purchasing all outstanding stock in the studio. Hughes offered to pay $6 a share, more than twice the current value of the stock. Just didn't want to be bothered by stockholders' complaints. He didn't want to show up in court, and he didn't want to have to answer to anyone else, Dietrich said in 1978. So he bought the joint, and in doing so became the first individual ever to own a major studio. Hughes eventually wrote a check for $23.5 million to pay for the stock purchase that did not clear its last legal hurdle until April 11, 1954. In doing so, Hughes now owned outright a studio with no major stars under contract, 12 completed pictures that had not been released, including his own jet pilot, and losses of $10 million for the previous year. While the Wall Street Journal labeled the buy of questionable strategy, the financial newspaper neglected to consider Hughes' growing stable of unknowns, a plethora of attractive young women of undetermined talent that he began to collect with the enthusiasm of a child chasing butterflies. Whether they could act was unimportant, for even though they were each promised the opportunity of a movie career from the man who now owned RKO, they became little more than specimens to be trained and caged like the curiosities he considered them to be. That Hughes kept these women, well, girls really, in various apartments and hotel rooms throughout Beverly Hills, Brentwood, Westwood, and Hollywood has been well documented. Less well known but equally amazing are the detailed notes that he maintained on each girl, not only specifying her name, age, height, bra size, dress size, and shoe size, but any personal likes and dislikes as well as those of her mother, Hughes being a man never to underestimate the value of parental influence. Julie Altman, Julie. Mother, Norma Louise Trevor, Lou. CR6 1491. Brunette, 35D, size 6, shoe 6M, 5 feet 3 inches. Perino's Tuesday. White roses, no ice cream, no chocolate, bad skin. During the decade of the 50s, Hughes had as many as 3 dozen of these Hollywood hopefuls under contract at one time, the exact number rising and falling depending on the patience and motivation of the individual involved. They were given contracts and an income, typically $175 a week, taken to drama classes, voice lessons, and movie screenings, not of course by Hughes, who typically never met the girls in person. His drivers, under the control of Bill Gay and Gay's assistant at operations, Kate Glenn, would handle transportation and service escorts during weekly dinners at restaurants like Perino's on Wilshire Boulevard and the Crystal Room at the Beverly Hills Hotel. These girls were not allowed outside dates or casual contact unless approved by Hughes, and became virtual prisoners for as long as they were willing to tolerate the conditions. When they realized that there were not to be any movies, records, or television shows in their future, they eventually packed up their clothes and headed back home, dreams shattered but lives intact. Dietrich compared Hughes' collection of hopefuls to bonsai plants. "They're all gorgeous to look at and had been trained and manipulated to meet Howard's version of perfection," he said. "Howard liked to look at them and appreciate their beauty. In one way, he was the ultimate collector. Where others had stamps, Howard had girls." His main source of these women in the mid-50s was talent agent Walter Kane, who at one point worked exclusively for Hughes Productions, finding beautiful teenagers, all with large breasts and brunette hair. Kane lived in an apartment at 8484 Sunset Boulevard in West Hollywood, above the photo studio of Paul A. Hess, a Hollywood pioneer in color portrait photography. Through a two-way mirror, Hughes would often watch silently as Hess or his various assistants would photograph the hopefuls, always in tight sweaters and from a profile to accentuate their breasts, with a select few later introduced to Hughes in Kane's apartment and served dinner by chef Robert Poussin. Hughes had a similar arrangement with photographer John Engsted in his studio at the corner of Sunset and La Cienega Boulevards in West Hollywood, and with photographer Christy Shepard on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. An even smaller percentage would be lured into having a relationship with a multimillionaire, though actual sexual relations were typically short-lived. Phyllis Applegate, a Kane find from Florida, was on the Hughes payroll for 3 years, living for a while at the Westwood Manor Apartments, a Hughes favorite near UCLA. Though she never made a film, she was exposed to the daily sessions in drama and voice, and eventually the time came when Hughes felt confident to make his approach. It was a matter of rejection with Hughes, Dietrich said. Unless he felt confident, he never made a move, and that went beyond just sex, right into business. For Phyllis, the approach came several months after her contract, when she felt that it was right. She described the experience as very pleasant, with the talk of Hughes' purported impotence as exaggerated. "He was just fine," she said. Gigi Jean-Mer disagreed. Renée Gigi Jean-Mer, a ballet protégé, was 18 when Samuel Goldwyn brought her to the U.S. for her first film. She mesmerized New York theater critics when, in 1954, she starred on Broadway as the girl in pink tights, a box office flop that nevertheless confirmed her star power. The French ballet star was imported by Samuel Goldwyn to this country to perform The Little Mermaid ballet and Hans Christian Andersen for Samuel Goldwyn in RKO, choreographed by Roland Petit. Immediately, Hughes was captivated by Gigi's lithe form and angular features, a streak of light against a barren canvas. He had been told of her performance as Carmen in Petit's version of Bizet's opera for the Ballet de Paris in London. The press was scandalized by the depiction of sex on stage. In Canada, they called it pornographic and refused to allow the ballet to be performed. This Hughes understood, pushing aside the artistic content to wallow in the controversy. Unfortunately, when Hughes got the opportunity to seduce Gigi, he fell victim to his own anxieties. Hughes' chef, Robert Poussin, revealed in testimony 25 years later that Gigi found Hughes lacking in passion and ardor. "For him, sex was mostly to dance with his head on a shoulder," Poussin said. "He tried to have sex with Gigi Jean-Mer, but she told me he was impotent with her." Things went somewhat better with Katherine Grayson. Hughes had developed a possessive crush on a soprano who at that time was one of MGM's biggest stars. A heart-shaped face framed enormous eyes that captivated an entire country of men who did not understand opera but did not need to fall in love with Katherine. With Jean Peters away in Rome filming Three Coins in the Fountain, with Louis Jourdain and Rossano Brazzi, and Terry Moore down in Key West shooting Beneath the 12-Mile Reef with Robert Wagner and Richard Boone, the field was open for Hughes to push aside old fears and approach an actress who was very much a woman. 3 Coins in the Fountain was the first film shot in CinemaScope outside of the United States. The post-production on the film delayed its release until late 1954. It won the Oscar for the title song by Jules Stein and Sammy Cahn. As with all the stars Hughes dated, Catherine had recently left a failed marriage. In addition to her beauty and incredible voice, what placed her apart in Hughes' view was the fact that she was living with her parents in a refined Tudor mansion in Pacific Palisades, on the edge of the Riviera Country Club, with its kikuyu grass and ocean vistas. As she tells the story, Hughes appeared one night on her front lawn and refused to leave, at which point her father Charles grabbed his shotgun and went to vanquish the intruder. When she next saw her father, the sun had risen. She was heading to work, and the 2 new best friends were talking aviation. Hughes needed little more than suggestion to settle into Catherine's guest room, his impromptu hideaway from the telephone, and thus business, plus an ever-increasing number of process servers who, like bounty hunters of the Old West, would have liked nothing better than to be the first to actually personally slap Hughes with a court summons. Initially, Catherine was not attracted to this man who had literally roamed into her home like a stray cat that lingers near a back door, hoping to be tossed a scrap of food or be offered a warm leg against which to rub. Her love built slowly, glimpses stacked upon gestures, which when taken alone were meaningless, yet when assembled became like the complex jigsaw puzzle that one feels obliged to show off to neighbors and friends for its difficulty and brilliance. She watched as he crept out in the night to stare at the sky without seeing the stars, and wondered who this man was. A sliver of enigma who would spend hours in the evening patiently playing with her young daughter, Patty, and then turn to speak of hating children, his eyes full of anger. Or was it misery? She wanted to peel him like an onion, removing layers that time and stress had placed upon his soul she instinctively felt was decent, humble, caring. But to do that required closeness, and Hughes carried his barriers with him, stanchioned behind years of moods and privilege, and was not eager to give anyone a private tour. When he asked her to marry him, she thought that was her invitation, and surprised herself when she said yes, without pausing to contemplate what the world of Howard Hughes encompassed. She thought his proposal came from a place of love. She wanted to believe. It was mid-May 1954, and Catherine had yet to hear the news. Luella Parson had only shared it with Greg Boetzer in an effort to get in touch with Hughes for his reaction. "Does Howard know Jean Peters is getting married?" she asked. Boetzer was dumbfounded, and hurried to track down Hughes, who happened at that moment to be in California, back at the Beverly Hills Hotel. When Hughes spoke to Luella, he received the news and continued to speak as if unaffected, his heart racing in a scattered cadence that suggested otherwise. Jean Peters married Stuart W. Kramer III on May 29, 1954, in the Lincoln Chapel of the New York Avenue Presbyterian Church in Washington, D.C., with the Reverend George M. Doherty performing the ceremony. She walked down the aisle on a historic carpet which had last been used for Queen Elizabeth's coronation and then given to the church. Jean had met Kramer only months earlier while on location filming 3 Coins in the Fountain, and decided to accept the young, handsome, and well-to-do Kramer's proposal, despite her continuing affection for Hughes, who seemed content to allow their relationship to linger forever. When Hughes heard about Stuart Kramer, he pretended indifference. He sent a driver for some flowers, made his way to Catherine's house, and finding her not at home, talked to her father about California real estate. Charles had been in real estate, first in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, then in St. Louis. Hughes allowed him to ramble, happy for the company. By the time Catherine had returned from the studio, Hughes had heard about the time Charles sold an empty lot that turned out to be a graveyard full of bones the buyers found when they started to dig their foundation. It was such a mess, they never did figure out which thigh went with which hip. Outside, along a hedge of roses, he asked Catherine to marry him, and when she accepted and smiled through tears, he wanted to be happy. But Howard Hughes was not happy, for he was not in love. Not with Catherine, not with Jean, and certainly not with Gigi Jean-Mare, with her short dark hair and willow-like stance. That night he wrapped himself in the darkness of his bungalow and tried to sleep. His body, limp with exhaustion and the stress of the day, cursed his mind that refused to stop, even for a second, to give him peace. He thought of happiness, of love, of endless emptiness. He thought of a boy named Sonny who stood with his mouth open to catch the light from the French window in the living room as his mother checked his teeth. And only then did he shut his eyes and allowed himself to dream. A premonition of disaster kept Catherine from marrying Hughes as they originally planned, despite the fact that she was dressed and ready for the ceremony. Whenever I closed my eyes, I saw a little blonde head sinking in a whirlpool. Something terrible was happening to a child, Catherine wrote writers Peter Brown and Pat Brodsky. Hughes was already at his plane, preparing to fly the couple to Las Vegas, when he received the news. And despite his efforts to change her mind, Catherine was unwavering. Hughes flew to Las Vegas alone, and received word after he had returned to Greenhouse. Catherine's young nephew, Timothy, had drowned in her brother's swimming pool at exactly the time their wedding was to take place. To make time for business amid his growing swirl of romantic entanglements, Hughes started to sleep during the day, refusing to acknowledge the constant ringing of his telephones. And then in the early morning hours of quiet, he would do his best thinking. Decision time, he called it in his notes, though making an actual decision was no easier for him at 3 and 4 a.m. than it had been at noon. RKO continued to be a concern, despite the fact that Hughes had placed several films in production in the latter part of 1953, with a variety of directors and producers handling the day-to-day labor. Among them were Underwater, another vehicle to display Jane Russell's breasts, this time in wet and clinging fabric, and Son of Sinbad, a reworked version of Arabian Nights, featuring 40 full-bodied females as the 40 Thieves. Sinbad starred Dale Robertson in the title role, but it was the thieves that caught Hughes' attention as he peppered the cast with starlets he had housed around town. There were names like Claire DeWitt, Evelyn Bernard, Marilyn Bonney, Louise Van Cories, and Libby Vernon, making their first and only screen appearances. A Hughes-discovered model, Marilyn Novak, who had an uncredited role in The French Line, turned up again as Kim Novak, in Sinbad, playing one of the 40 Thieves. Because of her blonde hair, Hughes ignored Kim Novak romantically. She went on to make 30 more films, including the critically acclaimed Picnic and Vertigo. After returning to Greenhouse, Hughes authorized the production of The Conqueror, a film that was ostensibly based on the life of Asian warlord Genghis Khan. The fact that Hughes insisted that America's favorite cowboy, John Wayne, be cast in the title role, with the glamorous redhead Susan Hayward as his Tartar prisoner love interest, moved The Conqueror from epic to the realm of ridiculous. Not even actor-turned-director Dick Powell had enough talent to save the film from being instantly transformed from an adventure into a comedy, though for a year he would try, with the hot sand of St. George, Utah, taking the place of the Gobi Desert. Howard Hughes was aware that St. George, Utah was near a site of government nuclear testing, yet did nothing to inform the producer, director, or cast that the location might be contaminated. After shooting on location was completed, 60 tons of radioactive sand was delivered back to the studio and used during months of additional soundstage filming. More than half of the crew and cast eventually died of various forms of cancer, including John Wayne, Susan Hayward, co-stars Agnes Moorehead, and Pedro Almendarez, as well as director Dick Powell. Many feel the contamination from radioactivity was the cause. When Terry Moore finished her latest film, Hughes cajoled her into attempting to star in a Las Vegas show for the Flamingo Hotel. That she could neither sing nor dance did not deter the indefatigable actress, who went immediately into rehearsals at the Goldwyn Studios. Hughes took on the responsibility of designing her costumes, including a black gown on which 13 women spent 26 days hand-appliquing thousands of bugle beads. Unfortunately for Terry, few of the beads made it to the sheer top. The ones that did were strategically placed and made it appear as if she was naked from the waist up. Despite the fact that she would only wear the dress once, "I was too embarrassed to wear it again," she wrote, he charged her $15,000 for her outfits, a bill that she eventually paid and Hughes accepted. Just 33 days into her marriage, Jean Peters moved out of the Washington, D.C. home she shared with Stuart Kramer and flew back to California on a Hughes-booked seat on TWA. In her subsequent divorce proceedings, Jean would claim extreme mental and emotional cruelty. Terry Moore later credited Jean's drinking for the breakup, and at the time Kramer was said to be dumbfounded by the development. In addition to his other mounting responsibilities, Hughes hired an attorney to hasten Jean's divorce, and turned to his Washington, D.C.-based tax attorney, Seymour Mintz, for help in investigating Kramer. Mintz, in turn, placed a call to Robert Mayhew, and in doing so would change Hughes' life forever. Robert Mayhew was a one-time FBI agent who, in 1954, established Robert A. Mayhew Associates, a private consulting firm specializing in solving sensitive problems. In the nation's capital, that translated into a variety of assignments that ran from easing foreign diplomats and businessmen out of embarrassing situations to working as a liaison between the Mafia and the Central Intelligence Agency. The urbane, sophisticated Mayhew had a deep voice, a calm demeanor, and excellent connections. He needed only the connections to satisfy Mintz. Hughes had heard that Kramer had an association with the CIA, and before tackling that tiger in a cage, wanted to know the extent of his involvement. With a single call to former FBI-turned-CIA agent Jim O'Connell, Mayhew discovered that Kramer's connection to the CIA was dubious at best, and at no time was he an official operative. "The whole thing probably took me an afternoon, most of which was spent waiting for Jim to call me back," Mayhew said. It was time well spent. A month after delivering his report to Mintz, Mayhew received another call from the attorney, who wanted him to take on a second assignment. It was only then that Mayhew learned that the man behind Mintz was Howard Hughes. "I have to admit I was impressed," Mayhew said. "At the time, no name carried the same aura of wealth and influence as Howard Hughes." Mintz wanted Mayhew to organize a surveillance team to watch over Ava Gardner. Like Jean Peters, Ava was planning a divorce. She had been wed to singer Frank Sinatra since 1951, and found his emotional instability and womanizing less than conducive to a happy marriage. Always available to an ex-lover in the throes of marital discord, Hughes moved Ava into the Cal Neva Lodge at Lake Tahoe to establish residency for a quickie divorce. At the same time, he placed Jean in a Nevada home in Glen Cove, a few miles away. Hughes wanted Mayhew to keep track of the men who visited Ava, with a special watch posted for Sinatra. Divorce work was a far cry from the international intrigue of Mayhew's typical assignment, but he accepted the job and subcontracted it to a local private detective in Nevada. A very enthusiastic private detective, as it happened. When Sinatra appeared at Ava's door and asked her out for a sail on the nearby lake where the two could talk in absolute privacy, the detective rented a boat and followed at a less than discreet distance. The resulting altercation not only found Sinatra intimidating the detective, but the detective implicating Hughes, while Ava Gardner found the entire episode amusing, drama being her tornadic drug of choice when alcohol was not readily available. As Sinatra stomped out of Nevada, Hughes arrived, and Ava found herself back out on the lake yet again, this time in the evening. Against a new moon and a sky washed by the Milky Way, Hughes waxed poetic, looking at the deep blue of the water, comparing it to a sapphire. "It matches your perfection," he told Ava. "I'll try and find a sapphire to match it for you." Ava knew Hughes well enough to realize that words like sapphire and perfection were hardly accidental, not from a man who thought nothing of passing an entire evening without saying a single word. Later that night during dinner, his motive became clear. Hughes handed Ava a cashmere sapphire ring surrounded by diamonds, and once again he proposed. While it may not have been the most romantic proposal, Hughes the realist managed to captivate Ava. "I know you're not in love with me," he began, "but you've already been married 3 times, so I wonder if you could now consider me." When Ava didn't immediately answer, Hughes began to recite his worth, the companies, the employees, the bank accounts, the real estate. "I used to own a yacht with a captain and crew and a great chef, and I'll buy another one. We'll travel in style wherever you want to go. If you want to keep working in movies, I'll buy you the best properties available, the greatest directors, the best leading men. You won't have to worry about studios and contracts and all that nonsense. You can have a wonderful life, and you can enjoy every second of it. And you might eventually learn to love me." Ava wrote of their conversation in her autobiography. Ava said she would give it some thought. Years later, she remembered that as she left Hughes that night, he had tears in his eyes. An act? Most likely, she projected. Hughes was certainly capable of performing to achieve his objective. His testimony before the Senate Special Committee proved that. Yet she somehow felt the sadness was real. Perhaps he knew she could not be bought or possessed. For weeks she refused to give him an answer, and so he waited, occupying his time by asking Jean Peters out on dates and spending hours inspecting photos of Hollywood hopefuls supplied by Walter Kane for his approval. In August, Hughes flew both Jean and Ava to Miami on separate flights to be close at hand while he negotiated with Fred Odlum over the purchase of RKO. The studio continued to bleed red, and Hughes seriously considered returning the sound stages and film inventory to Odlum, who had owned it during its last profitable period. Stuart Kramer also flew to Miami in a final effort to woo back his wife, encouraged by Hughes, who took demonic pleasure in watching the frustrated Kramer's unsuccessful attempt. Jean was staying in a rented home on the Intercoastal Waterway, while Hughes had checked into a luxury villa with Ava and her maid, Renee Jordan. Hughes had taken the smallest room, fitted with only a single twin bed, while Ava and her maid both had suites, complete with dressing rooms and baths. The Florida sun scorched white hot against a cloudless sky with temperatures rising above 100, while Ava found relief in a cool bath or reading on her balcony. Renee preferred to bake on a chaise lounge at the pool. After 7 days of relaxing, even sunbathing can get tiring, Renee found herself restless and began to stroll the grounds. When she passed through a lemon grove, she nodded to a worker she had seen sporadically on the property and began a conversation. Soon it was maid speaking to groundsman, the shared camaraderie loosening tongues. "For God's sakes," the man begged Renee, "can't you get that woman of yours into bed with Mr. Hughes? I've been here day and night for 10 days guarding this pearl and diamond necklace that once belonged to the Tsarina of Russia." Invoices suggest that the necklace was not Russian in origin, but was a standard purchase from Tiffany, value $20,000. "It's worth so much I gotta sit with a loaded pistol and not let it out of my sight, even while I'm eating. I can't see abroad, I can't go to a bar, I can't even have a drink. For Christ's sake, if you have any influence with her, get her into bed with him so he can reward her with a necklace, and I can rejoin the human race." When Renee related the story to Ava, her reaction was predictable and immediate. She began to pack her bags, and made no effort to be quiet about her disgust for a man who thought that money could buy attention. She roiled in contempt, venting as she slammed dresses, coats, shoes, and hose atop one another in a salmagundi of fabrics and colors. When the suitcase refused to shut, she threw it off the bed in frustration, while Renee began the real work of packing for their exit. At sunrise the next morning, the two women were on their toes as they silently made their way to the villa's front door. Halfway across the living room, Hughes came out of his room as if on cue. Ava swore the rooms were bugged. He was completely dressed and sociable. His too-sweet smile asked where they were going. Ava answered, Havana, the first destination that materialized in the filing cabinet of her mind. As she said the word, she pulled at her sapphire ring and threw it across the room at the still-smiling Hughes. "I wish you wouldn't," he said, the smile painted in place like a mannequin's. "I don't care what you wish," Ava said. "I've made up my mind, and I'm going." And with that she slammed out of the room, leaving Renee to wave goodbye and follow. By the time Ava got to the Miami airport, she learned the power of the world's richest man. Planes that were supposed to leave hourly were canceled, one after the other. After waiting at the airport the entire day, the pair finally boarded a plane at 8 p.m. and escaped to Ernest Hemingway's house in Cuba, only to discover that Hughes had flown in ahead of them. It took 2 weeks of being turned away before Hughes finally gave up and left the island for Los Angeles, and only then because he was negotiating another deal, this one worth $500 million. Venture capitalist Lawrence Rockefeller, real estate tycoon William Zeckendorf, and Greek shipping magnate Aristotle Onassis had formed a syndicate interested in purchasing Hughes' entire empire, and had offered $400 million in cash. While the trio had excluded RKO and the TWA stock from the deal, they were anxious to sign documents transferring ownership of all of Hughes' other companies within days, according to a statement made by Spiros Skouras, president of 20th Century Fox Studios, who had acted as an intermediary between the parties. If Rockefeller and Group expected that Hughes was serious, and later statements suggested they did, they had not allowed for the Hughes mystique. Noah Dietrich testified in deposition that it was another fishing expedition. Hughes never was serious about selling anything. His whole purchase was merely to gain insight into what he was currently worth, and the easiest way to determine that was by placing the companies in play. On November 11, 1954, Zeckendorf and Rockefeller flew to Los Angeles from New York, carrying bank documents confirming the solvency of the syndicate, and actually expected to close the deal. They were met at the airport and taken to the Beverly Hills Hotel, where they checked into adjacent suites on the third floor. The following day, the tank-sized real estate tycoon and the slim investor went, by a Hughes-provided limousine, to a predetermined parking lot, where they were met by a driver wearing a red shirt, black pants, and penny loafers, who instructed the two men to accompany him to his waiting car, an old Chevrolet that Zeckendorf described as something the Okies might have used on the trek west 20 years ago. The driver transported the two men to an area of town Zeckendorf described as about as far away from humanity as I've ever been. It was in a section of downtown Los Angeles off Central Avenue, surrounded by warehouses and deserted factories. They stopped in front of what appeared to be an abandoned building. It was, in fact, the once-proud Mason Hotel, its glory faded behind termite-eaten windows and padlocked doors, guarded by a squadron of Hughes drivers, rather good-looking men with crew cuts. The entrepreneurs were directed to walk up to the fourth floor and taken to a door at the end of a deserted hallway. There, after an elaborate pattern of knocks, the door was opened, and Howard Hughes welcomed his guests into a large room, empty except for a sagging sofa and two wooden chairs, plus some rusted equipment that resembled boilers or large washtubs. Hughes was wearing a soiled white shirt, dirty khaki slacks, stained canvas shoes threadbare at the big toes, and was unshaven for the encounter that the real estate tycoon labeled the strangest meeting. I guess it was a meeting. There in the dust, the cobwebs, and the relics from the past, the man who hated germs and refused to shake the men's hands calmly read through detailed contracts, which were tailored to satisfy his list of demands. After sitting silent for over an hour, Zeckendorf finally spoke. "I think you'll find everything as exactly as you want it," he said. Hughes looked up slowly from the stack of papers and nodded his head. "You're right, except for one thing." Zeckendorf raised his eyebrows as he felt himself suck in air. "The price. You don't know what you're talking about. Not enough." "What is enough?" Zeckendorf asked. "I won't tell you," Hughes said. "Do you want to sell?" "Under certain circumstances." "What circumstances?" "If the price is right." "What price?" "Price you might offer me. If it's enough, I'll sell." "I'm offering $450 million. Will you take it?" "No." "Howard, $500 million. Take it or leave it." "I'll leave it." Without further explanation, Hughes rose and walked toward Zeckendorf, calmly handed him the unsigned contract, and left the room. Zeckendorf and Rockefeller were stunned. Zeckendorf moved from his chair and rushed as fast as his overweight, swollen legs could to catch up with Hughes, only to see the dust from an old Chevrolet leaving the parking lot as he reached the threshold of the landing. There, in the filth of what Zeckendorf described as a flophouse, he watched as Hughes' chauffeur opened the rear door of the old car and stood at attention, as if this sort of thing happened every day. The following morning, Zeckendorf gave a news conference in which he labeled the failure of the deal as due to a completely unpardonable, unilateral, and unconscionable reversal on the part of Howard Hughes. William Zeckendorf engaged in a real-life game of Monopoly during his career. Among the properties he bought or sold were the site of the United Nations, the Chrysler Building, and the Chase Manhattan Plaza in Manhattan, plus the Mile High Center in Denver. As head of Webb & Knapp, the New York-based real estate company, he built $3 billion worth of commercial properties in 20 years. His credo was, "To do less than the ultimate is to do nothing." Having thus satisfied himself that his empire continued to grow, Hughes once again retreated into a world without light at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Without the purifying effects of sun and fresh air, Bungalow 19 had begun to develop spores and mold, particularly around the air conditioning vents. Hughes blamed the moisture emitted from the air conditioner's fan for the mildew, and promptly ordered it shut off, thereby eliminating the only remaining source of circulation. Hughes had converted the living room of the bungalow into his new screening room, pushing aside the plush furnishings of the hotel to make room for his Barca lounger and ottoman. His two 35mm projectors were placed atop two hotel coffee tables, slightly behind and to the left of Hughes' recliner. On the far side of the room, a movie screen and a large speaker covered a wall. The hotel's overstuffed sofa, love seat, and occasional chairs were unused and pushed into another corner, and were stacked with newspapers and magazines that had now accumulated to the point that the piles were multiplying onto the floor in a form of complicated labyrinth dotted with mounds of discarded Kleenex, testament to Hughes' increased use of tissues to insulate his hands and feet from the perception of bacteria. His concern over germs intensified in early 1955 with the discovery of still another rash on his body, this time around his waist and on the right side of his chest. Dr. Lawrence Chafin attended to Hughes at the hotel, prescribed penicillin for a bacterial infection of unknown origin, and charged $300 for his visit. His prescription allowed for 6 refills of the drug, which Hughes had his favorite driver, Roy Crawford, take to the nearby Roxbury Pharmacy. Crawford returned with 112 penicillin tablets that Hughes subsequently took on an infrequent timetable, thereby decreasing the effectiveness of the drug and allowing the bacteria in a system to mutate and render the prescription potentially useless. Hughes rented a second bungalow for a staff of attendants who would be on duty around the clock. The primary function was to run errands and operate the projectors for Hughes' continuing screening of films. Given the bulkiness of the furniture in the cramped living room, the heat generated from the large projection equipment, and the lack of air conditioning, Hughes began to watch the films wearing little in the way of clothing. When he had his rash, just a soiled white shirt. At other times he was completely naked, with the exception of a single pink linen napkin covering his groin. Into this haven of squalor stepped a 15-year-old girl named Yvonne Schubert, an innocent discovery of Walter Keynes, who had dreams of becoming a famous singer. It was with that hope and a suitcase of clothes that Schubert agreed to move with her mother into a suite at the Beverly Hills Hotel to be given the Hughes makeover. That Yvonne would prove different from the others was not apparent on first impression, at least not to Kane, who was told to personally handle the new discovery. Yet, after only a few months, it became obvious even to Hughes' aides that Yvonne was being given preferential treatment, including a house on Coldwater Canyon in Beverly Hills, and repeated proposals of marriage. Yvonne was unaware of Jean Peters, who was then living close by in her own rented house in Bel Air. Yvonne, the naive teenager, who admitted to being hopelessly in love with a man old enough to be her grandfather, and Jean, the naive woman who trusted Hughes' promises to settle down in a home where she could cook and clean and sew clothes, in a fantasy called Happily Ever After. Into this mix of trust and wantonness, actress Susan Hayward fell, rebounding from her failed 10-year marriage to actor Jess Barker, and into the waiting arms of Howard Hughes, who proposed marriage on their second date as he slid a familiar sapphire and diamond ring on her finger. This time Hughes said that the ring formerly belonged to a Hungarian countess, and this time he would not get it back. Between swings of month-long solitary isolation and impulsive sexual assignations, Hughes managed to rid himself of the lingering drama that was RKO Pictures by selling it to Thomas O'Neill, president of the Mutual Radio and Television Networks, a subsidiary of General Tire and Rubber Company, owned by O'Neill's father. The selling price of $25 million included 700 old RKO films, the studio lot, and the film distribution system that Hughes had owned outright for just over a year. The deciding factor for Hughes was not the selling price, which was absorbed without celebration into an empire now valued at $700 million. Rather, it was O'Neill's promise not to liquidate the assets of RKO and thus dissolve the famous studio. Mr. Hughes was opposed to the breakup of RKO Radio Pictures because it would cause widespread distress and unemployment, O'Neill said, without reference to how many people had previously been terminated at RKO due to Hughes' interference. I think a great deal of credit is due to him for that humanitarian stand. New Year's Eve 1955. It was a plan that Hughes felt certain he was capable of mastering. More precisely, he felt that he alone was capable of mastering it, when in truth he alone was capable of having conceived of it at all. His timing had to be impeccable, his attention span flawless, and his charm, for certain his charm, had to be oozing from every pore. For after all, it was New Year's Eve, and Jean Peters had particularly asked him to put aside his business for a few hours. Unfortunately for Jean, she had not added that he needed to put aside his Lotharian ways. She sat in the crystal room of the Beverly Hills Hotel, an overchilled glass of Moet and Chandon, 1947, before her. Jean had arrived precisely at 10 p.m. as planned, and felt the eyes of other patrons follow her to the table as she swept in, elegant in a Jean Louis gown that exposed one shoulder. She was relieved when Hughes joined her at the table, a mood replaced with joy when he handed her a box from Cartier. She opened it to find a diamond and sapphire bracelet, and as he placed it on her wrist, there was noticeable awe from the adjacent tables. Jean had barely been able to thank him when Hughes was called away by the waiter for a phone call. As Susan Hayward saw Hughes enter the polo lounge at the back of the hotel, she waved to him from her corner booth, slid across the red banquette to stand and kiss him eagerly on the lips, thanking him for the beautiful flowers he had sent. The gardenias floated in the center of the table as if carved from white butter, their waxed leaves in contrast to the fragrant blossoms frozen in a moment. Hughes slid in beside her and complimented Susan on her gown. Designer Edith Head had created it, and the 38-year-old star was radiant against sheer white organdy. She spoke of how she was looking forward to the evening, even more, the new year. And as she looked into Hughes' eyes, he started to respond when he was interrupted. "Excuse me, Mr. Hughes, a call for you," the waiter said, waving his hand loosely in the direction of the lobby. For Yvonne Schubert, the evening was like a dream. Her own bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel, dinner with Howard Hughes, the man she loved, and a movie career about to begin. He had filled the suite with roses. She had never seen so many. Yes, the evening was like a dream. She hardly noticed that Hughes was 20 minutes late. She was occupied watching the burning logs, carefully stoked by the attentive waiter, his white gloves protecting his hands. When Hughes arrived, he apologized, something about TWA and a problem with the airport. His work confused her, so she did not question, rather smiled the vague smile that belongs to teenagers in love. He had scarcely arrived when he excused himself. He had forgotten something, a gift for her. And after he left, she hugged herself with delight. She was that happy. Jean Peters was staring at her empty glass of champagne when Hughes made it back to the crystal room. She was not upset. Jean never caused a problem. Hughes ordered his usual, a New York steak, peas, and a salad, with freshly made Roquefort dressing. Jean would have the same. The waiter had barely filled her glass when again a call, and again she was alone. The champagne was good, she thought, as she felt its tartness against her tongue. She signaled the waiter to refill her glass. Susan Hayward did not rise this time when Hughes came back into the polo lounge. Her smile said she felt neglected and hoped his excuse would calm her mood. She was expecting this night to be something special, perhaps even a prelude to a wedding. Her own divorce from actor Jess Barker was final, and she knew how Howard felt about her. He loved her twins. He loved her, and wanted to get married. He told her often. As the waiter brought the menu, Hughes took her hand, and together they looked over the choices. He never ordered from the menu, of course, but Susan liked to see it just the same. They had not yet reached the listings of the entrees when Hughes was called away again. He gave her the irritated look of one oppressed, shrugged his shoulders, and left again. Something was wrong, Susan thought, something dreadful that Hughes had to handle. More out of curiosity than a desire to help, Susan pulled her full-length mink around her shoulders and went scouting for her erstwhile lover. She found him in the dining room of the hotel, about to cut into his steak, and with a mouthful of peas. The scene that followed was described by the hotel's maitre d' as being very Hollywood, which in Beverly Hills is not a compliment. It took the two stars less than a minute to compare notes, grab their purses, and exit in high dudgeon. Hughes finished the night with Yvonne Schubert, who was none the wiser and was thrilled to receive her New Year's Eve gift, a diamond and sapphire bracelet. Well after 2 a.m., Hughes walked alone back to his bungalow, without hearing the mockingbirds trilling their serenade. His mind was on romance, though not on Yvonne. He thought of ways to assuage Jean. That will take some work, he thought to himself. Upon seeing Hughes walk down the path, the aide standing at the bungalow door began to frantically swat at invisible flies, hoping that no one else could see his performance. Kleenex in hand, he opened the door, and Hughes leaped inside to allow for an immediate closing. Hughes walked along the narrow maze of piled newspapers, across discarded tissues, and felt empty pecan shells crush under his shoes. In the bedroom he removed his clothing, carefully hanging each piece up in the closet, before falling naked in bed. It was the first day of a new year, but he made no resolutions. Hughes was not superstitious, firmly believing that he was in control of his own destiny. As he shut his eyes, he felt a chill shake his body. It unnerved him slightly, but not enough for him to realize that it warned of stormy months ahead. And he did not see a lady with hornet hair pulling a tired mule that night. But she would come. Oh, yes, she would come. Chapter 13. Till Death Do Us Part. The man serving HRH first unfolds the tablecloth and spreads it on the eating table with HRH's help. He then hands HRH the sterile knife and fork, warm dinner plate, plate of salad, steak, butter plate with the pepper, salt, paprika, vegetables, and pours the V8 juice, if HRH indicates. HRH accepts all those items by holding Kleenex and putting them on the table himself. When HRH has completed the steak course, he will gather all the empty plates and hand them to the server, who in turn places them back on the serving table. HRH will then indicate when he is ready for dessert. The signal is then given to the waiter outside, and he obtains the ice cream from the kitchen, along with the bakery goods, which are kept in sterile cardboard boxes. These items are handed to the server inside the room, who, in turn, opens them at the eating table. HRH also accepts the dessert plates with Kleenex and sets them on this table. Beverly Hills, California, January 1958. Howard Hughes written instructions for serving him dinner. The meal itself, at the time, never varied. On January 23, 1956, Noah Dietrich wrote a letter to the Wilshire Country Club, where Howard Hughes had been a member for 32 years. He requested that Hughes' membership be changed from resident to non-resident status, and annual savings and dues of several $100s. As proof of his claim, Dietrich attested that Hughes was now a legal resident of Florida and listed a P.O. box in the Ocean View branch of the Miami Beach Post Office. Your records will indicate that he has not availed himself of any of the club's privileges for a number of years, Dietrich wrote, a dramatic understatement since Hughes' last game of golf was in 1944. The Wilshire Country Club granted the request despite the fact that the membership committee continued to send his bills to his office on Romaine Street, and Hughes remained housed at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Hughes lay in his bed in Bungalow 19 and wondered what time it was. It was a passing thought, nothing more, for the time of day meant little to a man who lived in total darkness. The single lamp in the room had remained unlit for the past 9 days, as Hughes fought through a depression that arrived with the new year and lingered like a head cold in summer. It could be traced to the November 29, 1955 decision by the Internal Revenue Service denying Howard Hughes Medical Institute tax-exempt status as a charity. The ruling sent Hughes into a deep depression that was only slightly eased by Dietrich's employment of the Washington law firm of Hogan and Hartson, whose senior partner was Seymour Mintz, a one-time special attorney with the IRS, and the man who had hired Robert Mayhew. By the time Mintz filed a protest against the IRS decision in March 1956, Hughes had risen from his bed, but only on a single occasion had traveled further than the living room of his bungalow, a room increasingly littered with used Kleenex, walkways of paper toweling, yet another form of insulation, and meticulously arranged stacks of newspapers and magazines, organized by date. His only visitor was Dr. Vern Mason, who continued to medicate Hughes for his headaches, back pain, and mental state. Mason gave him multiple prescriptions of Emperor Compound No. 4 with codeine. Hughes gave Mason the directorship of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. In an effort to convince the government that the institute was in the throes of being established, Hughes had his press agents release a statement that various areas in Florida were being considered for a major medical research facility. In addition, Hughes said he had long-range plans for the state because of its favorable business tax code. The developments I desire to carry out in Florida are entirely new and apart from the companies, plants, and projects with which I am now associated in Texas, California, and Arizona. They will in no way affect these operations. Governor Leroy Collins lauded Hughes for his foresight and said that he had reached an agreement, which will result in new developments by Mr. Hughes in Florida of special significance to our state. Hughes had taken Collins to dinner at the Beverly Hills Hotel, given him a private tour of Hughes' aircraft, and flown him in his private jet to see the lights of Los Angeles. The governor was unaware that this was Hughes' first time out of his bungalow in 2 weeks, and the first time off hotel property in 4 months. In early April, Hughes announced that he was purchasing a 30,000-acre parcel of land in Florida to develop an aircraft manufacturing plant that the government said would far transcend in importance, payrolls, and future development any industrial development now in the state. Fuller Warren called the announcement strictly a hoax. The former Florida governor, who was involved in a bitter Democratic gubernatorial primary race with Collins at the time, said that Hughes had absolutely no property development plan or business that would be able to support his purported plant, and that the announcement was designed to deceive and mislead the people of Florida into voting for Collins. As if to answer Warren's doubts, Hughes petitioned the Civil Aeronautics Board on behalf of TWA for permission to buy 25 jets from Hughes Aircraft. Hughes had gradually increased his ownership of TWA, reaching 78.2% in 1956. At the time of his original purchase of TWA stock, he had agreed to get permission from the CAB for any transaction between the airline and a Hughes company that would exceed $200. It was a time of metamorphosis for the airline industry as it transformed from propeller planes to jet aviation. By late 1955, Pan American, United, and American Airlines all had placed large orders for Boeing 707 and Douglas DC-8 jets, some $1 billion worth. TWA, which in the past had been the leader in new aircraft orders, had none. In February 1956, Hughes half-heartedly reserved 33 707s from Boeing, still not believing that he was making the right decision. He paced in the dark of his bungalow, worrying that he had committed $186 million to an inferior plane, and eventually leaked the rumor that he was contemplating canceling the order, and quickly followed it up with a petition to the CAB for a plane of his own design. The aviation industry was stunned into prophecy. Analysts went on record projecting that Hughes had plans for a transonic jet airliner capable of speeds and distance far in excess to anything Boeing or Douglas have in development. The management of Boeing and Douglas had spent millions developing their rival jets. The threat of a Hughes advance that might make their latest equipment obsolete overnight was taken extremely seriously. This was, after all, the man who owned Hughes Aircraft, the company that several years earlier had perfected the Falcon guided missile, labeled by the military as the best symbol of ingenuity and achievement in the Air Force missile program. Boeing attempted to learn details of Hughes' design from the CAB filing, which cryptically suggested only that no current design has the range desirable for all-year operations across the Atlantic, so as to permit non-stop services in both directions under extreme conditions. Well, they needn't have lost any sleep. At the time that Boeing and Douglas were worried about being put out of business by Howard Hughes, the multimillionaire was busying himself in the privacy of his bungalow, designing an apparatus to keep his toes apart. He had instructed the engineers at Hughes Aircraft to manufacture the device. He labeled it on his drawings HTS-1, the purpose of which was to provide a comfortable means to separate toes, to keep their nails from hitting. The drawing Hughes had made on his yellow legal pad resembled a metal foot brace with metal rods separating each toe. The rods were expandable to adjust as the toenail grew. The drawings were refined 5 times from April 19th through May 1st. No mention was made of the obvious solution of trimming the nails to avoid the problem altogether. While the executives at TWA were frantically attempting to reach Hughes as the weeks slipped into months and the competition for jet aircraft became essentially unbeatable, Hughes left written instructions with operations at Romaine Street to deal with the situation. Telephone calls from Ralph or another executive from TWA's headquarters should be logged and a message taken with the exact words of the message written. Do not volunteer that HRH is in town. Say that you have not heard from me and that you expect to hear from HRH within a week. Please reply with just those words, then let HRH know that someone has called when HRH asks for his messages. TWA President Ralph Damon, who was so stressed by Hughes' inaction to acquire jets for the airline that he had a heart attack and died in January 1956. Still unwilling to leave his bungalow, trapped by his own indecision, and incapable of asking for help for fear it would appear as a sign of weakness, HRH pondered his fate and vanished into the world of celluloid, viewing the film Summertime starring Katharine Hepburn 6 consecutive times, according to company logs. The marathon screening session was followed by a 2-hour visit to the bathroom, while Hughes left his aide operating the projection equipment, sitting alone in the darkness. While in the bathroom, Hughes took the opportunity to write a memo dictating instructions for his drivers to follow when they delivered reels of film to his bungalow. When delivering films to the bungalow area of the hotel, park 1 foot from the curb on Crescent, near the place where the sidewalk dead ends into the curb. Get out of the car on the traffic side. Do not at any time be on the side of the car between the car and the curb. When unloading film, do so from the traffic side of the car if the film is in the rear seat. If it is in the trunk, stand as close to the center of the road as possible while unloading. Carry only 1 can of film at a time. Step over the gutter opposite the place where the sidewalk dead ends into the curb from a point as far out into the center of the road as possible. Do not ever walk on the grass at all. Also, do not step into the gutter at all. Walk to the bungalow, keeping as near to the center of the sidewalk as possible. Do not set the film cans down on the sidewalk or the street or anywhere else, except possibly on the porch of the bungalow area if the third man is not there. The third man was Hughes' nickname for the person who swatted flies and opened the bungalow's door. While waiting for the third man to arrive, do not lean against any portion of the bungalow or the furniture on the porch, but remain there standing quietly and await his arrival. When the third man clears the door, step inside quickly, carrying the can, single, of film, just far enough to the inside. Do not move and do not say anything, and do not set the film down until you receive instructions where to sit it. If possible, stay 2 feet away from the TV set, the wire on the floor, and the walls. When leaving, kick on the door and step outside, quickly, as soon as the third man opens the door. The balance between the adventurer, playboy, and entrepreneur had tilted ominously, and like a tomato sliding off a serving plate onto the floor, Hughes had crashed into a muddle of frayed nerves and physical torment. Now, skipping meals for days on end, Hughes' already lanky frame was turning skeletal, and his body consumed its own muscle and brain tissue for support. The executives running his various divisions unwittingly added to the problem by continually attempting to reach him for answers to pressing business decisions. The more pressure, the less response, in a vicious, never-ending circle of self-persecution. Stoking the furnace of unyielding pressure, Hughes' own reputation became his worst enemy. The longer he failed to respond, the greater the mystery behind his lack of performance became, yielding projections by the media that a huge announcement was imminent, one that would not only propel aviation into the future, but all of America as well. It was this publicity, speculating on his own forthcoming genius, that eventually forced Hughes into action, albeit in an unexpected direction. He opened a telephone dialogue with the Convair Aircraft Company, a San Diego producer of piston-driven planes, to manufacture a custom-made short-range jet, initially for the exclusive use of TWA. So eager was the company to generate business that its vice president, Jack Zavelli, leapt at the opportunity to work with the unpredictable Hughes, and sent him a preliminary design for a jet plane labeled the Convair 880. Hughes made some minor modifications, including requesting that the plane be made from gold-toned aluminum, and renamed the plane TWA's Golden Arrow. In June 1956, Convair announced an order from Hughes for 30 of the jetliners at a total price of $126.4 million. Coupled with Hughes' previous order from Boeing and an additional order for $90 million in backup engines from Pratt & Whitney Aircraft Company, Hughes had obligated Hughes Tool to purchase over $400 million in equipment, which the company would then lease back to TWA. It was the largest single order in the history of aviation. It made newspaper headlines around the world and reworked the image of TWA from a laggard to a trailblazer. The aviation world was once again talking about Hughes and his incredible investment in TWA. What no one mentioned, at least in print, was that Hughes had little available cash to pay for the planes. Noah Dietrich was dumbstruck when he heard the news from a journalist who telephoned him for a comment. Not only had Hughes not told anyone at TWA about his plans, he also neglected to mention them to his own executives. As the resident keeper of the cash box, Dietrich was placed in a position between his boss's commitment to Boeing and Convair and Hughes Tool's ability to generate the necessary capital. Hughes Tool had an amazing cash reserve of $100 million that could be tapped for initial deposits. Dietrich recommended floating a bond issue for the remaining money with the bonds guaranteed by Hughes Tool. Hughes initially refused to even consider issuing bonds, equating it with asking for a loan. "What are people going to think?" he asked Dietrich. "That Howard Hughes doesn't have enough money?" "You don't have enough money, Howard," Dietrich responded. "Nobody has this kind of money." After some intense discussion and mild arm-twisting on the part of Dietrich, Hughes finally agreed to allow the Manhattan brokerage house of Dillion, Reed and Company to handle the bond issue. The concept was a solid one, and Dillion Reed jumped on the assignment. The stock firm had just finished printing the prospectus for the offering when Hughes telephoned Dillion Reed president Fred Brandy and canceled the deal. When Dietrich heard the news from Brandy, he came very close to resigning. He later said that if he had not been previously slated to take a 3-month safari with his 2 sons, he would have. As it was, he called Hughes and told him that now it was the multimillionaire's personal responsibility to figure out a solution. Dietrich wanted no part of it. Yet, as with everything Hughes, it would not be that simple. Dietrich was besieged by his boss during the days before his departure. He was repeatedly informed that Hughes could not afford his absence from the organization, despite the fact that Dietrich had not taken a single full week off in 31 years with the organization. Hughes called talent agent Pat DiCicco, who was initially to accompany Dietrich, and bribed him to cancel the trip. Hughes then phoned the TWA terminal at Los Angeles Airport and attempted to keep Dietrich on the telephone long enough so that he would miss his flight. He found him in Rome, then again on the plains of Tanganyika as Dietrich hunted antelope. Still, Hughes' major domo was not intimidated and refused to move from his safari tent. During Dietrich's absence, Hughes showed little concern for his near $500 million liability and concentrated on accomplishing what he labeled matters of urgency. The first one involved gossip columnist Luella Parsons. Hughes' notes indicate that Luella had contacted Bill Gay at Romaine Street and advised him that she wanted to travel to Europe on an extended holiday with friends. Then Luella added in her message, "Perhaps Mr. Hughes would like to accompany us." Hughes had never taken a vacation with anyone since he traveled with Dudley Sharp and his mother to Europe after the death of his father. This could only mean that Luella was trolling for some free travel on TWA, and Hughes was only too happy to oblige. He alerted his staff at both operations and TWA that Luella was to be given her usual VIP treatment, the extent of which is evident in the memo regarding the arrangements from TWA's Special Services Division, dated July 18, 1956. In accordance with instructions from HRH conveyed to this department through Walter Crane, the following arrangements were made for Miss Luella Parsons' trip to London. Accompanying Miss Parsons were Mr. John Haskell and her nurse. Miss Parsons' tickets were delivered to her home on July 16th as per her wishes. At that time, an offer was made for us to provide the transportation for her to the airport, but she had made other arrangements. At 8 p.m. on the evening of the 17th of July, the Parsons party was met at Los Angeles International Airport by Mr. Robert Montgomery, a vice president of TWA, Mr. Carlo Belliero of the TWA Hollywood office, and Mr. Charles Woodcock of Mr. Hughes' staff. The Parsons party was taken to the Ambassador Club rooms at the airport, and refreshments were served until plane time. There were over 20 persons in the party seeing Miss Parsons off. Flight number 90 was on time and departed LAX at 9 p.m., July 17, 1956. Arriving in New York on July 18, 1956, the Parsons party was met at the airport by Mr. Walter Menke of TWA and taken by limousine to the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where a 3-bedroom suite had been reserved for them. Mr. Menke stayed with the Parsons party the entire day and took them to the airport in New York, where they boarded TWA Flight 860 for London at 4 p.m. This flight was scheduled to arrive in London at 9:40 a.m. the following morning. TWA official Mr. Larry Langley in London met the Parsons party in London and extended to them all of the red carpet courtesies of TWA. Mr. Langley was further instructed to stay with the party during their stay and to see that everything possible was done for their convenience and pleasure. This office is keeping in touch with the situation and will add such information to this memorandum as may accumulate during the Parsons party visit in Europe and will handle things upon their return. Luella Parsons spent 4 weeks in London, during which time Larry Langley arranged for dinner reservations, theater tickets, and a town car for Parsons' use. Walter Menke, rail-thin and with a reservoir of extra energy, worked in New York in TWA's accounting department, but was called upon by operations to meet Hughes' guests. "We weren't paid any extra," Menke said. "But every once in a while, Hughes would do something totally unexpected. Once he sent one of his drivers all the way from Los Angeles to New York with instructions to take me to Abercrombie and Fitch and buy me a suit. And he did." Luella fawned excitedly upon her return, writing, "I hardly know how to put this down on paper." In a letter she sent to Hughes on August 30th, "I have never had such a good time in my whole life as I had in Europe. To say, 'Thank you, dear,' seems inadequate. I can only say I think this trip prolonged my life. I feel so much better than I felt when I left." Luella Parsons lived for another 16 years and died at age 92 in 1972. On September 10, 1956, Hughes' uncle Rupert died. He had been in ill health for several years after suffering a stroke. Hughes made no effort to assist him during that time, nor made any effort to console his uncle Felix, Rupert's brother, after Rupert's death. When Dietrich asked Hughes if he cared to send flowers to the funeral, Hughes replied, "I never liked Rupert, and he never liked me. I think it's a little late to care, don't you?" Dietrich shook his head and wondered about a man who could give someone like Luella Parsons a red carpet holiday and yet had so little compassion for his own family. As a rule, Hughes had far more concern for his employees, though even that translated into overpayment in cash as reparation for the emotional abuse he rendered. Dietrich was growing tired of the routine, the hours of broken sleep and constant disruption. After the discussion of Rupert's death, he took the opportunity to mention his retirement to Hughes. The workaholic could not even conceive of the concept. When Dietrich pressed the issue, Hughes offered him $1 million cash if he would postpone any decision until the following year, when Hughes hoped that the TWA financing situation would be handled. Dietrich reluctantly agreed, although he never pressed Hughes for the money. Hughes did not vote in the presidential election of 1956, nor any other time in his life for that matter, finding it easier to buy his influence than cast a ballot for it. Nevertheless, he was pleased when Dwight Eisenhower was re-elected to his second term in the White House, for he brought with him Richard Nixon as his vice president, and a man Hughes thought of as his. With the IRS still noncommittal on Hogan and Hartson's appeal of Hughes' tax-exempt status of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, the multimillionaire decided to improve his chances of an IRS turnaround by approving a loan to Nixon's brother, Donald, for $250,000. Donald Nixon was trying desperately to cash in on his brother's growing political fame through a string of 3 restaurants that served Nixon burgers, a questionable commodity at best. On December 10, 1956, Hughes had Dietrich transfer funds to Nixon's mother, Hannah, who secured the loan with a piece of property she owned at the corner of St. Gertrudis and Whittier Boulevards in Whittier, California. It had once been the site of the Nixon family home, and after several transformations, was then leased to Union Oil and converted into a gas station. Soon after Dietrich had handled the details of the loan, he received a rather mysterious call from Dr. Vern Mason, who wanted to schedule an imperative and extremely private meeting. Given the urgency in Mason's voice, Dietrich offered to have Mason come to his home. It was an offer that Mason accepted. When Mason arrived at the Dietrich home, he declined to drink, although according to Dietrich he was nervous enough to need one. The reason for the secrecy and the spate of nerves became clear as he spoke. "Noah, I think the time has come for you to have Howard declared incompetent." A single housefly buzzed around a table lamp in the Dietrich living room. Attracted by the light or the heat it dispensed, the fly hit the bulb and instantly fell to the table, spinning on its back in an uncontrolled orbit, as if praying to be swatted. Dietrich looked at the fly, heard the buzzing, and perceived a kinship. For years he had felt like he was going in circles, barely keeping up with Hughes, in an effort to shore up weaknesses in a crumbling foundation. It seemed that he stared at the fly for hours, really only about 10 seconds, when he looked up at Mason and angrily told him to go to hell. "I'm not about to play doctor," he told the head of the medical institute, who he thought in a better position to attempt such a maneuver if indeed it was necessary. Mason mumbled about his salary, $50,000, and his expense account, unlimited, and hurried toward the door. When Hughes received news about the visit, as his notes indicate he did just after the first of the year, his first thought was of Genia of the Hornet Hair. He stared around the living room of Bungalow 19 with tissues and paper toweling, strewn with the abandon of someone tossing crumbs in a public square, unread newspapers accumulating in stacks that were threatening to topple from their height, and a stench that hovered between that of a wet goat and grass decaying in a pond. And he wept. Miss Genia and her mule had nothing on him. In what can only be described as a catharsis, Hughes pulled himself out of his depressive and obsessive paranoia and placed a call to Romaine Street. He wanted a barber sent to his bungalow immediately. And then he took a long, hot shower. He thought of little else for the next few hours. Against the threat of being committed, Hughes knew he had to find a wife, and quickly, one that he could control, one that would bar any betrayers who might think that he was going crazy. Howard Hughes arrived at Catherine Grayson's home on the afternoon of January 6, 1957. He looked like a suitor and felt like a fiancé. He charmed her with reminiscences about the past and presumed to invent for her a future as his wife. Yes, again he proposed. But this time Grayson was not so quick to answer. She thought of her dear nephew, her horrible premonition. She sidestepped the issue and talked about her upcoming concert tour. He insisted she cancel and marry him immediately. She said that she was leaving the next day and would talk upon her return. He said that it had to be immediately, and then stalked across the room and slapped her hard across the face. It was not the first time Hughes had struck a woman. He hit Ava Gardner repeatedly one night, turning her left eye into a cassava melon before pushing her onto the floor. Ava, venting her own anger in response, picked up a large, heavy bronze bell and threw it across the room, hitting Hughes in the head, knocking out 2 teeth and causing a gash that required 22 stitches to close. Hughes got the worst end of the fight. Ava's eye only required a thick piece of raw steak and a comforting maid. Catherine Grayson did not have Ava Gardner's temper or strength. She did, however, have her self-respect. She turned her back on Hughes and left the room, but not before she told him that she never wanted to see him again in her life. Hughes returned to the Beverly Hills Hotel and plunged back into darkness. Once there, his thoughts drifted to Terry Moore, who by this time had married a mysterious entrepreneur named Eugene McGrath, lived in Panama, and was traveling the world, swept up in McGrath's exotic intrigue. He next contemplated Yvonne Schubert, still a minor, so of no use now. And then there was Jean. In January 1957, Jean Peters was 30 years old and had not made a film in 3 years. Her last project being A Man Called Peter, shot in 1954 in Georgia for 20th Century Fox Studios. A Man Called Peter was the filmization of the popular biography of Peter Marshall, the Scottish immigrant clergyman who became chaplain of the U.S. Senate. Jean portrayed Catherine, the preacher's wife, who had written the bestseller. Peter Marshall was portrayed by Richard Todd. She had moved into a Hughes rented house on Strada Vecchia Road in Bel Air, where she spent her time gardening and sewing, seeing no one except Hughes whenever he called for the occasional screening or dinner. It was a quiet life, she later said, though Peters did not mind. Although Hughes offered to buy her anything she desired, her needs were simple. Hughes liked that. He also liked the fact that she was unimpressed by his money. She was more inspired by the fact that he wanted to leave his entire estate to medical research than anything his fortune could purchase for her. When Hughes called her on the evening of January 8th and asked her to be his wife, she did not hesitate to accept. She asked for only one commitment on the part of her future husband, that they live in a house together. It seemed like a natural enough request, That she should have to make it at all, of course, suggested the strangeness of their relationship. Hughes called upon his Los Angeles tax attorney, James J. Ardito, to make the secret arrangements for the ceremony. Ardito was told that the wedding was to take place in Tonopah, Nevada, a site with which neither he nor Peters was familiar. Hughes was well aware of the small town 200 miles northwest of Las Vegas. He was not far away from the farm where he had gone into hiding with Billy Dove, and it was to Tonopah he flew on January 12, 1957, to legally marry for the second time. Hughes and Jean flew into Tonopah in the early morning hours aboard a TWA Constellation, accompanied by aides George Frankham and Roy Crawford, attorney D. Martin Cook, plus a TWA pilot and co-pilot. Sworn to secrecy, the aides and Cook were told to dress as if they were going hunting. Ardito, in on the masquerade, was dressed in fishing gear when he picked them up at a private landing strip outside of Tonopah and drove them the short distance into the nearly deserted town. There on the second floor of a dilapidated hotel, G.A. Johnson married Marion Evans in front of County Clerk Eudora V. Maley. Nevada allowed the use of false names in weddings, although other information on the marriage license was sworn to be correct. In Hughes' case, G.A. Johnson was said to be 46, born on June 8, 1910, and a resident of Las Vegas. Hughes was 51, born September 24, 1905, and lived in Beverly Hills. Jean's Marion Evans was 29, born on October 15, 1927, and a resident of Los Angeles. Jean was 30, born on October 15, 1926, and lived in Bel Air. After the duck hunter and his wife, dressed in a silk suit, were officially married, they kissed chastely, clinging to one another like a pair of praying mantises. And then they left that place where dereliction replaced solemnity and flew back to L.A. as husband and wife. The newest Mr. and Mrs. Hughes were dropped off at her home on Strada Vecchia, where they cohabited for exactly 5 days before Hughes returned with his wife to the Beverly Hills Hotel, separate bungalows please, Hughes in number 4, Jean in Hughes' former bungalow, number 19. The aides occupied the cluster called Bungalow 1. 1A was used strictly for storage of Hughes' stock of bottled water, Kleenex, and paper towels. 1B housed a rotating group of drivers, and 1C was for the cooks and waiters, Carl Rome, Charles Moran, and Fernand Harvey. Soon after the marriage, Jean reminded her new husband of his agreement, and shortly thereafter, he dutifully took her to a rented house in Palm Springs, where they were surrounded by guards as they walked the desert gardens and watched the grapefruit grow. Hughes tried to cooperate and do his part as a husband, not sexually, of course. Their relationship was built on shared interests, at least to Jean, since her husband really had no interests that weren't related to business or films or flying. One day, as they walked hand in hand, Jean pointed to the sky and the fat, wondrous clouds that seemed to move across the yonder, enveloping everything in their path like an archangel spiriting away a follower. "Look," Jean said, sweeping her arms upward. "A DC-4, Howard said, missing the clouds but finding a pinprick in the distance that was an ascending plane. While the Hugheses were in the desert, Dietrich tackled the continuing challenge of Donald Nixon. Even with the infusion of cash, the Nixon burger was not destined for the Culinary Hall of Fame, and in February 1957, Dietrich scheduled a meeting in the Romaine Street offices to see if anything could be done for Donald Nixon that might prevent his defaulting on the loan. While the meeting did not produce cogent results for Donald, it managed to achieve remarkable results for Howard. On March 1, 1957, soon after Vice President Nixon was notified of Hughes' increasing efforts to assist Nixon's brother, the Howard Hughes Medical Institute was officially reclassified as a tax-exempt charity by the IRS, which mysteriously had reversed its earlier position. When he heard the news, Hughes was back living in his bungalow, having given up on Palm Springs as being too far from work, despite the fact that he did not have an office and used the telephone for all his business transactions. Jean returned to the Beverly Hills Hotel, seeing her husband once a day, typically over dinner. Although he never told Jean about the IRS ruling or discussed any other facet of his business with her for that matter, within the shadows of confinement, Hughes' mood reflected his victory and translated into a request for a second scoop of vanilla ice cream that night at dinner, Hughes' version of a party. On March 15th, a small article in the Los Angeles Herald and Express revealed that Howard Hughes and Jean Peters were married several days ago, The following day, larger pieces appeared in the Hollywood Citizen News, plus the Los Angeles Mirror headlined, "Howard Hughes Wed Secretly." Gossip columnist Floribel Muir was credited with the exclusive, though in her article about the wedding she incorrectly reported, "I happen to know they plighted their troth in an auto in a lover's lane atop the Santa Monica Mountains, overlooking the twinkling lights of filmland," and said that the wedding occurred 3 days ago, which would have pegged the date as March 12, 1957, 3 months after it actually had occurred. Although there was no way that Floribel could have known, that date had an enormous significance to Hughes, far greater, as it happened, than his recent marriage. It was on that date that Hughes called Dietrich for an emergency meeting to discuss the TWA airplane financing debacle. Hughes' ready cash had covered the initial deposits on the jet orders. Yet, in another 30 days, he would need an additional $80 million to cover the next installment due Convair and Boeing. It was cash he did not have. While still arguably the richest man in America, Hughes' fluid cash was committed, and profits at Hughes Tool were falling in a recessionary market. Dietrich's command performance was aimed at developing an emergency plan to pump needed capital into the Hughes accounts. Despite the fact that Dietrich had not seen Hughes in person in nearly a year and had functioned through telephone conversations relayed by operations at Romaine Street, Dietrich expected that he would meet with Hughes in Bungalow 4. The financing problem was that severe, and its solution that important. Calling the bungalow from the hotel lobby, Dietrich was instructed to go to a meeting room next to the hotel's ballroom. Subsequently, Dietrich was moved to 2 other meeting rooms in what he later described as CIA nonsense. Hughes' insistence that the phone lines might be tapped or his instructions overheard was not enough to prompt the millionaire to see Dietrich face to face. As Dietrich sat waiting for the phone to ring in yet another meeting room, his thoughts moved back to Dr. Vern Mason, whose comments lingered in his mind, even as the phone rang. No, Hughes would not see Dietrich in person. No, he would not discuss the cash crisis. What Hughes wanted for Dietrich was his promise to move once again to Houston, to inflate the Tool Co. profits. It was not a new scheme. Anytime Hughes found himself cash poor, he automatically placed more pressure on the Tool division to supply it. Dietrich, now in his late 60s, was tired of jockeying himself about like an executive assistant, for he thought of himself as far more. To Dietrich, he was Hughes, at least to the point that profits were being made. He wanted to be a part of those profits, a partner, as it were. He wanted what Hughes had so long promised to him, a capital gains agreement in writing. When Hughes demanded that Dietrich move yet again to Houston, his executive said, "All right, Howard, I'll go to Houston under one condition." Hughes was frosty silence. He did not expect conditions to be part of any agreement. This was not, after all, a negotiation. This was an instruction. "What's that?" he asked after a moment. Dietrich told him he wanted a capital gains understanding. Nothing fancy, just a one-page agreement. "Nobody puts a gun to my head." And with that, Dietrich was finished, with both the conversation and his career with Howard Hughes. After 32 years, the last words he would hear from Hughes' mouth were those he had coveted most of all. "Jesus, you can't mean that, Noah. I can't exist without you." Yet somehow he managed. That 2 minutes after Dietrich had hung up the telephone, Hughes called Romaine Street and told Bill Gay to change the locks. At the time, Dietrich's salary was an incredible $500,000 a year, equivalent in today's market to $1,800,000, plus an unlimited expense account. He had come a long way from the young accountant who was making $10,000 a year to handle the books while his boss made movies. Yet the impact on the 2 men could not have been more different. Dietrich was now free of the insanity. Hughes trapped more than ever in the world he had created. It was a universe of shadows, of invisible threats, of imagined enemies and paranoid delusion. One in which he existed alone, even when others were in the room. And one from which he would not budge, for to do so would be to face reality. Chapter 14. To the Asylum Born. The speed of the car should not exceed 35 miles per hour at any time, and then this speed should be governed only by perfectly smooth roads. Ample time should be allowed in order that this speed limit be adhered to at all times. When crossing any bump, dip, swale, ditch, railroad track, or any uneven part of any road. The speed should be reduced to such a minimum speed that the car can move over the uneven part of the road with no violent motion that would tend to disturb the position of the party. 2 miles per hour has been suggested as such speed going over rough or uneven roads. Beverly Hills, California, February 20th, 1958. Howard Hughes written instructions to his drivers to prevent any unnecessary jarring of the breasts of his starlets. Bungalow 4 at the Beverly Hills Hotel had no guards standing watch, no bars on the windows, and no locks. Well, it actually had locks, they were just never used. The door to the one-bedroom bungalow that housed the richest man in America was open to anyone who cared to walk in. No one ever did, of course, except for the select group of aides, now 6 in number, who catered to Hughes' every whim. They consisted of George Francom, a religious man who spent his off hours reading the Mormon Bible; Roy E. Crawford, also a Mormon, who held a degree from the College of Wooster in Wooster, Ohio, and had been a Navy flight instructor during World War II; John Holmes, a Catholic and chain smoker who once sold cigarettes for P. Lorillard Company; plus Charles Woodcock, Norm Love, and Lloyd Hurley, former drivers who had been promoted to Hughes' personal aides. After Hughes' marriage to Jean Peters, who the aides dubbed the Major, their duties extended to her care and feeding as well. The same rules that applied to Hughes extended to Mrs. Hughes, with the exception of the use of Kleenex. Jean only used them when she had a head cold, while her husband's usage had now grown to 12 boxes a day, despite the fact that he had not had a cold for 16 years. If Howard Hughes qualified as America's most notorious eccentric, and he did, Jean Peters had to rank within the top 10 among unique wives. During the remainder of 1957, she did not venture out of the confines of her bungalow at the hotel, unless accompanied by an aide, and only then on rare occasions. Her husband had to be contacted before an order for an aide could be issued, and her husband did not return Jean's calls any quicker than he returned anyone else's. She spent most of her days knitting, sewing, or gardening, to the extent that one could garden in a hotel that had a staff of 8 gardeners full-time. They never once went to a restaurant, a store, a library, or to visit her aunt or sister or his Uncle Felix, nor did they ever take an airplane ride or a yacht sail, as they often did in the 40s. She infrequently went with her husband to screen films at the Goldwyn Studios. That was the extent of their nights on the town during their entire first year of marriage. She seldom complained, and when she did, Jean always asked for the same thing: a home to share with her husband. Hughes used his TWA financing dilemma as a perpetual excuse for his inability to relocate during February, March, and April. To any other businessman, the TWA situation would have been a major crisis. And in fact, executives at Hughes Tool and TWA were considering it as such. Hughes, however, allowed entire weeks to go by without addressing the issue, let alone responding to the pleas of Carter Burgess, the one-time Assistant Secretary of Defense under Eisenhower, who agreed to take over the presidency of the airline on the condition that Hughes not interfere. For once, the multimillionaire kept his promise and went one step further. He did not even return a telephone call. With the Boeing 707s about to roll off the assembly line, Carter Burgess left repeated messages at operations to receive some guarantees from Hughes that the jets the TWA desperately needed would indeed be delivered. To Burgess' torment, not only did Hughes not return his calls, he had left the country with TWA's largest plane, a Constellation, and one of its pilots, Ted Moffat, in addition to a TWA flight engineer. On May 22, 1957, Hughes walked out of his bungalow at the Beverly Hills Hotel without his wife, and was driven to the Burbank, California airport by John Holmes. There the two men were joined by aide Chuck Woodcock and Hughes' executive assistant Bill Gay. With Noah Dietrich's departure from the organization, Gay, who only 9 years earlier was no more than a temporary worker, was now effectively in charge of Hughes Incorporated. Since he controlled both the telephone operators and Hughes' aides, he was the conduit through which all other executives had to negotiate in order to reach the old man, as Hughes was now called when out of earshot. Tall, thin, and soft-spoken to the point of being milquetoast, Gay had not seen his boss in over a year. While he had aspirations of an expanded role in the Hughes empire, Gay was not about to accomplish that goal on this trip. As Hughes stepped on the plane, he announced to Gay that his sole purpose in Montreal was to handle dictation. To the amusement of both Holmes and Woodcock, whose smiles were quickly snuffed by the withering glance Gay shot their way. Hughes' alleged purpose for going to Montreal was to test fly 2 turboprop planes, the Vickers Viscount and the Bristol Britannia, presumably to add to the TWA inventory. And while he did fly both planes, it was only to take them on vacation hops across Canada, and with the aircraft companies picking up the bill for the fuel. For the remainder of the 3 months spent in Canada, Hughes remained sequestered within the hotel's royal suite, refusing to allow housekeeping access, as he set about laying Kleenex tissues across the antique Anatolian rugs. With Hughes in seclusion, his aides enjoyed Le Jardin du Ritz, the outdoor cafe with its manicured gardens and duck pond, cruises of the harbor, the villages of Estrie, near the Vermont border, and unlimited use of room service. While indulging in the use of a hotel sun lamp, Woodcock fell asleep and severely burned himself, albeit only on the backside of his body. Though unfortunate for Woodcock, the accident proved uniquely opportune for Holmes, who now was the sole aide on duty, and thus further ingratiated himself into Hughes' favor. Holmes proved particularly useful in arranging for the clandestine appearance of Yvonne Schubert in Montreal, who, when questioning Hughes about his marriage to Jean Peters, was told that it was an outrageous lie, irresponsible journalism, the penalty paid by the rich, and once again promised to marry Yvonne when the time is ripe, presumably when he was not otherwise occupied with a wife. As it happened, the current one remained in Beverly Hills, apparently none the wiser. Jean Peters looked out the paned window of her bungalow at a noisy blue jay she had named Mrs. Porter, for no apparent reason, and laughed, the giddy, melodic laugh of a schoolgirl who has just shared a secret with a close friend. The blue jay, whose nest was in the ficus tree adjoining the walkway across from her window, had taken to attacking a brutish man with a barrel chest and shoulders thick enough to pull a plow. The mother jay, protecting her babies against the lout who dared to walk too close, was frantically dive-bombing the poor, unsuspecting guest, who had thrown up his arms to shield his face against the assault. When he heard Jean laugh, his face reddened, a crimson head on a too large body, frightened away by a bird not 8 inches long. Jean was watering a gardenia plant that sat on the windowsill. She was dressed in blue jeans, a blue and white checked shirt, and wore no shoes. It was hardly the look of a Hollywood star, but then she never thought of herself that way in any case. She wore no makeup, never liked the fuss, nor missed that career that made her dress up to look like a person she never was. Jean longed for the simple life and the farm she left in Canton, Ohio, where she could plaster walls and make furniture, grow corn, and watch the sun grow old. Being the richest wife in America, as she was labeled in the press, brought with it an entirely unique sense of responsibility. There was the threat of kidnapping, but she really had not given it much thought. The bodyguards that waited outside 24 hours a day took some getting used to, particularly when all you wanted from life was a home, a garden, and a man. What she had achieved with her marriage to Hughes was a bungalow rented by the day, coffee cans with houseplants, and a husband she left messages for, who sometimes returned her call. Jean was more tolerant than most, certainly most wives. When Hughes was gone for 2 days over 2 months, and was neglecting to telephone for days at a time, she knew that tolerance had its place just like anger. It was time for anger, she told herself, and placed a call to operations that left little doubt that Mr. Hughes had better call Mrs. Hughes within the hour. Mr. Hughes did. In response to her call, the Major was flown to Nassau, the Bahamas, where she joined her husband on August 2nd, 1957. Gay had booked the entire 5th floor of the Emerald Beach Hotel for Mr. and Mrs. Hughes, without ever mentioning their names. Again, housekeeping was not allowed to enter any of the rooms, with Hughes moving from one to another as he dirtied them. As he did, Jean remained cloistered in her own suite at the far end of the hall. She typically met her husband only for dinner or during several test flights aboard the Constellation. It was more than she had seen of him for the past several months, so she did not complain, except, of course, about the width of the armrests on the Constellation. But then he had asked her what she thought. She thought it was like riding with your arms in your lap. The seats were too narrow and the armrests as well. Hughes ordered every TWA plane refitted with wider seats and wider armrests that very day. Total cost, $1.8 million. Jean flew back to Los Angeles in September without her husband, who still refused to return to face the pressures of business. Los Angeles had become a joyless place. Every conversation centered on money. He could no longer bear to hear the talk. Nassau, with its government run by the Bay Street boys, corrupt of course, but quietly bought off because of it, was far easier to control. No one could get in or out without somebody knowing. It's an island, for Christ's sakes, Hughes thought, which is how it happened that the paranoid multimillionaire called upon Robert Mayhew in mid-October to fly to Nassau immediately. The answer seemed so simple. Hughes would buy Nassau, and Mayhew could make it happen. As pretentious and illogical as the concept might seem, all it basically took was money. Mayhew was used to greasing palms to expedite arrangements. Buying Nassau, or at least a sizable portion of the 80 square miles, was a challenge he readily accepted. Checking into the Emerald Beach Hotel in a suite on the 4th floor, Mayhew began a dialogue with Hughes that began with talk of Nassau and ended with Mayhew becoming Hughes' public persona, his alter ego to the world. It was heady stuff to the former FBI agent, who saw dollar signs and smelled the roses. He would later say, "Like good champagne, it can go right to your head. It went to mine." Fortunately for Mayhew, before he had the opportunity to get too drunk on power and appoint himself crown prince of an island on which Hughes would be king, he discovered that the timing of such a move could have been catastrophic. Nassau was undergoing major political unrest. There was a move afoot to sever ties with the British by the black locals, who wanted a larger role in leadership. There were rumors of a general strike that, if it took place, would have effectively made Hughes a prisoner on the island. In early December 1957, at sunrise, Hughes left the 5th floor of the Emerald Beach Hotel, totally alone for the first time in months. He boarded the Constellation and flew it by himself all the way to Los Angeles, landing later that day. If Carter Burgess thought that the arrival of his company's airplane back in Los Angeles meant that it could reasonably be expected to return to active service, he was to be disappointed. Though Hughes no longer had a need for the plane, he kept the Connie, if only to show Burgess how 11 months on the job, that just because he was president of TWA did not mean he ran the company. In the course of a telephone conversation about TWA's financing, Burgess mentioned the Constellation and how desperate the airline needed to use it during the Christmas travel season. Desperate and need were two words that Hughes failed to apply in any part of his life, and turned the executive down. Burgess promptly quit, leaving TWA again without a rudder as it navigated a sea of red ink and entered the most challenging months of its long history. Carter Burgess went on to become the United States ambassador to Argentina. In his file was an FBI report in which Hughes, when asked for a recommendation, labeled Burgess, "the most honest man I know." Hughes retreated back into his 2-room asylum, in which he controlled every moment of every day through a new outpouring of memos dictating procedure. As each memo was received by his aides, the pages were sent to the Romaine Street offices to be copied and placed into an ever-growing operations manual. One such memo detailed the procedure to be used in the daily purchase of reading material. "The man on duty in Bungalow 1D purchases the daily papers and magazines in the hotel drugstore," the memo instructed, "and places them in a sterile box. When HRH calls for the papers, the man in 1D will deliver the box with the papers and, holding them at a 45-degree angle, present them to HRH. The purchaser is to buy 3 copies of all editions of newspapers and magazines. HRH takes only the center copy of each." Upon receiving his paper, Hughes would carefully place it on top of a stack of similar papers from previous days, carefully lining up the edges. When one stack became perilously high, he moved on and began another. He did not, however, read the papers, for he determined that the newsprint that transferred to his hands contained the charms of unknown handymen. Jean was no longer allowed to share dinner with her husband. Hughes told his wife that, while he would love nothing better than to spend the entire evening with you, my work precludes such luxury. Exactly what work she never knew. Certainly was not arranging funding for the TWA jets, which still remained underfinanced. To celebrate their first wedding anniversary, Jean and her husband traveled to a second-floor screening room of the Goldwyn Studios, where Hughes' projectionist, a patient and tolerant man named Carl, would dutifully run and rerun certain portions of films as the old man desired. It began a ritual which continued for months and involved a pair of aides who would arrive at the studio gates and transfer Hughes' white leather Barcalounger chair and ottoman up the exterior stairs and into the screening room, to be followed by yet another white chair, smaller in size, for Jean Peters. The exact position of the chairs never varied and was marked on the screening room floor with white paint. Once the chairs were in position, a Chevrolet driven by John Holmes would enter the studio lot, carrying the old man and his wife. Not surprisingly, Hughes wore the same white shirt, tan slacks, and brown Oxfords that comprised his entire wardrobe. By way of contrast, Jean was dressed as if for a cocktail party, from designer dress to mink coat. It was, after all, their anniversary. The winter of 1958 was one of the coldest on record in California, with overcast days and few glimpses of a sun too discouraged to make an appearance. The gray weather cast its mood on Hughes, who went without speaking for days on end, only to neurotically revert to childish behavior, running halfway down the newly waxed floors of the hallways at the Goldwyn studio, and then sliding to a stop. As March pushed into April, Hughes sporadically began to screen films alone, leaving Jean mysteriously behind at the hotel. Eventually, all screenings at the Goldwyn studio came to an abrupt halt, as suddenly as they had started, when Hughes discovered that during the day, while he was sleeping, producer Otto Preminger was using the room to screen the daily footage from the George Gershwin opera Porgy and Bess, then filming at Goldwyn. When Hughes learned of the practice, he became physically nauseated, upset that blacks had been allowed in his screening room. My screening room, for Christ's sakes! And never entered the lot again. Hughes was not the only one to become sick over Porgy and Bess. The Gershwin family was so upset by the firing of original director Ruben Mamoulian that immediately after its release, they withdrew all copies of the film. The only screening copy remaining is at the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. Within days, he moved his screening ritual to a rundown private projection room on Sunset Boulevard, not far from the Beverly Hills Hotel, and owned by one-time producer Martin Nosek. It was located in a building that housed offices of producers and performers, including Eddie Fisher, who at the time was at the height of his career and just beginning an ill-advised affair with the recently widowed Elizabeth Taylor. The basement screening room was rather small and dank, yet accommodated Hughes' purpose as well as the two white chairs and one ottoman. It had a bathroom just big enough for a toilet and a sink, a lobby barely comfortable with its sofa and coffee table, and an editing room that was the size of a closet, filled with a bay of equipment. In between marathon movie screenings and those days when he refused to pull himself out of bed, Hughes reluctantly handled his business dealings during moments of intense mental activity. These flashes of brilliance lasted from between 10 minutes to 2 hours, never longer. Like a lone traveler caught in a blizzard, Hughes would occasionally reach a clearing and diligently utilize those moments of clarity. It was during one such burst of business activity that Hughes made the decision to hire Charles Thomas as the newest president of TWA. At the time, he was Eisenhower's Secretary of the Navy, and when Hughes learned that the well-seasoned executive was eager to leave government service, he began negotiations aimed at bringing Thomas aboard the struggling airline. Hughes and Thomas had once played golf together during the period Hughes was married to Ella Rice. True, it was old history, but Hughes remembered, and when prompted, so too did Thomas. After several months of prodding, Thomas agreed to run the airline for a period of 2 years. If within that period you're not completely satisfied with what I'm doing, all you have to do is say it and I'll get out, Thomas told Hughes. At the end of 2 years, Howard, neither you nor I have any commitment. We'll just see what happens. It was the type of deal both men appreciated, and in July 1958, TWA had a new president. Thomas was well aware of Hughes' tendency to interfere and fully expected his boss to attempt to countermand his authority. He was quite amazed to find that in his first 6 months with TWA, he did not hear from Hughes at all. He would have been far more amazed to learn why. In the middle part of July, Hughes was taken to Nosek's for an evening screening, and at its conclusion announced to his aides that he was going to remain for quite a spell. The aides, Norm Love, Lloyd Hurley, and head driver Ron Kistler, prepared for what they imagined would be a 2 or 3 day stint, rotating their watches over the old man and observing the extraordinary behavior. When he was not otherwise occupied with the screening of a film, Hughes would spend hours arranging and rearranging his backup boxes of Kleenex, some dozen in number. Hughes approved only one type of Kleenex, white, regular size, 400 count per box. They would be piled in a single row, then doubled, sometimes tripled, before being returned to single file like soldiers in a barracks standing at attention. Every 3 days or so, John Holmes would make an appearance, carrying a brown paper bag containing what Hughes casually called his dinner. The delivery process never varied, nor for that matter did the contents of the bag. 2 Hershey bars with almonds, a quart of homogenized milk, and 1 4-ounce cellophane bag of Laura Scudder's unsalted pecans. Holmes would stand directly in front of his employer without saying a word, tilt the bag at a 45-degree angle, and wait while Hughes removed each item from the bag, using a different piece of Kleenex for each item. The process of consuming the 2 Hershey bars, pecans, and milk would take hours as Hughes portioned off the chocolate into half-inch squares, chewing each square individually and completely, followed by a swallow of milk. Today, doctors would diagnose this eating ritual as a symptom of anorexia. For the next 5 months, the process would be repeated just over 3 dozen times and amounted to the total food intake that Hughes received. The result of such a diet had a drastic effect on the millionaire's already perilous health, causing his weight to drop dramatically and fainting spells to be recurrent. Constipation was another continuing consequence, causing Hughes to spend hours in the bathroom. According to the aide's notes on September 18, 1958, he entered the bathroom at 3:30 p.m. and did not emerge until 6:45 the following evening, over 27 hours later. He washed sporadically in the sink, using paper towels from the bathroom, and developed a stench that rivaled the Ganges on a warm summer night. His shirt and trousers stained, Hughes eventually asked Kistler to attempt to clean them, and when told that they were beyond saving, remarked, "But this is my favorite outfit," with the reverence normally accorded to the Shroud of Turin. When Kistler stood his ground, Hughes shrugged, said, "Very well then, if we can't clean them, we'll have to throw them away," and stripped naked, handing the aide his shirt and pants. Kistler later wrote, "The man who owned 78% of Trans World Airlines, the man who was in dire need of $250 million or so in cash to pay for jet planes, hadn't had a shave or haircut in God knows how many months. His gray white beard fell 6 inches down on his chest, and the hair on the back of his head was almost to his shoulders. There was only one thing that could be called impressive about Hughes at that moment. Sexually, he was very well endowed." Summer moved into fall, into winter, all unseen by a man who kept his physical location a secret even from his wife. To explain his lengthy absence, Hughes created a phony illness and told Jean Peters that he had been hospitalized, giving his aides the nicknames Nurse Sarah, who took blood pressure readings, Nurse Grace, handling intravenous feedings, and Nurse Hannah, supposedly into enemas. He refused to allow her to see him, citing the dramatic change in his appearance. That much, at least, was true. His normal weight, an already slight 155 pounds, had dropped to just under 100, on a frame that even stooped measured 6'3". Naked, his white-on-white skin hung in folds like the neck of an old bulldog. Every day he grew weaker, thinner, and more delicate. He resembled a specter from a nightmare, unshaven and reproachful. As if sensing his own demise, Hughes finally left his self-imposed isolation after 5 months and 22 days, returning not to the world of the living, but rather to one of more shadows. His arrival back at Bungalow 4 at the Beverly Hills Hotel went unnoticed, except by his cook, waiters, and aides. The fact that he had exchanged one tomb for another was accepted by his employees, who had grown complacent with his world and learned to question nothing. By doing so, they gave Hughes the ability to operate outside the rules of society, and by default, the laws of the land. He refused to see Jean Peters, alluding to his mysterious recent illness and his weight loss. Although she was less than 100 yards away and walked past his door almost daily on her way to the hotel's restaurant, Jean deferred to her husband's wishes and did not intrude into his world. Instead, she continued to speak of buying a home on a hilltop, of raising vegetables and flowers, and wrote that she wanted to throw open every window, to allow the air and sun to bless us. Hughes crumbled at the thought. Air and light were now his enemies. They carried germs and allowed a visibility that he could not risk. He was a simulacrum of the husband she thought she had married, the hero aviator, the strutting playboy, the little boy who needed to be mothered. He needed to hide and took to disappearing inside himself, only emerging at infrequent moments when his mind snapped back into the present and attempted to return long overdue messages. For the remainder of the time, most of the time really, he lay on soiled sheets in a black room that buried his reality behind the cover of darkness. He was so constipated that waste hardened in a twisted colon, causing piercing abdominal cramps. He urinated at will on the walls and floor of the bathroom, unwilling to focus long enough to target the toilet. He refused to wash and refused to dress, while ordering movies screened in marathon sessions that often ran longer than 48 hours without a break. He was a clock that was gaining time, ticking faster than his confused mind could comprehend, wound too tight and moving too slow for organized thought or speech. Fear of contamination was always hanging, forever suspended, levitated before his mind's eye, and forcing him to produce a bumper crop of memoranda to operations, some 142 sets of instructions, produced in longhand over the course of 3 months. Among them was this set of instructions for the proper way to open a can of fruit. The following procedures and steps are to be followed, in every detail, in the preparation of fruit to be used on any cakes, pies, or desserts of any kind for HRH. This work will be done in Bungalow 1C. These procedures will only be carried out in the event that the cans of peaches, apples, figs, etc. are obtained from the Beverly Hills Hotel storeroom, or from any grocery store where the handling of such cans is not or cannot be followed in accordance with HRH's instructions on same with regard to sterility. The equipment used in connection with this operation will consist of the following items: 1. Unopened newspaper. 1 sterile can opener. 1 large sterile plate. 1 sterile fork. 1 sterile spoon. 2 sterile brushes. 2 bars of soap. Sterile paper towels. Step 1. Preparation of table. An unopened newspaper will be opened in the middle of the paper to its full size, double page, and placed on top of the table in Bungalow 1C. This newspaper may be one of the papers purchased from the hotel drugstore that are rejects from HRH's supply. Under no circumstances is this paper to be handled again until the can opening operation has been completed. Step number 2. Procuring a fruit can. The man designated to do this job goes to the hotel storeroom and picks up the can of fruit desired. In so doing, he must be very careful in not touching the bottom of the can, and in not touching any surface within 2 inches of the bottom of the can at any time. He should grasp the can in the center, preferably with his hand around the center of the label. He then carries the can of fruit back to 1C. If this fruit is packed in a jar instead of a can, the same handling and carrying instructions apply. Step 3. Washing of can. The man in charge then turns the valve in the bathtub on, using his bare hands to do so. He also adjusts the water temperature so that it is not too hot nor too cold. He then takes one of the brushes and, using one of the bars of soap, creates a good lather and then scrubs the can from a point 2 inches below the top of the can. He should first soak and remove the label, and then brush this cylindrical part of the can over and over until all particles of dust, pieces of the paper label, and in general all sources of contamination have been removed. Holding the can in the center at all times, he then processes the bottom of the can in the same manner, being very sure that the bristles of the brush have thoroughly cleaned all the small indentations on the perimeter of the bottom of the can. He then rinses the soap from the cylindrical sides and the bottom of the can, taking the second brush and still holding the can in the center. He again creates a good lather and scrubs the top of the can, the perimeter along the top, and the cylindrical sides to a point 2 or 3 inches below the top of the can. He must be very careful in this part of the operation in not only seeing to it that the crevices along the perimeter are thoroughly clean, but he must not press so hard in scrubbing the top that he would oil can it, thus causing the can to fracture in any way. He should continue the scrubbing until he literally removes the tin protection from the can itself. After the man is certain that he has completely scrubbed and cleaned the entire surfaces and cracks of the perimeter rim, he should rinse the soap from the can. Step 4, drying the can. The can should then be dried thoroughly. This is best accomplished by using 6 thicknesses of paper towels, not 5 or 7. These are obtained from the sterile towel dispenser located on the wall of the bathroom in 1C. Please be sure that the entire surfaces of the top and the bottom of the can, as well as the cylindrical sides of the can, and also the crevices and cracks on the perimeter of the top, are carefully handled while drying so as not to allow the fingers to break through the towels, thereby touching the can. Also, be very careful not to allow any portion of the towels to come into contact with any part of the clothes, body, furniture in the room, table, etc. The can is then placed on the table. Step number 5, processing the hands. The man next processes his hands thoroughly. This action would consist of washing and rinsing the hands 4 distinct and separate times, being extremely careful to observe the 4 phases in each washing. That is to say, the man must first brush every minute particle and surface of his hands and fingers. He then puts his fingertip into the palm of the opposite hand and cleans each finger by rotating and pressing the fingers against the palm. He then interlocks the fingers and slides them together and back and forth, scrubbing them all the time. The last phase is grasping the palms together and wringing and rotating the palms together, and also by washing the back of the hand with the palm of the opposite hand. The 4 phases of this washing operation should be done while the hands are lathered. The hands should then be rinsed thoroughly, and then the complete operation should be performed 3 more times, making a total of 4 complete washings and rinsings. The hands are then dried by using the sterile paper towels provided for this purpose. After the hands are dry, the man then takes 6 thicknesses of dry paper towel, not 5 or 7, and turns the water valve off. He must be extremely careful in not touching anything else whatsoever that would contaminate his hands and force him to begin the process all over again. Step 6, opening the can. Returning again to the table, the man takes the sterile can opener and, holding the can in the cylindrical area between the 2-inch limitations of the top and the bottom, opens the can of fruit. Step number 7, removing fruit from can. This step in the operation is extremely important, as under no circumstances does HRH want any contact between the fruit itself and the outside of the metal can. In spearing peaches or whatever fruit is being used, under no circumstances should the fork itself touch any part of the can whatsoever. In removing fruit from the can to the sterile plate, please be sure that the fruit is not pressed or pushed into the side or the bottom of the can while spearing. This part of the job should be done very slowly and gently so as to keep the fruit from accidentally brushing against the inside of the can. The man may use his sterile spoon to lift the fruit out of the can, if this will prevent any further contact between the fruit and the inside of the can. Step number 8, fallout rules while around can. While transferring the fruit from the can to the sterile plate, please observe the fallout rules as closely as possible. That is, be very sure that no part of the body, including the hands, be directly over the can or the plate at any time. If possible, keep the hand, upper part of the body, arms, etc. at least 1 foot away from the can of fruit and the sterile plate at all times. Step number 9, conclusion of operation. The fruit is then carried directly to the bakery shop and given to the baker responsible for baking the cake. There must be absolutely no talking, coughing, clearing of the throat, or any movement whatsoever of the lips en route from 1C to the bakery. There must also be no discussion with the baker in any way. In other words, the fruit is just handed to the baker without any words being spoken or signs with the hands exchanged at all. Then the man returns and discards the remains of the can of fruit and also the newspaper underneath the can. This completes the operation. HRH requests that this operation be carried out in every infinitesimal detail and would deeply appreciate it if the man be as careful and diligent as he possibly can be and follow each phase very slowly and thoughtfully, giving his full attention to the importance of the work at hand. Hughes wrote memos dictating the correct procedure to lift a toilet seat, hang a towel, open a door, close a door, enter a room, remove a bug, answer a telephone, take a message, and dozens of other tasks, including a 4-page memo dedicated to the art of speaking without moving one's lips. What makes these memos all the more compelling is not the mere fact that they were written, but rather that they were followed, exactly and without question. In this asylum, the patient dictated correct performance to the caregivers, who never once examined the instructions in light of their absurdity, for to do so would have accomplished only one thing, their immediate firing. Into this obscure world walked Robert Mayhew in the spring of 1959, assuming that he would be carrying out the directives of the astute, if mysterious, businessman who had built an empire second to none in America. In one way, Mayhew was lucky. He insisted that he remain an independent contractor, hired by Hughes through his Robert A. Mayhew Associates. He demanded and received a large home in Bel Air, a maid to keep it clean, 2 Cadillac convertibles, one for him, the other for his wife, Yvette, and a $200,000 retainer. For that money, he was not required to scrub fruit cans or even wash his hands if he did not care to. He merely had to perform miracles, and as Mayhew would later remember, he seemed to expect them with increasing frequency. First among Mayhew's assignments was to attempt to contain an overtly feisty Yvonne Schubert, known as the Party, who was becoming increasingly irate over being held a virtual prisoner in her Hughes rented home. She had called operations and demanded to speak to Hughes, threatening to barge into his bungalow if she did not. In the 4 years that Yvonne had been under Hughes' rule, she had turned from a naive 15-year-old into a beautiful, foul-mouthed woman who was used to getting her way. When Hughes deemed it necessary to call Yvonne, the resulting conversation was overheard on Hughes' amplifying system by Ron Kistler, who later wrote about the tirade as blunt and aggressive. Yvonne: "You tell those fucking assholes in operations that when I call and tell them to do something, I want it done that same fucking minute." Hughes: "Well, honey." Yvonne: "Don't you honey me, you old bastard. I'm sick and tired of being a fucking prisoner in this fucking house, and I'm leaving." The conversation continued that way for several minutes before the Party slammed down the receiver. While peace was eventually brought to bear that evening, it was not to last, culminating with Yvonne paying a 2 a.m. visit to Hughes' bungalow, accompanied by a man with a .38 tucked in his belt. She reached the door just as Kistler was arriving, and the resulting standoff ended in a draw. Yvonne and friend went away unhappy. Hughes thereafter stationed a guard at his door round the clock. Hughes instructed Mayhew to learn the identity of the thug and eliminate the unpleasantness from the picture. Locating the man was not a problem, for he had become Yvonne's live-in lover. Removing him was apt to be more of a problem, since the guy was a tough ex-Marine, long on muscle, short on brains. As it turned out, that feature worked in Mayhew's favor when the man went with Yvonne to a firing range in Long Beach, California, to practice using his .38. While doing some target shooting, the gun misfired. Not the brightest of men, the guy turned the pistol around to look into the barrel, at which point the gun went off with the bullet making a beeline between the man's eyes. Yvonne was hysterical at the sight of her fatally wounded boyfriend lying at her feet. It was certainly one way to put her in her place, and Hughes thrilled at the intrigue of it all, refusing to believe that Mayhew was not responsible. "I knew you were good, Bob, but I didn't know you were that good," Hughes told Mayhew when he called with the news. Hughes showed no concern for the shattered Yvonne, but rather wanted Mayhew's reassurance that the hit, as he called it, could not be traced back to him. Since Mayhew was not involved, it was safe to say it could not, and the accident served to cement Mayhew's place in the Hughes hierarchy at the very top. June 9, 1959. Hughes placed a call to Bill Gay and reported that the Party had been terminated. Subsequently, Gay wrote a memo to all staff at operations that, should Yvonne telephone, she was to be treated as a total stranger. The instruction applies to Lieber, Botzer, Cashman, Vinson, Kay Glenn, Paul Wynn, Lloyd Hurley, Chuck Waldron, Bob Taylor, Walter Kane, Ed Marr. These are various aides, lawyers, and staff who worked for Hughes, plus anyone else who has had any contact with her, either in person or by telephone, or in any way whatsoever. In other words, if she calls operations, we are not to recognize her voice or her name. Not be rude either, but treat her as we do any of the strangers who call here each day." Hughes subsequently arranged to have Yvonne's apartment burglarized on October 3, 1959, to retrieve jewelry he had given her over the course of their relationship. Among the items taken, a 14-karat gold and diamond bracelet, a 14-karat gold necklace with a gold and diamond clasp, an 18-karat gold necklace with 10 diamonds and 20 emeralds, and a Ceylon sapphire gold link bracelet. The total value of the heist was reported to be $31,530, according to FBI file 62-101375-39. Hughes continued his brief periods of lucidity, countered by ever-increasing stretches of obsessive-compulsive behavior that now had extended to cleaning the cord on the telephone before he would use it to answer calls. The cleaning procedure varied in intensity depending on the state of Hughes' mind, culminating in a 2-hour procedure that used 84 Kleenexes and a cup of boiled water. As Hughes spent his hours cleaning bits from the accumulating filth that surrounded him, Charles Thomas began to accept delivery of the first Boeing 707s for use by TWA. Travelers suddenly flocked to the airline as much to try out the new equipment as to reach a destination, and TWA experienced a period of enormous prosperity as a result. To pay for the planes, a financing plan was conceived by the investment banking house of Dillon Reed that called for a consortium of banks and insurance companies to lend TWA $168.8 million. Their one condition, that the management of the airline remain in place. To the amazement of practically everyone, Hughes telephoned his approval of the deal during a March 1960 TWA board meeting, and it appeared that the old man's biggest problem for the past 4 years was finally solved. Certainly Dillon Reed believed it, as did Equitable Life Assurance Society of America and Metropolitan Life Insurance Company, plus the 6 banks helping to fund the loan. All of them succumbed to business logic without factoring into the equation that unknown quantity called Hughes. At the beginning of July, just weeks before the loan was to be transferred, Charles Thomas alerted Hughes that his 2-year agreement to remain at the helm of TWA was nearly concluded. During his tenure at the company, the airline had been transformed. It was making a profit for the first time in 4 years, and the investment community was looking upon the transportation giant with renewed interest. Thomas advised Hughes that he would happily stay on in his current position if Hughes would grant him a stock option in the company in order to offset his taxes. As he had done repeatedly in the past, Hughes balked at sharing even the smallest percentage of his profits with anyone. That history extended to Thomas. As with Noah Dietrich before him, Thomas threatened to quit, and Hughes used his gun-to-my-head logic. 2 days before Hughes' emergency loan was to close, Thomas announced to the world that he had left his position with TWA to join the Irvine Company in Orange County, California. The lenders exercised their change in management clause option and stopped the transfer of funds. Hughes faced this crisis with the aplomb of Sleeping Beauty pricking her finger on a spindle. He fell into a deep trance from which he did not stir for 62 hours. When he next picked up a telephone, it was not to deal with a TWA emergency, but to call operations to alert them that his bungalow was uncomfortably pungent, and blame them for allowing it to deteriorate to a level of near condemnation. He moved himself out of Bungalow 4 and into room 395 of the Beverly Hills Hotel to allow for his former rooms to be cleaned and fumigated. The stench that met the crew from the privately contracted Amels cleaning service was beyond anything the firm had ever encountered in its 28 years of operation. The bathroom alone required 2 men working for 18 hours over 3 days to completely clean and disinfect. The carpeting had to be shampooed a total of 4 times to remove years of grime after 49 cartons of newspapers, magazines, and other flammable material were removed from the bungalow. His new asylum resembled the old in that it had been completely blacked out before Hughes moved in with his white Barcalounger and ottoman and took up official residence. The only move Hughes made to contain his growing financial drama was to place a call to Robert Mayhew and order him to check out other sources of generating cash. It was a last-ditch effort that would generate a 60-page report that condensed Mayhew's findings. What Hughes' alter ego determined and conveyed back to the old man was that all other airlines were, in fact, being offered more favorable terms than TWA. It was apparent that Hughes was being singled out by the East Coast financial institutions. It was payback time for years of abusive treatment on the part of Hughes, and the glee the banks and insurance companies took was increasingly evident as dozens of Hughes-ordered jets sat idle on the tarmacs of Boeing and Convair. With no options remaining, his back again against a very hot wall, Hughes had no choice but to accept the Dillon Reed plan, complete with its requirement that he place his TWA stock in trust immediately, transferring his voting rights to the senior lenders until such a time as his debt was repaid, a period of 10 years. In the ultimate game of benching the boss, Howard Hughes lost control of the airline he loved on December 5, 1960. The capitalist wraith had apparently finally run out of luck. The financial journals were writing him off as insolvent, an opinion shared by Noah Dietrich, who had filed suit to be paid the $1 million Hughes had orally promised him in 1956. Having smoldered against convention for so long that he viewed this latest turn of events with indifference, Hughes' only concern was not his ability to pay his bills, but rather the perception of the public regarding his ability to reinvent himself. That he was still a popular subject of conjecture and opinion could not be denied. There was a certain hush that fell across the land when the news of the TWA loss was announced, a perceptible longing for a phoenix to rise from the ashes. It was a world stage set for triumph or defeat on the most spectacular level, and it was a challenge that the amazing Mr. Hughes was only too ready to accept in a performance that even he could not have predicted. Chapter 15. Hey Bob-a-Rebob. I have been notorious through the years for conducting all my business orally, usually by telephone. I'm sure you have heard of this characteristic. When I started sending you long hand notes, my people protested long and loud. They wanted to retype my messages, at least, and correct mistakes in composition and spelling, etc. I said no, there was not time, and that I would ask you to return the messages so they would not get out of my hands in that condition. Las Vegas, Nevada, December 4th, 1966. Hughes' note to Robert Mayhew explaining his need to keep his handwritten documents secured. Rancho Santa Fe is a suburb of San Diego, California, a bedroom community of large estates and old money, into which Howard Hughes hoped to disappear. There, among the tall eucalyptus trees planted for use as rail ties by the Santa Fe Railroad, was a heavily wooded compound that Hughes acquired in late 1960. Jean Peters was so excited by the prospect of moving into her own home after years of hotel living that she forgave her husband all the false starts and empty promises of the past. On December 24, 1960, in celebration of what Hughes said was his 55th birthday, he got behind the wheel of Jean's limousine and drove for the first time in 4 years. His personal driver, John Holmes, packed the trunk with luggage and then made himself comfortable in the large back seat for the 2-hour ride along the Pacific Coast Highway. His wife, looking poised and proper in the front passenger seat, was fleetingly uneasy as her husband jerked the car into motion and down a side street of Beverly Hills before turning onto Sunset Boulevard. Jean was unaware that she had a cake to thank for the move, a pineapple upside-down cake, to be precise. Hughes often had cake with his dinner, and for years followed the same procedure with his order. Called his waiters a half hour before he wanted to eat, the coded knock on the front door, the entrance of the tray containing his meal, followed by the delivery of his dessert, usually ice cream, sometimes cake. On one particular night several weeks earlier, Hughes felt like a change. He wanted a pineapple upside-down cake with his dinner, and placed his order accordingly. When the meal was delivered, he picked over his steak and peas, allowed his glass of milk to warm, all the while anticipating his first bite of cake, gooey with the thick sweetness of pineapple. When the cake was delivered, sectioned into an ample square occupying a good portion of a dessert plate, Hughes used his sterile fork and cut into the treat with overt glee. He was just beginning to enjoy the taste when he noticed the edge of the bill peeking from underneath the plate. P. Upside-down cake, special order. Hughes, $3.75. Hughes immediately spit out the cake on the pink linen tablecloth and took an extended look at the words on the slip. $3.75 for cake was absurd, Hughes thought, and a $2.25 premium over his normal $1.50 price for a piece of cake. Milliseconds later, an outraged Hughes was on the telephone to the front desk, lodging a complaint. There had to have been a mistake, he stressed. The clerk apologized profusely and offered to track down the source of the problem. Hughes, never one to appreciate excuses, insisted on speaking to Ben L. Silberstein, the hotel's owner. By the time Silberstein was located and a call placed to Hughes, the old man was in such a lather that he had telephoned operations, telephoned Bill Gay, telephoned Robert Mayhew, and telephoned his wife. As Silberstein's daughter, Muriel Slatkin, remembers the incident, her father pronounced the charge not only correct, but reasonable. "I had to race around downtown to get all the ingredients," Silberstein informed his disgruntled guest, but said he was only too happy to absorb the cost. It was not what America's richest man wanted to hear. At that point in time, Hughes had been a resident of the Beverly Hills Hotel for 13 years and had rented between 2 and 8 bungalows and as many as 10 rooms, all charged at a daily rate. He neither asked for nor received a penny discount. His discovery that he had been overcharged $2.25 gnawed at his patience until it ripped. Hughes told Silberstein to come and pick up his cake. He no longer wanted it, nor any of his rooms and bungalows for that matter. Hughes and company were leaving. Silberstein tried cajoling, offering Hughes the entire cake for free. He tried complimenting, telling Hughes how clever he was to notice the increase. All to no use. Hughes, the ultimate game player, would have none of it, and notified his staff to find him a house. Same state, different city. After Hughes' departure, bungalows 4 and 19 at the Beverly Hills Hotel were locked by his aides and became time capsules of sorts. For the next 7 years, Hughes continued to pay for 5 bungalows and 4 rooms, still at a daily rate, kept his Chevrolets parked in the hotel garage, and maintained his private staff at full wages. Hotel guests still pointed to his bungalow, believing America's richest man was still in residence, and the hotel did nothing to discourage the rumors, for indeed, not even Ben Silberstein knew for certain. Meanwhile, in Rancho Santa Fe, Mr. and Mrs. Howard Hughes began what Jean hoped would be their new life of connubial bliss. Although they officially shared a bedroom, Hughes often kept to himself in a smaller room down the hall, furnished with a twin bed, nightstand, the torchère from Muirfield Road, and a bay of 3 telephones and amplifiers to help compensate for Hughes' still deteriorating hearing. Hughes had the windows locked, sealed, and blacked out with drapes, in marked contrast to the master suite. There, Jean had a queen-size bed, a dressing room with vanity, a master bath with walled-in shower, a toilet, and bidet. A fresh air fanatic, she flung wide the windows, allowing the cool night air to stimulate her sleep. The fact that her husband was horrified by the practice did not deter the single-minded woman, who fully expected to convince Hughes of the foolishness of his ways. Jean was not alone in her resolve to win over her husband. She had the help of Nefertiti and Funi, Jean's black cat and Weimaraner dog. Despite his choice to never own a pet, Hughes was, nevertheless, a lover of all animals, and worried about Jean's 2 pets incessantly. Nefer, as the cat was called, had a way of sneaking into Hughes' room and leaping onto the bed as he slept during the day, initially sending the recluse into fits of disinfecting with Kleenex in hand, the most obvious result of which was an entirely new set of written procedures to be added to the growing operations manual. For his part, Funi had developed the custom of greeting Hughes with an energetic tongue bath, an equally appalling experience, but one that he eventually grew to tolerate, if not like. Jean maintained an open-door policy with her animals, allowing them to run freely across the Hughes estate. After Funi developed a particular fondness for Jean's compost pile in the backyard, Hughes instructed his staff to construct a run for the dog surrounded by chain-link fencing. Nefer was not about to be so easily contained, and paid the price when she found herself with child, as Jean politely said. The mother cat commandeered a corner of the garage for her maternity, and gave birth to 3 healthy kittens of mixed and unknown origin several weeks later. While Jean busied herself in her newly planted flower garden, her husband continued to deal with the aftermath of the TWA decision, as well as the results of the recent presidential election that found a Kennedy in the White House. While history had laid the close election to Richard Nixon's performance in the first televised presidential debates, Hughes played a major part in his defeat as well. Shortly before the November 1960 election, Washington columnist Drew Pearson revealed the details of the loan Hughes had made to Nixon's brother Donald, as well as the apparent favors that Hughes' various businesses received as a result. Nixon's major blunder occurred when he denied the loans were Hughes-funded. Caught in a lie thanks to Pearson's dogged reporting, Nixon's bid for the Oval Office suffered critical damage, and his defeat caught Hughes lagging in the game of political palm-greasing. Since Hughes had been certain that his candidate, Nixon, would be rendered victorious, he had failed to ingratiate himself with the Kennedy campaign. Part of his reluctance was a deep-seated dislike for the Kennedy family that dated back to the days when paterfamilias Joseph Kennedy romanced Billy Dove, among other actresses. The fact that Dove was living with Hughes at the time was the genesis of the problem. It did not matter that Hughes ultimately got the girl. The slight stoked in the mind of the romantic ruminant for 30 years as his fury grew. It was therefore with the kind of two-faced sincerity that only a true entrepreneur could deliver that Hughes decided to make a splash at the Kennedy inaugural, buying 4 $10,000 box seats at the swearing-in ceremony and paying for the tickets by supplying a TWA jet to provide round-trip transportation for the entertainers and VIPs. Bob Mayhew, finding great relish in his role as Hughes' new alter ego, coordinated the trip and joined a plane-load of celebrities reduced to tears at the humorous antics of a very on Milton Berle, who knew a captive audience when he saw one. Ditto the entire 30 pieces of the Nelson Riddle Orchestra that performed in flight. While Hughes stayed locked inside an airless room in Rancho Santa Fe, listening to a cat attempting to invade his sanctum sanctorum, Mayhew hosted a pre-gala dinner at Washington swank La Salle de Bois, and then traveled directly on to Miami to handle an assignment that was not on the Hughes docket. His Robert A. Mayhew associates still had many other clients at the time, among them the United Steelworkers, Westinghouse, and the Central Intelligence Agency. It was the CIA that caused Mayhew's appearance in Miami, to act as an internuncio between the CIA, called the Company, and the Mafia, called Sam Giancana. In a 5-room suite at the Fontainebleau Hotel, Mayhew and Giancana laid the groundwork to carry out a plan conceived by the Company to assassinate Fidel Castro. The operation ultimately became known as the Bay of Pigs and found its own place in history. With Mayhew otherwise preoccupied, Hughes found himself without a frontman and a need to vent new frustration over TWA. The fresh batch of trustees now running the airline had sent Hughes notification that they would not need the Convair 880s he had ordered to be manufactured and had planned on leasing to TWA. Instead, the trustees had initiated their own negotiations with Boeing for an outright purchase of 707s. Unable to digest his swallowed pride, Hughes had his attorney send a letter to the Securities and Exchange Commission declaring that the airline's new trustees were disregarding the best interests of TWA stockholders. The veiled threat was made all the more laughable by a $115 million antitrust suit TWA filed in its wake, charging Hughes with forcing the airline to lease all its jets from Hughes Tool, thus requiring TWA to effectively boycott all other potential suppliers in restraint of trade. Upon hearing of the suit, steam rose off the old man like a bad smell. Hughes' initial thought was to settle the suit out of court, and with that intent he sought advice from Floyd Odlum, the millionaire financier from Hughes' RKO days, and in whose Atlas Corporation Hughes owned 11% of the stock. Hughes received the stock as part of his sale of RKO. Odlum in return recommended Chester A. Davis, a heavy-drinking, streetwise senior partner with the Wall Street law firm of Simpson, Thatcher, and Bartlett. Davis was the legal equivalent of a pit bull, ready to tear at the throat and advised against any thought of settlement, lest it imply some guilt on Hughes' part. While an extended fight frightened Hughes to the point that he thought it might consume the biggest part of the remainder of my productive life, his reputation was never that of a quitter. When common sense is at the mercy of pride, there's usually no contest. In this case, Hughes' ego refused to permit TWA to dictate policy to him. On August 6, 1961, he relayed instructions to Chester Davis to formally fight the antitrust, and in so doing, began the longest-running and most-studied antitrust case in legal history. As the legal volleying began to gain momentum, Hughes unloaded the Convair 880 jets that TWA rejected by selling them to Northeast Airlines, a struggling regional carrier controlled by Floyd Odlum's Atlas Corporation. Hughes also entered into negotiations with Odlum in an effort to buy his Northeast stock, a move that brought him into direct conflict once again with the Civil Aeronautics Board, which, after seeing what Hughes had managed to do to TWA, was not eager to give him control of yet another U.S. carrier. Throughout the intense activity that surrounded the posturing and allegations connected with both battles, Jean Peters was playing the most demanding role of her career, suburban housewife. Needing the extra room offered by the master suite, Hughes had taken to living full-time on his side of their bed. Jean attempted to ignore the aides who kneeled next to the mattress taking dictation as she tried to sleep, and the constant ringing of phones delivering the most urgent of messages from operations, which continued to act as intermediary even with Hughes' attorneys. Unknown to Hughes, Bill Gay had moved his own offices out of the Romaine Street building and into a rented space at 17,000 Ventura Boulevard in Encino, California, not far from his home. He had brought with him a band of loyal Mormon followers, originally hired as drivers, and now serving in various administrative positions within the company. It was the first indication that Gay was operating under his own agenda, and a silent prophecy of things to come. With Hughes concentrating on his legal woes with TWA, and Hughes' tool vice president and chief financial officer Raymond M. Holliday attempting to keep the tools division from sinking under the weight, Hughes Aircraft Corporation was flourishing. Since Hughes Medical Institute took over legal responsibility for the aircraft division, the old man remained unusually detached from its business. As a result, its president, Lawrence A. Pat Hyland, was given the kind of autonomy that all other executives within the Hughes empire could only envy. As no small result of the company's ability to control its own destiny, its profits were extraordinary. Contracts with the military totaled $349 million at the start of the decade, with Hughes Aircraft awarded new deals to build the first submarine-launched Polaris missiles, as well as to design and build the first stationary communications satellite to be launched from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA. Ironically, Hughes heard about both contracts, worth over $30 million, on television. Until his move to Rancho Santa Fe, Hughes thought television screens emitted harmful radiation and refused to allow a set in any room. Jean Peters, who was addicted to the daytime soap operas, insisted on having a TV in their bedroom. Once exposed to the small screen, Hughes kept it on round the clock, even if the volume was muted, and joined his wife in watching The Guiding Light, set in the mythical town of Springfield. It was during an episode of The Guiding Light that a local sheriff came to the Rancho Santa Fe property, attempting to serve a subpoena, ironically not on Hughes, but on the owner of the property who was being sued by a former employee. The aide on duty, Alan Stroud, happened to mention the incident later in the day to Hughes' wife in the course of conversation. It was a move he would come to regret. Upon hearing the news, Jean turned various shades of red, and was approaching plum by the time she burst into the master suite, ordered aide Roy Crawford out of the room, and confronted her husband. He had told her that he owned the house, to now find that she was living in a house that was just another rented property in a long string of rented properties, infuriated Jean, who felt manipulated and deceived. Jean was not by nature a fighter, and her rage startled Hughes, who hated confrontations of any kind. Any other time he might have tried to make up an excuse. Now he just asked, "Would you rather be in a hotel?" and without waiting for an answer went back to work. In September 1961, two events of import dramatically affected Hughes' world. First, the plumbing in the house in Rancho Santa Fe stopped up and required that the subflooring be removed to repair the problem. Then, Robert Mayhew agreed to give up his other clients, move permanently to California, and become Hughes' full-time frontman. The effect of the former was yet another move to yet another rented house, this one high on a hill in Bel Air. As for Mayhew, his arrival as a permanent fixture on the scene gave Hughes a sense of surety he had not felt since he circled the globe in his Lockheed. He liked Mayhew's confidence that all jobs could be accomplished, and he did not balk at his demand for $500,000 in annual compensation for his efforts, in addition to the requisite Cadillac convertibles. Hughes' house at 1001 Bel Air Road was of French Regency design, oversized, beautifully landscaped, with an enormous iron fence that secured the property and tall hedges that obscured it from view. It was into that palace that Hughes relocated into a room prepared for his arrival. In the window was an air conditioner with removable filter to scour the air for any trace of impurity. The now customary blackout drapes to prevent even a slip of light from gaining entrance, a double bed, an end table, 19-inch color television, Hughes' white leather Barco lounger and ottoman, plus 2 occasional chairs for the aide's use. He was driven onto the property on Thanksgiving Day 1961, hidden on the floor in the back of an old Chevrolet, and covered with a blanket. He went directly to his room and never left for the next 5 years. Moving into new surroundings took a jarring toll on the old man. He became disoriented with the smallest movement. Rolling in bed caused him to lose track of his thoughts, and when that happened, as it often did, he would call out as if in pain, a child lost in a black woods of damask draperies and artificial air. Jean was now ensconced in her own room at the opposite end of the Brobdingnagian dwelling, unable to hear his pleas for help, if that's what they were. He did not really know. Finally, unable to settle himself after several weeks, Hughes insisted that an aide remain with him at all times. More Mormons were called in from Romaine, and a schedule arranged so that at least one aide was seated at a small desk within earshot of a bell that Hughes could ring if he needed help. Nearly a year to the day that Hughes lost control of TWA, the CAB approved Hughes' purchase of the Atlas Corporation's stake in Northeast Airlines, giving the one-time aviator a new toy for his playbox, but no less enthusiasm to retrieve his own crown jewel. To that end, on February 13, 1962, Hughes Tool filed a $366 million countersuit against Trans World Airlines, demanding that the court dismantle the voting trust which ripped control of the company from its 78% owner. Further clouding already murky waters, Hughes' suit alleged that the voting trust was itself in violation of the antitrust laws by conspiring to perpetuate its control over TWA. The docents of antitrust law were quick to point out that legal precedent did not exist in either case, therefore leaving the courts to adjudicate, but not before platoons of lawyers would spend millions of dollars erecting the legal breastworks and gabions in which to defend their cases. It was an unusual twist of irony, since Hughes owned over 3/4 of TWA. He was essentially paying for the attorneys who were suing him, as far as the attorneys suing his airline. It was little wonder that Hughes was in constant pain. Dr. Norman Crane was one of the few people actually welcomed inside the guarded sanctuary of 1001 Bel Air Road. The former partner of Dr. Vern Mason, Crane was placed on staff as Hughes' on-call physician, Mason having now moved on to head the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. He was paid an annual retainer to ensure his availability and became responsible for supplying Hughes with the prescriptions for his Emperin compound. It was late in 1961 when Crane made the decision to end Hughes' dependency on Emperin, largely due to his concern that the drug might trigger nephritis of the kidneys. Nephritis is a chronic disease of the kidneys causing degeneration and loss of function. To help control the pain Hughes continued to experience in his head and back, Crane substituted 1-grain codeine tablets that were dissolved in water, placed in a syringe, and injected. Hughes watched eagerly as Crane demonstrated the procedure, with an enthusiasm normally reserved for a dog observing the ritual of a can of food being placed in an opener, tail wagging in anticipation of the treat to come. The drug dulled the pain, but never truly removed it completely. It smoothed the edges of a life sharp with contrasts. Given Hughes' compulsive personality, it seemed likely that he would abuse the drug, and he did, though not on a level to cause extreme concern on the part of Crane, who was quite content to write prescriptions in the name of Hughes' various aides in order not to attract attention to the old man. John Holmes, Roy Crawford, and George Francom were less comfortable with an arrangement that was blatantly against the law. Still, they carried out Hughes' instructions and dutifully filled the prescriptions at one of several pharmacies, feigning innocence or at least ignorance. They pretended not to notice the track marks left at the multiple injection sites, or Hughes' impromptu singing, "Hey, Baba Rebop, hey, Baba Rebop," as he plunged the needle into his forearm. the Lionel Hampton hit from the 40s preceding the rush of stuporous relief. They actually came to look forward to the refrain, for in its wake their boss became more docile, less vitriolic with his demands. They'd liked Crane's prescription of Valium even better. The drug helped Hughes to fall asleep, something he found increasingly impossible to do on his own. As the tangled legal battle for TWA progressed, the airline's trustees made a concerted effort to force Hughes to appear in court to answer their charges in person. TWA's attorney, John Sonnet of the Wall Street law firm of Cahill, Gordon, Reindel, and Ohl, gave a young lawyer named Frederick P. Firth the unenviable job of serving Hughes with a subpoena. Firth, in turn, hired Private Eye Alfred E. Leckie, who put a team of 10 men on the assignment. In what was the ultimate game of hide-and-seek, the private detectives began chasing a shadow that had previously managed to elude the press for over 10 years. Mayhew added his own devilishness to the scenario by hiring Brooks Randall, an actor and Hughes look-alike, to make appearances all over the world as the ever-elusive multimillionaire. San Diego one day, Mexico the next, with the detectives and process servers always one beat behind. All the while, the real Howard Hughes was lying naked under a white sheet in a rented house in Bel Air, singing "Hey Baba Rebop" whenever the mood struck. Newsweek magazine joined the party with its cover story of May 21, 1962, The Hunt for Howard Hughes. The news journal said that the search for the man they labeled the most compelling multimillionaire U.S. business has ever produced had been spurred on by rumors reliably reporting him observed in a New York elevator, a Los Angeles drugstore, and a Mexican cabana, and obscured by the camouflage that covers all of Hughes' doings. Amazingly, the article included a photo of his 1001 Bel Air road home, accurately listed the rent as $50,000 a year. The number of bathrooms is 8, the length of the pool is 50 feet. Without guessing, he was actually in hiding there. The romantic intrigue of Hughes being such as it was far easier to picture the handsome aviator surrounded by a bevy of starlets, sipping tropical drinks on the British-held island of Key Sal in the Caribbean. Mayhew found joy in relating the various escapades that seemed to twist daily in the wind, with Hughes finding equal enchantment with each retelling. Hughes' alter ego made certain that he was as visible as Hughes was elusive, purely for business reasons, Mayhew later said. Mayhew and Yvette merged into the Los Angeles social scene with the ease of a racer at the Daytona 500. They joined the California Yacht Club, the Jonathan Club, the Navy League, the Silver Dollar Club, and the Balboa Bay Club in Newport Beach, where they maintained a penthouse suite for entertaining and moored their 34-foot motor cruiser, the Alouette, nearby for the occasional sail. The Alouette slept 6. It would be replaced several years later by the Alouette II, a sports fisherman that was twice as big. While Hughes was existing on one steak dinner every 3 days, Mayhew and company were entertaining the A-list of society, strapping on the feed bag with congressmen, senators, and the grand poobah of show business. It was work, Mayhew said in 1990. Hard work, but necessary to establish needed contacts. It was Mayhew's contacts that managed to save the Hercules, still housed in its hangar in Long Beach, and at the mercy of government cutbacks. "Bob, at 5 p.m. Washington time, my whole deal with the government is going down the drain. Washington is going to pick up the flying boat in Long Beach and have it destroyed. I've had people working on stalling them for 2 years, but now they won't give me any more extensions." A typical Hughes drop-everything emergency. In this case, Mayhew's connections within the General Service Administration allowed Hughes to pay rent for the wooden plane, which by this time had been given its famous nickname, the Spruce Goose. The rent amounted to an insignificant $800 per month. Mayhew had made the deal in time for the deadline by the close of business. Still devoted to the plane he would never see again, Hughes continued to spend $1 million a year to keep it flight-ready. The arrangement continued until 1979, when the plane was sold to the Aero Club of Southern California, which in turn leased it to the Rather Corporation that turned the plane into a tourist attraction in Long Beach, California. In 1988, the Rather Corporation was sold to the Walt Disney Company for $152 million. 4 years later, Disney sold the Hercules to Del Smith, founder of the Evergreen International Aviation Museum, which dismantled the plane and barged it up from Long Beach to its new home in McMinnville, Oregon, just south of Portland, where it has been put on permanent display. Hughes existed in a routine that alternated between brief sessions of frenzied activity and long periods of total silence. It was a surreal world, lit by the changing patterns of a television set, and sustained through the tolerance of aides who accepted demands that were increasingly outrageous. They were not to talk with Hughes or look at him for any reason, unless specifically instructed to do so. No calls were to be put through to the bedroom, not even those from his wife, whose visitation rights had been cut from daily sessions to bi-weekly snippets. Their intimacy had developed into a touching form of compassion, in which Jean served as Hughes' eyes on the living. She talked about the blooming bougainvillea, the nest of cardinals in the sycamore, her efforts at painting. The thread of courtship now long cut, her ability to reach out and physically touch her husband now totally restricted, Jean contented herself with attempting to ease what she saw as fear in her husband's eyes, that were as cold as holes cut in an ice lake for fishing, and just as dark. She never realized that Hughes had come to dread the visits, for in those brief minutes he had to command his mind to function, when it wanted to drift to a place where memories smeared and pain diminished. It was a friendship sustained by their history and tapped every bit of his energy to brook, its tropism guided by respect. She knew nothing of his injections accompanied by the haunting song, nor the comfort he found in knowing his syringes were hidden inside the Kleenex box on his nightstand. If Hughes was caught up in an asylum of his own making, Jean was trapped by the same cage, constantly guarded, never truly free to express herself to anyone. Still, she pretended she lived in a normal world. After all, she was an actress. In federal court, Chester Davis was running sprints, attempting to keep Hughes from having to give a deposition in his own defense. He maneuvered through a maze of court orders and affidavits, evading the inevitable with delays and postponements. Finally, however, on October 29, 1962, Judge Charles M. Metzner, in whose New York courtroom the case was being adjudicated, declared that Hughes was to appear in person in the United States Courthouse in Los Angeles at 10 a.m. on February 11, 1963, or face a default judgment in the case. On that date, the courtroom had been equipped with special amplifying devices to allow Hughes to hear the proceedings, similar to the accommodation supplied for his appearance during the Senate hearings. News crews had been dispatched to Hughes' rented house in Rancho Santa Fe, Bel Air, Beverly Hills, Palm Springs, and Las Vegas. Anticipation ran high that the potential of losing $115 million, plus court costs, might prompt Hughes into an appearance. Outside the courtroom, 28 television, radio, and newspaper reporters were waiting on the street, all to no avail. Through a last-minute maneuver by Davis, one in which he suddenly rested his case, the pre-trial deposition hearing was brought to a sudden halt. Davis theorized that an end to the hearing effectively eliminated Hughes' need to appear. When the newsmen were asked why they continued to wait outside the courtroom, one cameraman echoed the feelings of the crowd of spectators gathered at the scene. With Hughes, you never know. At 10 a.m. on February 11th, as much of the nation turned to rubbernecking rather than miss even a remote possibility of spotting the eccentric who had not been seen in public for over a decade, Hughes was lying naked on his bed, watching a TV rerun of Randolph Scott in Shootout at Medicine Bend. The attraction wasn't so much Scott or the shootout, as it was the acting debut of Angie Dickinson and her ample breasts. It would prove to be an expensive diversion. Hughes' no-show opened the way for TWA to ask for a default judgment in their case, as well as a dismissal with prejudice of Hughes' $385 million countersuit. Judge Metzner called Hughes' failure to appear a willful and deliberate default. Metzner seemed prepared to award TWA extensive damages when Hughes proved he was not out of wind or out of the fight. His lawyers asked for the CAB's blessing to allow Hughes to prematurely pay back the loan that brought the voting trust to life in the first place. It was the ultimate twist in a plot that already had more of them than a knotted shoelace. Since the new management had taken over control of TWA, the value of Hughes' stock had more than skyrocketed, as the airline went from a loss of $39 million in 1961 to record profits of $37 million in 1964. That gain, coupled with a similar gain in the value of Hughes Tool and Hughes Aircraft, had catapulted the eccentric recluse into true billionaire status for the first time in his life. With the recent award of yet another Air Force contract worth $61 million to Hughes Aircraft to supply electronic equipment to upgrade 3 models of supersonic jet fighter interceptors, the company had increased in value to $300 million. Hughes Tool maintained its value at $500 million. The increased value of Hughes TWA stock tallied $365 million. His real estate in Culver City, including the land he had purchased during the production of Hell's Angels, was worth $150 million, while land purchased in Tucson for a Hughes aircraft plant added another $100 million. And his holdings in Northeast Airlines and Atlas Corporation were worth $17 million. Gathered together in one big pot, Hughes was conservatively worth $1,432 million. And that did not include his 3 white shirts, 1 pair of khaki slacks, 4 pairs of brown string cotton boxers, 2 pairs of socks, and a pair of brown Oxford shoes, the sum total of his personal possessions. Ultimately, the CAB denied Hughes permission to pay off TWA's debt in advance of its maturity, thus withholding his chance to regain control of the airline. A logical decision given the current management's success with the company. The news festered like a lanced boil as Hughes pondered his next move. He berated Davis for his courtroom failure, unable to believe that he himself was ultimately at root for his failure to appear to be deposed. He alternately screamed at his aides with increasingly uncontrollable fits of temper, and then would slump into depressed periods of total silence, a do not disturb scrim hovering around his bed. When his irritability reached his wife, she refused to speak to him at all, cloistering herself in her own wing of their home. It was there she pondered her fate. Alone, detached, living a lie, Jean searched her soul to give some meaning to the charade, and found none. Unwilling to wait for Judge Metzner to deliver what was projected to be a default judgment, to total well over $100 million, Hughes ordered a preemptive strike on his own airline, and instructed his Houston attorney, Raymond Cook, to dispose of his stock in TWA in May 1966. He placed his entire block on public sale through the Wall Street office of Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith, and within half an hour, every one of the 6.6 million shares was sold for a record total of $566 million. It was the second biggest underwriting in the nation's history, the first being the 1956 sale of Ford Motor Company shares for $657.6 million, and the largest check ever issued to an individual. At the time of the sale, Hughes' stock had risen 950%, thanks in large part to his being forced to suspend his involvement with the company. The sudden sale raised speculation that Hughes was terminally ill, with reporters noting that he had failed to renew his pilot's license in years. Howard Hughes renewed his pilot's license for the final time on February 11th, 1955, in Miami, Florida. Still others described the move as an astute business decision, since the sale had generated hundreds of million dollars in profits, and with it millions in capital gains taxes. Hughes hated paying taxes and considered the tax law a legal excuse for government rape, according to a memo he sent to Robert Mayhew. The thought of now having to pay a large percentage of his profit on the sale of TWA to the government annoyed him to the point that he was willing to pay any amount necessary to escape it, and told his Washington, D.C. tax firm, Hogan and Hartson, to find a solution. Their initial advice was for him to leave California immediately, for to accept the TWA check while in the Golden State would result in state as well as federal taxes on the income. The California tax code managed to do what federal courts, private detectives, and process servers could not: roused Hughes from his bed. A. George Francom was standing in Hughes' darkened room when he heard the news from the old man. He was moving to Tucson, he said. Francom was told to call Mayhew, who was to make the arrangements. That Francom did, but not before spreading the news to Operations, who shared it with Hughes' other aides. The thought of leaving California and their families for an open-ended amount of time in Arizona was upsetting, and each contemplated ways of changing Hughes' mind. Mayhew's assignment proved no less taxing, as he sought out and rented a variety of homes not far from Hughes' operations in Arizona. Security was placed around the homes, all billed to Robert A. Mayhew Associates, and paid for by Hughes. Within the confines of Hughes' blacked-out asylum, however, indecision replaced resolve. As usual, Hughes began to vacillate, uncertain that he was making a wise choice. When Mayhew received Hughes' telephone call that he had decided to move to Montreal, his alter ego was not surprised. "I know he had visited the city some years before and liked it, so I checked out the availability of the Ritz-Carlton." Mayhew also backed up the move by making reservations at the Emerald Beach Hotel in the Bahamas, attempting to second-guess his boss. "My hunch was so strong that I even rented a barge in Miami. That way, if Howard wanted to travel by train to Florida, I could have his Pullman cars barged across the Atlantic." As things turned out, Mayhew would have done as well by throwing darts blindly at a map. "Boston, Bob. I want to move to Boston," Hughes said, after finally making up his mind. And he wanted to travel by train. Mayhew found that decision extraordinary, given his love of flying, and suddenly began to wonder if the pundits who had prophesied his illness were correct. Boston was the home of Dr. George Thorne, the physician-in-chief of Peter Bent Brigham Hospital in Boston, as well as the director of medical research at Howard Hughes Medical Institute. The logistics of moving Hughes by train were enormous. He needed 2 private railroad cars, which had to be secured, and then arranged to be inconspicuously hooked onto a scheduled train. Hughes' Pullman car had to be blacked out and secured, just as his room in Bel Air had been. There was also the question of housing. An entire floor of the Ritz-Carlton in Boston had to be reserved, private phone lines installed, elevators rekeyed to forbid public access, and knobs removed from emergency stairwells, all without alerting the hotel that Howard Hughes would be a guest. It was an incredibly complex undertaking, and one that Mayhew eventually accomplished over a period of 5 weeks. July 7th, 1966. Mayhew alerted Hughes that all the elements for the move were in place, each detail having been checked and double-checked. Mayhew wanted no hint of a problem. He had cleared the route with the presidents of the Santa Fe, Union Pacific, and Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy railroads. The limousine was gassed, and John Holmes was positioned to drive Hughes to the train station in Pasadena to avoid the prying eyes of the passengers at Los Angeles Union Station. Mayhew's son was in place in Pasadena to coordinate the loading of Hughes' Pullman cars, which were being moved closer to the departing train. And then came the call. Hughes had changed his mind. Not about moving, just about moving then. For the next 10 days, Hughes confirmed his plans to make the trip, and then canceled at the last possible moment. The railroad lines kept blaming Mayhew for the delays, and threatened to cancel all the arrangements if he did not utilize the private Pullmans. On July 17, 1966, all was readied one last time, when Hughes attempted to stall plans again. It was the closest that Robert Mayhew had ever come to having a nervous breakdown. He screamed. He threatened. Then finally he broke down and cried like a baby, blabbering incoherently about the train switches and signal guards. It was the crying that finally did it. Hughes agreed to get out of bed. He even decided to put on his one pair of pants, a clean white shirt, and, as a last-minute thought, placed his lucky fedora upon his head. When Hughes walked down the stairs of his home at 1001 Bel Air Road and out the front door, he did not look back. He did not tell his wife he was leaving, nor where he was going. In fact, at that point, he had had no conversation with her for over 2 weeks. Jean had seen the preparations around the house, however. She had known he was contemplating leaving California for tax reasons and was planning a move somewhere. She had actually packed her own bags in anticipation of the day she would be told that they were leaving the house as husband and wife, together. It was not to happen. She looked down from a window and saw the limousine. She saw her husband exit the house and move across the driveway to the open car door. He had an ancient quality about him, his body invisible under a blanket he had wrapped around his shoulders, the folds obscuring his form, skeletal, and the draped layers of wool. She watched him sitting in the back seat, slumped like a furled umbrella. She heard the crunch of the limousine's wheels on the driveway, the whir of the motor of the front gate. She sucked in a breath and held it, waiting for her husband to at least turn and wave goodbye. She watched as the car passed through the gate turned right, and moved slowly down the road, its headlights disappearing into the night. She continued to watch for several more minutes, as if in disbelief. Only then did she turn. Only then did she know. Jean Peters was no longer a part of Hughes' life, and she found herself wondering if she ever was. Because of Hughes' delay in leaving the house, the train schedule was now seriously behind. An airline machinist strike had filled the passenger cars to capacity, and disgruntled customers were uncomfortable in the heat of the compartments. Crossing guards had been dropped, and cars began to back up at intersections along the line, as Hughes' train blocked traffic for miles in both directions. The chaos only heightened the urgency to get Hughes on board and into his private Pullman. When the transfer finally took place and the train eventually departed, the delay had created so much attention that newspapers carried stories about the event. "Mystery train headed east," the headlines proclaimed. Midway along the route, Hughes demanded to be served with special food that had not been loaded onto the train. Mayhew's security chief, an ex-cop named Jack Hooper, telephoned from a stop, frantic because Hughes was threatening to leave the train if he was not fed. Hughes wanted 10 prime steak fillets, at least 1 inch thick, 6 cans of baby peas, 6 cans of French-cut string beans, a half-dozen semi-ripe bananas with no black spots, 6 cans of mixed fruit, a vanilla cake with no frosting, and an assortment of freshly baked pastries, heavy on Napoleons. A frenzied Mayhew called upon an old FBI buddy, who then lived outside of Cleveland, the train's next stop, and begged a favor. The fact that Cleveland was in the throes of a race riot at the time did not help matters, but fortunately his friend took up the challenge with humor, albeit laced with skepticism regarding Mayhew's mental health. The man ultimately accomplished his task and got paid double for his effort, without ever knowing he was shopping for the eccentric billionaire. When Hughes was carried off the train and into a waiting limousine, he had taken a Valium and had fallen asleep. He continued to snore as he was brought into the service elevator, moved down the 5th-floor hallway of the Ritz-Carlton, and did not wake up until the next day to find himself once more in the darkness of yet another anonymous room. His first comment was not of thanks or appreciation. He demanded to know the location of the toilet, and then proceeded to urinate on the floor. The headlines blared, "Train mystery solved. Howard Hughes aboard," as reporters descended on the hotel and attempted to gain entry on the 5th floor, turning the normally staid Ritz-Carlton into a media circus. 24-hour security hired by Mayhew and composed of off-duty policemen kept even the hotel's manager, T. Roger Kane, from leaving the elevator on Hughes' floor. The blockade remained in place for the next 4 months and was only broken a single time, when Jean Peters walked into the hotel and asked to be taken to her husband. Jean had learned of Hughes' location like everyone else, through the media. She had watched a report on television about the mystery train, and found the reports of Hughes' arrival in Boston as perplexing as the rest of America. Hughes eventually called her in Bel Air, and she insisted on coming to Boston for a talk. She was not about to listen to any excuse why she should not come, although Hughes attempted to talk her out of the trip. When Jean finally arrived at the hotel, her husband would not allow her to enter his suite. He was worried about germs, he said, and asked her to speak to him by standing in the doorway. Jean made no effort to complain, for truthfully, it no longer mattered. She had made her decision. She was leaving her husband, and told him that day that she had given it a great deal of thought. Hughes' response was one she had heard before. Promises of a home away from public view, a place off limits to even his aides. He begged her to reconsider, to give him another chance to prove his love. Jean did not answer him that day, but she knew that she had made up her mind. Now it was her turn to leave without saying goodbye. There was no objection from her husband as she walked down the hall. The only sound she heard coming from the room was the faint chorus of a song. It echoed through the empty hall, even after she watched the elevator doors close off that chapter of her life. Hey, Baba-ree-bop, hey, Baba-ree-bop. And then there was silence. Chapter 16. The King of Las Vegas. If the gigantic nuclear explosion is detonated, then in the fraction of a second following the pressing of that fateful button, thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands of cubic yards of good, potentially fertile Nevada soil, and underlying water and minerals and other substances are forever poisoned beyond the most ghastly nightmare. A gigantic abyss too horrible to imagine, filled with poisonous gases and debris, will have been created just beneath the surface in terrain that may one day be the site of a city like Las Vegas. I say Nevada is no longer so desperate for mere existence that it has to accept and swallow with a smile poisonous, contaminated, radioactive waste material more horrible than human excrement. Las Vegas, Nevada, April 14, 1968. Hughes' memo to Robert Mayhew projecting the effect of a proposed nuclear test that the government had certified as being totally safe and without human damage. The marriage of convenience that defined the union of Howard Hughes and Jean Peters was never particularly easy. With Hughes' refusal to touch his wife, or even to allow her to visit him across an empty room, it became increasingly combative. It was a development that Hughes neither anticipated nor acknowledged, yet the impact would be far-reaching and undeniable. From that point forward, every person in Howard Hughes' life would be paid to be there. He had no friends, no confidants, no lovers, no companions. His entire life, his reason for being, had been reduced to his incredible wealth and his reputation, and preserving both became his primary preoccupation. Hughes had become a modern-day Dorian Gray. Rather than a picture in an attic, there was a real man growing old and decaying in a darkened room where no one could see, while his public image stayed young and virile, the envy of millions who looked upon the billionaire as having everything that they did not. The irony of his situation was not lost on Hughes, who lamented to his aides that if they were able to spend one day in his place, or even a single hour, they would opt for what they already had. After his wife's hasty departure, Hughes soured on Boston and grew tired of the efforts of the media to invade his privacy. Almost immediately, he announced his decision to leave the city. He went through a checklist of alternative destinations, like a pilot preparing for takeoff. Montreal, check. Nassau, check. Lake Tahoe, check. And with each possibility, Robert Mayhew arranged for an entire floor of a hotel, phone installations, security provisions, and food availability. Each time Hughes changed his mind, arrangements were canceled. People were dispatched and days were wasted. So it came as little surprise to Mayhew when on November 8, 1966, Hughes altered his plans yet again. "Las Vegas, Bob. Make it Las Vegas." Hughes wanted to stay at the Dunes Hotel, where Cary Grant was the goodwill ambassador. Naturally, he wanted the entire top floor and total control over access. While the Dunes initially had the space, although not on the top floor, which actually housed a restaurant, the hotel was unable to guarantee the continued availability of all the rooms between Thanksgiving and Christmas, forcing Mayhew to search for a backup location. Mayhew eventually settled on the Desert Inn by default. 9 stories high, the hotel had a securable top floor, and more importantly, the hotel was available. Hughes decided to travel once again on Thanksgiving Day, a time when families would be preoccupied with traditional celebrations, and hopefully so would the press. Hughes neither thought nor cared that his aides would be denied the chance to observe the holiday with their families, or considered that the day before Thanksgiving was invariably the busiest travel day of the entire year, thus making arrangements for special Pullman cars more difficult. Compounding matters for Mayhew was the near certainty that Hughes would either refuse to leave his bed or change his mind about the destination at the last minute. As Thanksgiving approached, Mayhew uneasily set the final pieces in place, essentially replaying the train trip to Boston, though now in reverse, still certain that his time was being wasted. Ordinarily, Mayhew would have been right, but this was not an ordinary time. After months of spending days alone in serious introspection, Hughes had come to the realization that his efforts in California had been futile. His impact had been tempered, despite his successes in aviation and his notoriety in films. The problem, as Hughes saw it, was that California had too many stars, not just movie stars, but stars of industry and technology, education and athletics. So many stars, in fact, that not one of them stood out above the others, he included. In contrast, Nevada had no stars. Nevada had a lot of sand, some cheap hotels, loud casinos awash with gamblers and transient celebrities, and most importantly, had no income tax. It was run by one of the smallest governments in the country, had fewer residents at the time than the city of Passaic, New Jersey, and was larger in size than the states of Pennsylvania, Delaware, New York, New Jersey, and Rhode Island combined. In short, while his aides were busy enjoying the fruits of Beantown, Hughes had uncovered the one state ripe for invasion and takeover. Hughes not only kept his appointment to board the Spirit of Los Angeles to take him to Chicago and on to Las Vegas. He was early. He could barely contain his glee. For years he had passed through the honky-tonk cabaret of a city, used it for its thrills, availed himself of its liberal laws where marriage and divorce were concerned, and then moved on. He chided himself for having been so blind, if only to congratulate himself on his new vision. Nevada was more than an untapped resource. It was a kingdom in need of a monarch. Mayhew handled the transfer from the Ritz-Carlton to the train with ease, using a decoy limousine and a look-alike, while spiriting the real Hughes down the service elevator and out the back door. The train trip was flawless, each detail precise. Not even an unexpected delay derailed Mayhew's success. When he heard that the train had developed brake trouble and was stranded in Ogden, Utah, Mayhew ordered up a new engine and caboose and brought Hughes into the gambling mecca under his own steam, on schedule, and under the cover of darkness. He never got authorization to spend the extra $18,000 on the auxiliary engine. He did not think it necessary, for by then Mayhew was too flushed with the smell of glory, his own. Hughes was transferred by stretcher from the Pullman car to a waiting van, and as a stream of 5 decoy limousines pulled up to the front of the Desert Inn, the billionaire was loaded like baggage through the service entrance and up to the top floor that had been transformed into a secure Lebensraum, which could only be reached by using a key to access the elevator control. Those who managed to gain entry to the 9th floor found themselves in front of a security guard, seated at a desk. To the left stretched a long hallway leading to the floor's various suites, only one of which was occupied. Penthouse 1 was a 3-room suite with its own locked front door that featured a grill through which people hoping to gain entrance were viewed. The aides who formed a human bunker between the world and the old man were positioned in the center of the suite in the living room. On the far side of this room was Hughes' sanctuary, the smallest room on the floor, measuring no larger than 15 feet by 17 feet, with its own adjacent bathroom. The windows were sealed and blacked out, and the room devoid of furniture, other than a double bed, a nightstand, a dresser, a 19-inch color television, and Hughes' Barco lounger and ottoman, plus his film projector and screen. Even his aides did not have free access to Hughes' bedroom, and were only allowed to pass over his threshold after being summoned. Although he had been equipped with the same small silver bell that had been so useful in the Bel Air house, Hughes preferred to call for help by thumping the side of the brown paper bag that held his used Kleenex supply, snapping his long fingernails against the sack, a pistol shot that commanded attention. Outside phone lines were installed at the aide's desk with 2 extension telephones and sound amplifiers next to Hughes' bed and his easy chair. Barely able to hear, Hughes still refused to wear a hearing aid. Under ordinary circumstances, no one was permitted to speak in Hughes' presence anyway. Their purpose was merely to listen and follow instructions. He was neither interested in nor wanted to hear their opinions, took no interest in their personal lives, and formed no bond of any kind with any of the men on his staff. While he was in daily contact with Mayhew, it was only by telephone, never in person. Moreover, despite Mayhew's initial requests for personal meetings, Hughes had no desire for a face-to-face conference. He wanted me to keep the image I had of him, not as he was, Mayhew said of Hughes. He said I would never be able to effectively represent him if I ever laid eyes on him. And Mayhew never did. The fact that Hughes was well aware of his appearance and the effect it would have on his ability to conduct business erases any doubt that the billionaire was delusional and unable to comprehend his situation. The insistence of Hughes to remain invisible was both calculated and deliberate. He was all too aware of his deteriorating mental condition during those times when he was functional and lucid. Rather than choose to get help and risk public exposure of his situation, he selected seclusion and constructed every single element of his business and personal life around that prerequisite. For the management of the Desert Inn, having Hughes as a guest was a mixed blessing. While they had no worry that he would pay his bill, the hotel depended on its guests to generate income in the casino as the major part of its profit. When Hughes gambled, it was with entire industries, not chips on a blackjack table. His mostly Mormon aides did not gamble, drink, or smoke. The Desert Inn was not even able to capitalize on Hughes' residency, since his very presence was a well-publicized secret. While Hughes was playing hide-and-seek on the top floor, his alter ego had placed himself in a suite on the floor below. The two began their daily sessions of phone calls that would become the basis of their relationship as America's strangest odd couple. Hughes naked on his throne. Well, actually his barco lounger, insulated against imaginary germs by layers of paper towels, and Mayhew, impeccably attired and carrying out the old man's wildest fantasies, regardless of the implausibility of the order. While Mayhew was not actually able to leap tall buildings with a single bound, he certainly made it seem like he could to those who watched his performance in person. Through intricate layers of friendships and connections, Mayhew managed to solve the various problems that Hughes created for himself, and threw in Mayhew's path. If his arrangements weren't always traditional, at least they were not blatantly illegal, which gave Mayhew a roguish charm that served him in organizations that others might find intimidating. The Mafia was one, the Teamsters was another. Mayhew had met Jimmy Hoffa during his Washington days while doing work for the United Steel Workers. It was a casual relationship, but it took little more than that for Mayhew to ask a favor when necessary. It became necessary 2 weeks after the Hughes circus came to town. The management of the Desert Inn wanted their rooms back for previously reserved guests, arriving for the Christmas-New Year's holidays, and were not particularly polite when telling Mayhew to vacate. Las Vegas in the 60s was notorious for being little more than a front for organized crime, and the Desert Inn was no exception. The majority owner of the hotel was a man named Morris Barney Mo Dalitz, who had come to town from Cleveland, where he ran the crime syndicate's local branch of Lucky Luciano's operation. Dalitz had moved to Las Vegas and was now regarded as the Epimenides of gambling. With high rollers arriving, Dalitz did not care how much money Hughes had in the bank if it was not passing through his casino, and he ordered him off the premises. Hughes passed the buck to Mayhew. Mayhew called Hoffa. Hoffa called Dalitz, and suddenly suites that had been reserved for an entire year became unavailable for Christmas. Even Jimmy Hoffa could only do so much, and when Hughes was still in his barco lounger as New Year's Eve approached, Dalitz was through playing games and began to threaten. While Hughes was pretending not to hear, Mayhew was very much aware that their housing, if not their lives, were in danger. The answer to the dilemma proved to be a turning point for both Hughes and Las Vegas. Rather than move from his blackened hole, Hughes told Mayhew to buy the entire hotel for cash. The Desert Inn was not for sale, which of course made the purchase that much more exciting for the reclusive billionaire. It was the hunt, not the trophy, that thrilled him. Negotiation was his game, and with each serve, Hughes seemed to regenerate. At times he left his chair and paced, waiting for Mayhew to telephone with word of offers and counteroffers. Dalitz's partner, Ruby Colid, another Cleveland mobster, did most of the negotiating, and quickly tired of Hughes' style, which came directly from the get them to agree to your price and then knock them down another $250,000 school. Colid had also learned that Hughes was still paying rent on the entire top floor of the Ritz-Carlton in Boston, which to Colid meant he was not serious about buying the Desert Inn at all. Fortunately, Colid was in a weakened bargaining position, having been convicted in April 1965 of federal conspiracy charges for attempting to extort repayment of a debt from Denver attorney Robert Sunshine. While appealing his conviction, he remained free on bail, and the Nevada Gaming Licensing Board was looking to strip him of his casino license. A timely sale of the Desert Inn to Hughes would line his pockets with cash and get the Gaming Licensing Board off his back. Colid was correct in his assumption that Hughes was playing games, but it had nothing to do with not being serious about his purchase of the Desert Inn. If Colid had known Hughes better, he would have realized that the game playing was proof positive of his intent to strike a deal, and he finally did. He bought control of the Desert Inn for $13.25 million, $6.3 million in cash, with Hughes assuming just under $7 million in Desert Inn liabilities. Mayhew was naive enough to actually celebrate the sale, taking his wife, Yvette, to the Monte Carlo room for dinner on the night before the deal closed. He was midway through his surf and turf when he received word that Hughes had objected to a $13,000 item on the disclosure statement and wanted the item dropped off the sale price, or the purchase of the hotel was canceled. It was a lesson well learned. Mayhew set a Desert Inn record for traveling from the ground floor to the penthouse that night. He stormed past the guard on duty and into the suite across from the one occupied by Hughes and his aides. He took out a piece of Desert Inn stationery and wrote a Dear Howard letter that said, "I've given my word, and now you're playing games for a matter of peanuts. I just don't want to be involved with you anymore." At first, when Mayhew handed the note to aide George Francom in Penthouse 1, Francom refused to pass the note along to Hughes. An infuriated Mayhew threatened to push past the aide and give it to Hughes myself. Only then did Francom acquiesce and agree to deliver the message. When Mayhew left the 9th floor, he felt confident that he had made his position clear. This was a man who moved mountains, not dickered about anthills, and he was not about to change for Hughes or anyone. In the darkened room, Hughes received the note in silence. Upon reading the 3 sentences, he felt his body numb, anesthetized against the news. Mayhew was not playing his game. The gun was against his head again. His first thought was to fire Mayhew. His next was to imagine life without him. He needed his alter ego in place to live in his paperweight world where everything went according to plan. His plan. Inspired by fear, he quickly telephoned Richard Gray, the Houston attorney who had been hired by Mayhew to handle the legalities of the transaction. Hughes instructed Gray to close on the deal immediately. He next phoned Mayhew to test the temperature of his rage. Mayhew answered Hughes' pleas to reconsider his resignation by playing a game of his own. He told Hughes that he was packing his bags and leaving Las Vegas that very night. He laced his words with disgust, playing his hand. "Bob, I'm not going to argue," Hughes said. "I'm too tired to argue. Please promise me that you'll at least be in your suite tomorrow morning at 8. I want to talk to you. Please promise me that." Mayhew agreed and was waiting by the telephone the next day at 8. Exactly on cue, the call from Hughes came, and Mayhew listened, while Hughes convinced him to stay. "We can't get involved in this world and start playing games at the last minute. You were absolutely right. Please forgive me," Hughes said, "and please don't pack." After a prolonged period of time, calculated to give Hughes just enough insecurity, Mayhew relented and agreed to stay, confident that he had won a battle and made an impact on Hughes' method of doing business. He could not have been more incorrect. What Mayhew had managed to do was prove to his boss that Mayhew could be manipulated just like the rest. What Mayhew learned was that he was important to the old man. In fact, that morning, Hughes told Mayhew that they would be partners for the rest of our natural lives. And at that moment in time, Hughes meant every word. The Desert Inn officially became a Howard Hughes property on April 1st, 1967. The way the newspaper reports read at the time, Hughes owned the land, the buildings, the pool, and the casino. Not so. The physical building and the land on which it was built were owned by Desert Inn Associates, a division of the Helmsley Spear Corporation, as in Harry Helmsley, as in Leona Helmsley, the Queen of Mean. What Hughes had paid over $13 million for was the Desert Inn Operating Company, the business that ran the hotel. The Desert Inn Operating Company was owned by Mo Dalitz, Jack Donnelly, Ruby Colin, Allard Rowan, Morris Kleinman, Samuel A. Tucker, Cornelius J. Jones, Frank Suskin, Sam Solomon, Martin Coutson, Cecil Simmons, and John Joseph Lichini. Helmsley made no noise about the distinction because, with the Hughes name attached to the Desert Inn, the hotel suddenly glistened. The citadel of organized crime had gone legit. Now the showroom where Noel Coward had made his only Las Vegas appearance, the pool where Johnny Weissmuller had done aquacade diving, and the suites where kings, queens, and presidents had felt at home, all took on a rejuvenated air, as if a cloud of pure oxygen had dropped on the place like a bomb from heaven. The casino was packed, so too the restaurants, for one never knew when Howard Hughes might decide to make an appearance, the new king of Las Vegas anointing his subjects with a favorable glance. Word had circulated that the reason Hughes had not as yet appeared was because of his health. Indeed, Dr. Norman Crane was soon summoned to the penthouse suites from Beverly Hills for an emergency, flown in on Hughes' private plane, and rushed to the 9th floor. From bellhops to waiters to the manicurists in their hair salon, the news pushed through the hotel like a swarm of mosquitoes on a summer's night. The casino dealers heard that Hughes had cancer of the pancreas. The night auditors were spreading the news that he had a heart condition. None of them knew that Crane had stayed 3 minutes, never saw his patient, and his entire consultation involved writing 2 prescriptions for codeine tablets. The cover of illness made it convenient for Mayhew, who had to ride shotgun on Hughes' application for a casino license. State law required an appearance in person by the applicant. Hughes was now owned by his room, at times not leaving his Barcalounger for days. In what could have been a tense standoff between the determined billionaire and the typically unbending licensing board, became instead a love fest, thanks to the intervention of Nevada's new governor, Paul D. Laxalt. The son of an immigrant sheepherder from the French Pyrenees, the 44-year-old Laxalt was elected governor just weeks before Hughes' arrival in the state, and had been in office only 2 months when Hughes wrote him a letter. In it, Hughes said that he had read an article in the Las Vegas Review-Journal about the need for funds for a University of Nevada medical school. He offered to make a gift to the university of between $200,000 and $300,000 every year for 20 years, commencing whenever the university requires the money. I attach no strings or conditions to this proposal, Hughes wrote. The letter arrived 2 days before his gaming application was due for review. Laxalt lavished praise on Hughes for his donation and greeted the businessman to Nevada, where we want to make him feel very welcome. The first example came by way of the gaming licensing board that took less than 5 minutes to approve Hughes' application. District Attorney George Franklin said, "This is the best way to improve the image of gambling in Nevada, by licensing an industrialist of his stature. It'll be an asset and blessing." When asked why he waived the required personal appearance, Chairman of the board and Sheriff Ralph Lamb said, "Because I feel this is a good thing for the county." Now firmly committed to Las Vegas, Hughes began an elaborate campaign to convince his wife to forgive him for his behavior in Boston and move with him into a home in the desert. Jean Peters was understandably reluctant to take anything her husband said at face value. She had been fooled twice into believing his intentions were sincere to live together as a family, without the accompaniment of aged drivers and a plethora of security. This time, Jean demanded proof. Mayhew moved quickly to secure 2 separate properties, one adjacent to the Las Vegas Strip. The estate of Major A. Riddle, a part owner of the Dunes Hotel, included a sprawling home and an exclusive section of town, popular with entertainers. Hughes demanded Riddle move so quickly that he took temporary lodging in the home of Hughes' chief banker, Perry Thomas. The second property was a 518-acre ranch, owned by Vera Krupp, ex-wife of the German munitions manufacturer, who had been attempting to interest the state in purchasing her land for use as a park. It included a home and stables and sat well away from the city. Vera was a former German actress who had divorced her husband and moved permanently to Nevada in 1954. The ranch and its owner made headlines 5 years later when 3 men broke into the home, tied up Vera and a ranch foreman, and stole the world-famous Krupp diamond, a 33.19-carat gem worth $250,000 at the time. It was later located in Elizabeth, New Jersey, and 7 men were arrested and convicted of the robbery. In 1968, Richard Burton laid out $305,000 for the fabled diamond, with Burton gloating as he presented to his mistress, Elizabeth Taylor, "It's even bigger than Mike Todd's engagement ring," which weighed in at 29.7 carats. Hughes had several photo albums assembled with pictures of each place, hoping to entice his wife to move from the comfort of their rented home in Bel Air. "I had no interest in moving to Las Vegas," Jean said in sealed court depositions. "It is not my kind of town," although he did try to make it sound very attractive, and I agreed to go. But I didn't want to. I told him I wouldn't go unless he moved out of the hotel. I was not going to live in a Las Vegas hotel. Of the 2 homes, Jean preferred the Riddle estate, which she described as a Spanish hacienda look. She never seriously considered moving to the Krupp Ranch, which Howard said was great, Jean recalled, but he also said it was 25 miles out of town, and the road was very bumpy. So I had visions of myself being stuck on a ranch 25 miles from nowhere. Her move, however, was contingent upon his move, and at the moment Hughes was finding it difficult enough just shifting from his chair to his bed, let alone across the Las Vegas Strip. Newsweek magazine ran a story about the billionaire, saying Hughes would leave his suite only occasionally for clandestine tours of the state by car and private airplane. He thought to leave and return to the desert inn by ruses, similar to his original arrival by stretcher. One hotel employee, who was asked to remove a freezer from Hughes' suite, is said to have remarked afterward, "I just know he was inside that freezer." Supposition aside, the world, according to Howard Hughes, was awash in activity, if not clandestine tours of the city. The prospect of control had snapped the old man's mind back into gear. He worked incessantly, driven to expand his empire like a conqueror invading foreign soil. His weapon of choice was his wealth, and he wielded it wisely. His war cry was buy anything and everything that became available in the city. The 778-room Sands Hotel, its surrounding 183 acres of land, a championship golf course, 5 restaurants, 2 swimming pools, and a casino, were the first to fall after the Desert Inn. Mayhew offered, and got the hotel and grounds for $14.6 million of Hughes' money, a bargain rate, plus the assumption of $9 million in hotel debt. For an additional $1 million, Hughes picked up the Alamo Airways Airport from owner George Crockett. Situated adjacent to Las Vegas McCarran International Airport, the private flying field came complete with its own charter airline. In quick succession, Hughes paid $3.6 million for KLAS-TV, the CBS television affiliate, previously owned by Hank Greenspun, the publisher of the Las Vegas Sun newspaper. He bought the land and facilities of the 570-room Frontier Hotel, across the street from the Desert Inn, for $12.5 million. Paid another $1.3 million for raw land next to the Frontier, including 750-foot frontage on the Las Vegas Strip. The North Las Vegas Airport for $2 million. And the 229-room Castaways Hotel and Casino, and its 31 acres across the street from the Sands, for $3 million. The monopoly game Hughes was playing with real hotels and real houses was so enjoyable to the billionaire that he stayed up for 2 and 3 days at a stretch, unwilling to have it end even for sleep, according to logs kept by his aides. He ordered overlay maps of Las Vegas and marked out his territory, blocking out huge sections of the town with a green marking pen. He envisioned the expansion of the gambling capital to the west, and earmarked an entire section in the north for an airport, an enormous supersonic transport terminus. He projected a day that Las Vegas would be as large as, say, Houston, Texas is today. If this growth should take place, the present location of McCarran Airport would be approximately comparable to having the airport in Los Angeles located on Wilshire Boulevard at the Miracle Mile. While most of Las Vegas was dropping to its assorted knees in the greatest display of homage since Caesar received his hails in Rome, not everyone found Hughes' wholesale purchase of the city advantageous. Frank Sinatra, under contract at the Sands since its opening, and still smarting over the loss of Ava Gardner, took out his anguish on the hotel when he was denied credit on the casino floor. After trying unsuccessfully to set fire to his suite, he ripped all the telephone trunk lines out of the hotel switchboard, promised a casino pit boss he would break both his legs, and turned a table over on casino manager Carl Cohen, a 250-pound powerhouse, who answered the aggression by punching Sinatra in the mouth, knocking the crowns off his 2 front teeth. Rumor had it that when Hughes was told that Frank had quit the Sands to move over to Caesar's Palace, he replied, "Frank who?" He was said to be smiling. November 29, 1967. Hughes finished out the year by buying the gambling casino of the Frontier Hotel, the one piece of the hotel he did not as yet own, for an even $1 million in cash and the assumption of $8 million in casino debt. It had been a year since he first came to town under the cloak of darkness to avoid being noticed. In the 12 months that followed, he had attracted more attention than any single individual had in the entire 20-year history of the gambling oasis. He had spent more than $100 million and became the Silver State's biggest landlord. While Mayhew pretended that Hughes had a grand plan for Las Vegas and made several official announcements in support of the fact, Hughes' purchases were actually a crapshoot that were based more on availability than on calculated economics. He wanted it all, Mayhew said. He wanted so much, in fact, that the federal government trumped up a notice from the Justice Department's Antitrust Division in San Francisco. They did not like the fact that I had begun making inquiries about buying the Stardust Hotel and Casino. With that threat in mind, further purchases were halted, at least temporarily. With Hughes firmly mired in Nevada, The operations offices on Romaine Street had taken on all the signs of faded glory. The phones that at one time rang continuously and were manned with a quartet of male Mormon operators who diligently transcribed every word of each caller's message were now silent. Gone were the pool drivers taking starlets to voice lessons. Gone were the late-night screenings. Gone were the runs between bungalows at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Gone were the clandestine meetings in flea-bag hotels where the stench of vomit rivaled cheap perfume. Bill Gay, Nadine Henley, and Chester Davis still held their jobs and their titles, but the real action was no longer in California. 270 miles across the Mojave Desert, Robert Mayhew had formed Hughes, Nevada operations and named himself Chief Executive Officer. It was more for appearance than legality, since Hughes was still calling each step, with Mayhew acting out the motions with bravado. He had moved into the former home of Mo Dallet's on a green at the Desert Inn Country Club, and had built a cabin at Mount Charleston, a 13-minute helicopter flight away from his office on the second floor of the Frontier Hotel. Mayhew had opened a restaurant, the Charleston Park, with partners, producer Frank Seens and Jack Hooper, who had moved to Las Vegas himself as Hughes' head of security. The place had a cocktail lounge and liquor store, as well as the heliport for Mayhew's drop-in visits. The deep-voiced problem-solver clung to his role like a sheet of saran wrap on a cold bowl. Nothing broke through his image as Hughes' major domo, with magazine reports speculating on the daily meetings that took place between Mayhew and the old man. No one knew that Mayhew had never met Hughes face-to-face, for surely such an arrangement was without precedent. Even Mayhew found it difficult to believe that he received all his instructions through lengthy telephone calls and, with increased frequency, memos handwritten on lined yellow legal paper. The memos were lengthy dialogues that each made a specific point, albeit occasionally in roundabout ways. In March 1968, however, one memo was delivered to Mayhew and stood out from the rest. There was a plaintive wail about the note, and a warning, if only Mayhew had noticed. "Please don't declare war upon me so early in the day. I'm well aware that this is not anything that is important to you, but merely something you were pressured into doing by certain groups here. I'm speaking of the Easter egg hunt. I've been told, however, that although there are a number of people in Las Vegas who favor this event, there is a more powerful group who are dedicated to discrediting me, and that this second group will stop at nothing. The substance of this story, and it has already been fed to certain Hollywood columnists, who very fortunately are friends of mine from my motion picture days, the substance is that I am ashamed for my sinful past, adventures with females, etc., and I am having a backlash here, a manifest in my extreme isolation from social contact, presumably for the purpose of putting temptation out of reach, and an intensive and very expensive campaign to reform the morals of Las Vegas. I am supposedly waiting to start a real all-out war against the normal customs of Las Vegas, such as topless showgirls, etc., dirty jokes, dirty advertisements, etc. Now, I am further informed, and this is what really has me worried, that this militant group plans to stage a really vicious all-out juvenile riot at our Easter party. I'm not eager to have a repetition in the DI of what happened at Juvenile Hall when the ever-loving little darlings tore the place apart. I'm sure your reply to that will be that, with our better-trained security force, such a thing just could not happen. However, my information is to the effect that our opponents hope we do set this riot down, because they feel they can get more publicity if we do. Quietly explore alternate possibilities such as moving it to the Sunrise Hospital and making it a charity event. We could start the ball rolling by donating $25,000 or even $50,000. I just want to see it move to a place where, if something goes wrong, it'll be a black mark against Las Vegas, not a black mark against us." Hughes' paranoia about unknown forces, crouched and ready to spring, had first come to Mayhew's attention during the purchase of the Desert Inn. While Hughes wanted the hotel and casino, he did not want its Tournament of Champions golf tournament, a prestigious event on the PGA Tour. It was a gold mine, Mayhew said, but Hughes felt trapped by the fact that the thousands of people who attended would know where he was living and perhaps even gain entry to his rooms. Despite Mayhew's impassioned pleas to the contrary, the tournament was excluded from the sale, even though it was set to begin just 13 days after Hughes took possession of the hotel. Tickets had been printed, players were set to arrive for practice, and the PGA was dumbfounded. The official announcement in the press quoted Desert Inn executive Alan Rohn as stating, "Hughes is a tough negotiator, but the tournament was one asset we wanted to keep." The truth of the situation was never known as the tournament moved to the Stardust golf course, with Hughes paying to cover the cost. The tournament eventually moved to La Costa Spa in California, another property in which Mo Dalitz had an interest. As for the Easter egg hunt, Mayhew moved it as commanded, and the event came off without a hitch. With Hughes' periods of intense business activity lengthening, his reliance on coding tapered off. The logs kept by his aides meticulously recorded every moment within his suite, including his consumption of pills. During the period between late 1967 and mid-1968, his coding use was negligible, in marked contrast to Hughes' stay in Boston and arrival in Las Vegas. It did not, however, mean that he was less concerned about the continuing availability of the drug or his susceptibility to germs. Dr. Norman Crane had been engaged as his personal physician for an $80,000 retainer, an amount equal to $500,000 today. Crane was given a suite at the Desert Inn and was promised he could return home on the weekends. Hughes reneged on the arrangement, starting with the very first weekend, and suddenly Crane found himself living in virtual captivity. He began to drink heavily as a result. The smell of liquor on his breath and his shaking hands did not instill confidence in Hughes, who insisted that a second doctor be placed on retainer. Dr. Robert Buckley was familiar to Hughes through Gene Peters. Buckley had also saved the life of Security Chief Jack Hooper. Hooper had checked himself into the Las Vegas hospital, complaining of headaches, and after some tests had been released. In a subsequent conversation with Buckley, Hooper related his symptoms. Something he said made Buckley suspicious, Mayhew recalled, and he told Hooper to check himself back in the hospital immediately. Buckley flew into Las Vegas on the next plane. That night, Hooper was operated on for a misdiagnosed and life-threatening brain aneurysm. Hughes was impressed by Buckley's performance and told Mayhew to offer the doctor an $80,000 salary to move to Las Vegas with his family. It was a proposition that Buckley was considering when Hughes asked to see his curriculum vitae. Buckley had an excellent background and proudly presented his resume, which indicated his background in psychiatry. This knowledge sent Hughes into a panic and removed Buckley from consideration. "If word ever got out that I was seeing a psychiatrist," Hughes told Mayhew, "all hell would break loose. It would have an effect on the government contracts and everything else." Such logic was flawed, of course, since Hughes' government contracts were awarded to his aircraft company that was under the control of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. Logic notwithstanding, Buckley was out. The doctor did help Mayhew, however, to purchase equipment that was delivered to the suite directly across the hall from Penthouse 1. It turned the top floor of the Desert Inn into a mini-hospital in case Hughes ever needed intensive care. Unfortunately, while the equipment would have helped with a physical emergency, it was useless to assist in stopping Hughes' mental condition, which began to deteriorate as the rush to purchase casinos finally cooled. By 1968, most of Hughes' Las Vegas expansion had ended, though there were brief flurries of suggested activity. In January, Hughes picked up the telephone and placed a personal call to Governor Laxalt to thank him for his support and spoke of his future plans for the state. "It was the most interesting conversation of my life," Laxalt admitted. The same month, Hughes made the announcement that he intended to build the world's largest hotel, a 4,000-room addition to the Sands Hotel and Casino. Although he never followed through with his plan, it was remarkable for its prediction of Las Vegas' future. "This hotel will be a complete city within itself," the handwritten statement said. "It would include an entire floor devoted to stores open 24 hours a day, one entire floor devoted to family recreation, including the largest bowling alley and billiard and pool facility in any hotel in the world." Hughes also planned an ice skating rink, video game rooms, before any video game had been invented, and a theater for first-run motion pictures. He announced an indoor golf course that would be electronically computerized, so carefully designed that the shots will feel just like outdoors, and the spin of the ball and the slice or hook is even measured electronically and indicated to the player. In March, Hughes purchased the Silver Slipper Casino for $5.4 million. and officially became the largest single employer in the state, with 7,000 employees. He also reached out beyond city limits to begin a campaign to buy old mining sites. Romaine Street computer expert John Meyer was put in charge of the project that included the purchase of 260 acres and 4 mining chains, and announced that he had calculated there remained over $12 million in untapped gold within the Sierra Nevada mountains. Hughes had created the perfect world, his plans unfolding with such timing and effect that it seemed almost too good to be true. It was. The Camelot of Las Vegas, for all its strength, had a major flaw. The very wide-open space and sparse population that had attracted Hughes was also a lure to the Atomic Energy Commission that used the desert surrounding the city for occasional nuclear tests. Several small tests had been detonated since Hughes' arrival at the Desert Inn, causing his room to vibrate and sway. He hated the proximity of the tests and feared their effects. Still, they were infrequent and were temporarily forgotten in the rush for acquisitions. April 16, 1968, in his darkened room, Hughes had just settled back in his Barca lounger after spending 2 hours on his toilet in a losing battle with constipation. He adjusted his reading lamp and picked up his copy of the Las Vegas Sun. He opened the paper on his lap and then held up his peepstone, his name for a lighted magnifier that he had begun to use in place of much-needed glasses for his failing eyesight. He would not need the peepstone to read the headlines that day, however. They were in typeface an inch high. History's mightiest A-blast near Vegas. Hughes' naked body went cold. His skin drank in the darkness, and he found himself shivering as he attempted to control his racing mind. The threat of nuclear poison was so obvious to him that he wondered how others could possibly be so blind. Hughes read the remainder of the story, allowing each word to torture his conscience like nails driven through flesh. The blast was to be 1 megaton, equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT. It would be fired at the base of a 3,800-foot shaft at Pahute Mesa in the Nevada Test Range, 120 miles northeast of the city. "This is the last straw," he quickly wrote Mayhew. "I just this minute read that they are going to shoot off the largest nuclear explosion ever detonated in the U.S., and right here at the Vegas test site. I want you to call the governor at once, and the senators and congressmen. If they do not cancel this one extra-large explosion, I am going direct to the president in a personal appeal and demand that the entire test program be moved." Oh, he was scared, all right, Mayhew said in 1990. It was Hughes' worst nightmare coming true. He wanted it stopped and was willing to spend his last dime to achieve it. Hughes began a memo-writing campaign to Mayhew that produced 16 separate sets of instructions that night. The memos would continue for days, each increasing in fear, the handwriting shaky at times. He offered to fund an independent study on the effects of underground testing. He pledged campaign financing to congressmen who might agree with his stance. He offered to personally pay all overtime and all other expenses required to achieve a completion of any weapons program based on this test at the original target date for completion, should the Defense Department decide they need those weapons. He instructed Mayhew to burn up all your blue-chip stamps, all the favors you have coming, and every other last little bit of pressure you can bring together in one intense, extreme final drive. And so he did. Mayhew made calls. He promised funds. He sent a trio of lobbyists to Washington in an effort to be heard. He sent Gillis Long, one-time Louisiana congressman, to the AEC. Grant Sawyer, former Nevada governor, met with Vice President Hubert Humphrey. And Lloyd Hand, former White House chief of protocol, attempted to see Lyndon Johnson. Ultimately, nothing was effective in even slowing down the countdown. Frustrated beyond endurance, Hughes finally handwrote a letter to the president in which he said in part, "Based on my personal promise that independent scientists and technicians have definite evidence, and can obtain more, demonstrating the risk and uncertainty to the health of the citizens of southern Nevada, if the megaton-plus nuclear explosion is detonated tomorrow morning, will you grant even a brief postponement of this explosion to permit my representatives to come to Washington and lay before whomever you designate the urgent, impelling reasons why we feel a 90-day postponement is needed?" After expressing that he was not a peacenik, Hughes asserted that his position would ultimately help the Defense Department by allowing the nuclear test program to proceed more rapidly than it was currently progressing. He mentioned an agreement he had with the AEC to move large explosions to central Nevada. Footnote: Hughes never had any agreement with the Atomic Energy Commission. Just does not seem to me that the citizens of southern Nevada should be forced to swallow something that the citizens of central Nevada would not tolerate, and something that was removed from the Aleutian Islands because the Russians objected. I think Nevada has become a fully accredited state now, and should no longer be treated like a barren wasteland that is only useful as a dumping place for poisonous, contaminated nuclear waste material, such as normally is carefully sealed up and dumped in the deepest part of the ocean. Hughes went on to ask, the AEC technicians assure that there will be no harmful consequences, but I wonder where those technicians will be 10 or 20 years from now. Johnson received the rambling letter on the evening before the test, and promptly ignored it, noting that the letter and its contents should not be exhibited at any future Johnson library. He later confided to Robert Mayhew that the letter was an embarrassment to Hughes. Yet, despite the hysteria of its contents, much of what Hughes wrote was prophetic. Even as the test was detonated at 7 a.m. on April 26, 1968, the government was assuring its citizens that there was absolutely no danger from any nuclear fallout. The force of the explosion vibrated the Desert Inn and every other building in Las Vegas, and was felt in 3 surrounding states. It created a hole 700 feet across, and left Hughes so distraught that he increased his drug consumption 6-fold. When he woke from his stupor 2 days after the blast, he wrote Mayhew yet another memo in which he said, "I was physically very ill and emotionally reduced to a nervous wreck by the end of the week, and life was too short for that." The day following the test, Hubert Humphrey declared his candidacy for the Democratic presidential nomination. When he did, Howard Hughes saw an opportunity to regain control of the White House, and began a concerted campaign to influence Washington. Its impact would ultimately change the course of U.S. politics forever. Chapter 17. The Richest Man in America. I hate to disturb you this late, but I just saw something on TV that literally and actually physically made me nauseated, and I still am. I saw a show on NBC in which the biggest, ugliest Negro you ever saw in your life was covered, literally covered from head to foot, with Vaseline, almost 1/2 of an inch thick. It made you sick just to look at this man. Las Vegas, Nevada, April 20th, 1969. Hughes' memo to Robert Mayhew, after watching a scene from The Great White Hope, starring James Earl Jones, on the 23rd Annual Tony Awards. Howard Hughes sank into his Barcalounger and collapsed under the weight of his own fear. He reached for a pad of yellow legal paper and began to write. Darkness to shadows, darkness to shadows, darkness to shadows. He repeated the phrase running down the left side of the page 26 times, and then boxed in his writing with a neatly drawn double line. He then flipped the page to a fresh sheet and began the exercise all over again. He was haunted by angry demons, raging with warnings about nuclear waste. He feared the water supply. He feared the air. He feared the soil. He feared his food, all potentially contaminated by the blast that had shaken the very floor on which he walked, and had made him throw up all over himself, after which he wiped the vomit off his chest and legs, and watched it splatter onto the carpet. Hughes knew he had to be very careful not to appear fanatical as he pushed forward with his plan. Nevada had to be freed from further testing at all costs. No amount was too great. It was that important. Hughes was proud of America's military and was committed to continuing as its largest defense contractor. He even approved of nuclear bombs. No problem there. He did not even care about nuclear testing. "I don't give an anthill if they want to blow each other up," he wrote Mayhew. "Just don't let them do it here." This was not a case of national security. This was a personal issue, the care and preservation of Howard Robard Hughes. In the April 1968 issue of Fortune magazine, Howard Hughes was declared the richest man in America. He shared the honor with oil man J. Paul Getty, who at 75 was 13 years older than Hughes and accustomed to the title. Since the last time Fortune had conducted its survey of American millionaires, 11 years earlier, Hughes' fortune had more than tripled, while Getty's estate had only doubled in value. According to Fortune, Hughes was worth $1.3 billion, Getty $1.2 $5 billion. And both figures set records for wealth. Until that point, Fortune had never placed any American in billionaire status at all. With an ever-growing wallet, Hughes proposed to spend every last penny, if necessary, to buy his way into controlling the White House, and thus stop nuclear testing in Nevada. In an effort to interest Vice President Hubert Humphrey in Hughes' determination to short-circuit the AEC, Mayhew went to Humphrey's son Robert, who happened to work for Radiarc, Incorporated, an electronics firm that Mayhew owned. It was an open conduit that served Mayhew well. On May 9th, he met with the vice president in the Hilton Hotel in Denver, Colorado, and received Humphrey's guarantee to work on stopping nuclear tests in Nevada in exchange for a campaign contribution of $100,000, $50,000 in cash and $50,000 via a number of small checks. For his part, Humphrey, whom Hughes repeatedly referred to as Humphreys in his memos, suggested that a panel of experts be assembled and a study financed to determine the safety of underground tests. While Hughes went along with the plan and authorized a $300,000 expenditure to pay for the study, he was ultimately interested in results, not independent panels of experts. Fortune ranked 6 Americans in the $500 million to $1 billion class. Oilman H.L. Hunt, Polaroid founder Dr. Edwin H. Land, shipping magnate Daniel K. Ludwig, plus bankers Paul Mellon, Richard King Mellon, and Alyssa Mellon Bruce. Kennedy patriarch Joseph P. Kennedy, as well as all of the Rockefellers, were among a group of 27 Americans, with estates valued in the $200 million to $300 million class. As an afterthought, Hughes promised $25,000 to Robert Kennedy, Humphrey's main competitor in the Democratic presidential primary race. Hughes' opinion of the Kennedy family had not improved since JFK was in the White House, but after a personal plea from Pierre Salinger, fed through Mayhew and on to Hughes, the billionaire opted for a token contribution. Salinger had arranged to pick up the money in cash from Mayhew following the California primary, then several weeks away. June 4th, 1968. Hughes looked at his bowl of chicken soup and decided it needed to be reheated. Snapping his fingernails against the brown paper sack next to his bed, he roused George Francom from his chair outside the closed bedroom door and pointed to his soup bowl. Francom knew what Hughes intended by the gesture. He had already reheated the bowl of soup 8 previous times that evening, only to watch his boss take a single spoonful and then leave the remaining soup to cool. Hughes could not help it. His evening was not going well. Robert Kennedy was winning a lopsided victory in the California primary. As Kennedy raised his hand in triumph, forming the V sign with his fingers, Hughes jeered loudly at the TV screen, cursing the candidate and shuddering at the thought of yet another Kennedy in the White House. Hughes continued to jeer as Kennedy left the stage of the ballroom at Los Angeles Ambassador Hotel and walked through the hotel's kitchen to his waiting limousine. Hughes knew the route well. He had used it himself on several occasions and was originally shown it by his father as a teenager. This particular exit would be different, however. In an instant, another Kennedy lay shot and dying, his blood pooling on the tile floor. Hughes watched the replays on his own station, KLAS, ironically the only station still on the air, thanks solely to Hughes' erratic sleep habits. He callously and cruelly cheered the violent end that had come to the candidate, disappointed only that he was not pronounced dead at the scene. Alternating between rambling outbursts and fits of laughter, Hughes waited eagerly for the announcement that would stun the country. He did not leave his television set for over 24 hours, not wanting to chance missing the moment. When Frank Mankiewicz walked before waiting TV cameras at LA's Good Samaritan Hospital and announced to the world that Robert Kennedy had died, Hughes leaped off his chair and did a dance around his room, his frail, thin legs finding the life to celebrate. His impromptu display left him winded but pleased as he reached for a legal pad. Where the rest of America saw horror, Hughes saw opportunity. "Bob, I hate to be quick on the draw, but I see here an opportunity that may not happen again in a lifetime. I don't aspire to be president, but I do want political strength. I mean a kind of an organization so that we would never have to worry about a jerky little thing like this antitrust problem, not in 100 years. And I mean the kind of setup that, if we wanted to, could put Governor Laxalt in the White House in 1972 or 76. Anyway, it seems to me that the very people we need have just fallen smack into our hands." Mayhew was appalled by Hughes' candor. the blatancy of his request. Hire Kennedy's people. All of them. "I'm sure my impression must be wrong," Mayhew wrote back, unable to believe the insensitivity of Hughes' memo. "Obviously, Senator Ted Kennedy will be their heir apparent. I expect to see some very strange alliances. In any event, Howard, will you please clarify my impression?" Hughes' returned memo was a Klieg-like, wildly sweeping. "I want us to hire Bob Kennedy's entire organization. They're used to having the Kennedy money behind them, and we can equal that. I don't want an alliance with the Kennedy group. I want to put them on the payroll." Robert Kennedy's campaign chairman was Larry O'Brien, a man who had run several previous campaigns, including John Kennedy's run for the White House. He soon would be picked up by Humphrey to manage his campaign as well. That Hughes wanted to place O'Brien on his payroll had to be handled discreetly. Neither O'Brien nor Hughes would be helped if the fact became publicly known. Although Mayhew was working 16-hour days managing 5 casinos and 4 hotels, he still arranged time to meet with O'Brien to explain Hughes' expectations. Basically, Hughes needed O'Brien to open doors in Washington, a town where no door stays closed for long in any case. Mayhew met with O'Brien over the 4th of July weekend, and the two men not only came to terms, they became good friends. When Mayhew made the appointment, his calendar was open. Hughes made certain that it would not stay that way. Ultimately, it was decided that O'Brien would receive $15,000 a month, paid through Joseph Napolitan Associates, a public relations firm in Washington, D.C. 3 days before O'Brien flew to Las Vegas, Howard Hughes announced his intention to acquire another company. It was a major acquisition, even for a man known for thinking big. Hughes offered to purchase 43% of the American Broadcasting Company at $74.25 a share. It was a purchase worth $148.5 million, plus change, and Hughes presented the deal in take-it-or-leave-it fashion, giving shareholders 2 weeks to sell him their stock at a price well in excess of the current market value of $58.87. At the time, ABC was the third place also-ran that had yet to develop the sterling reputation its news and sports divisions would achieve in the decade ahead. "I have no desire to produce a long line of Batmen," Hughes wrote attorney Greg Boetzer. "I have no desire to be associated with a lot of artistic crap. I have no desire to remake the entertainment policy of TV, as many people want to do. My only real interest is in the very areas in which I understand ABC is really hopeless, news and public events, and the technical side of the business, in which field I am equipped to do a really outstanding job." Hughes' memos to Mayhew were even more candid. He wanted the network to toss the weight of its news division behind the presidential candidate of his choice. And at the moment, that choice was Hubert Humphrey. When ABC President Leonard Goldenson met with Boetzer on July 3rd, he made his position very clear. The network was filing suit to derail Hughes' bid, and on July 9th, he made good on his promise in the United States District Court in New York, charging that the takeover violated FCC rules and federal antitrust laws. Goldenson pleaded with his stockholders not to attempt to capitalize on Hughes' offer, stating, "The offer is substantially below the intrinsic per-share value of ABC and overlooks future growth prospects of the company." The FCC leaped into the fight by announcing that it would hold its own public hearings on the deal and warned Hughes not to use any stock he might purchase in the meantime to influence the policies or operations of ABC. It also hinted that it would expect Hughes to attend the licensing hearing, the thought of which sent the billionaire into alternating fits of sweat and temper. His memos to Mayhew reflect his concern. "I don't see how I dare launch into our campaign unless I have some assurance of the FCC support without my personal appearance. Now, I see only one way such support might be assumed, and that is in case one of the candidates or the White House, on behalf of its favorite candidate, wants the support of ABC. If such a trade could be made, it seems to me that we have the tools with which to make it. In other words, our present position, plus White House or Humphrey's full support, would spell certain FCC approval in my book, and with that assurance, I would go full blast ahead. Now, you really have to be careful how you approach this bag of hot potatoes." The $1.3 billion man needed reassurance. And as it happened, an enema. He had not had a successful bowel movement in 8 days, and slowly lifted himself out of his lounge chair, pieces of damp paper towel insulation sticking momentarily to his back, before falling in a death glide to the floor. According to the activity logs meticulously maintained by Hughes' aides, while ABC frantically pushed its case for an injunction against his takeover, the old man conducted his business while sitting on the toilet for most of July 9th and into July 10th. In an attempt to cleanse himself of the bacteria and spores he was convinced were released in the underground nuclear tests, Hughes began to wash his arms and his face with rubbing alcohol, using paper towels to wipe the liquid repeatedly up and down over the same spots on his body. Those he felt were particularly contaminated. Unaware of Hughes' incapacity, Mayhew continued to relay messages and memos to the ninth-floor suite, updating Hughes on the progress of the stock tender. "We still have time to condition the individual members of the board and at all levels below," Mayhew wrote to Hughes, promising to have his team of Washington attorneys condition the FCC to the fact that Hughes would not make a personal appearance. His back now breaking out in bed sores, and a tumor beginning to grow on his temple, Hughes absorbed the pressure of the moment by swallowing 4 10-milligram Valium tablets and turning out his bedside lamp. When he awoke a day and a half later, he began writing memos at a feverish pace, making up for lost time and relaying his thoughts at machine-gun speed, as if he feared they would be otherwise lost forever. In addition to his other challenges, Hughes received word that the Justice Department was making noises about antitrust conflicts, with Hughes Tool owning a CBS TV affiliate, and Hughes Aircraft manufacturing communications satellites, plus electronic equipment. "It is beginning to look as if the name of the game is Justice Department antitrust pressure," Hughes wrote to Mayhew. "Bob, I think it is imperative that we make an alliance with Humphreys, the White House, Nixon, or McCarthy, and agree to supply all-out unlimited support in return for taking this Justice Department off my back. But now—" Hughes' panic translated into a series of extraordinary plans that the billionaire formulated and then discarded in rapid succession, until finally arriving at one he labeled foolproof. Hughes suggested to Mayhew that he wanted him to leak word that he intended to sell his newly tendered ABC stock to Texas millionaire James J. Ling, the Carl Icahn of his day, in the hope that the network would prefer Hughes over Ling, the acquisition king. James J. Ling founded a small electrical company in Dallas in 1947 that he took public in 1955 by selling his stock from a booth at the Texas State Fair. Through acquisitions and mergers, he acquired speaker manufacturer Alltech Electronics, missile maker Temco Aircraft, defense contractor Chance Vought, and renamed his company Ling Temco Vought Ltd. Corporation in 1961, and became the first financier to issue junk bonds. Later acquisitions included Braniff Airways, National Car Rental, Jones & Laughlin Steel, plus resorts in Acapulco, Guerrero, Mexico, and Steamboat Springs, Colorado. His estate in Dallas was modeled after Versailles. His motto? "Don't tell me how hard you work, tell me how much you get done." It seems to me the only hope lies in the remote possibility of persuading Goldenson that he really won't gain anything if he forces me, through threats of personal appearances, etc., to sell out to a Ling or somebody equally tough. With time running out and his options with them, Mayhew volleyed back to Hughes. "I know you don't like to hear anything you don't want to hear. As you know, I was selling positive thinking before Dr. Norman Vincent Peale ever thought of writing a book. But even affirmative thinking must have some foundation in the realm of realism. If you are prepared to tell me that at a given point you will make an appearance, I'll guarantee that we'll deliver ABC to you on a silver platter." Federal Judge Dudley B. Bonsall refused ABC's motion for a temporary restraining order against Hughes, who suddenly began to sniff victory. Bonsall ruled based on the possibility that stockholders might suffer real injury if not allowed to take advantage of Hughes' offer of $74.25 a share purchase price. ABC's Goldenson reacted to the setback by taking out full-page ads in the New York Times and Wall Street Journal, reiterating the inadequacy of Hughes' offer, while ABC's attorneys returned to court in an effort to serve Hughes with a subpoena, a fruitless task if past experience were any indication. Despite Judge Bonsall's attempts to keep a cap on the media exploitation of the proceedings, the specter of Hughes reached across the continent when an overeager newsman pointed to a man seated at the back of Bonsal's courtroom, and identified the lanky man in a gray suit as Hughes himself. The embarrassed man, who had been sitting quietly in the rear of the courtroom, raced for the door, followed closely by a gaggle of reporters and anxious ABC attorneys, leaving Bonsal hammering his gavel to a nearly empty gallery. Cornered in the hallway, surrounded by newsmen and subpoena-wielding lawyers, the tall, thin, mustached man identified himself as someone named William Donovan, an insurance salesman from Manhattan, who blanched at the attention and excused himself to return to work. Now facing the very real prospect that the FCC would insist on a face-to-face meeting with the real thing, Hughes was having second thoughts about his eagerness to buy a television network. The more ABC fought his stock tender offer, the more relieved Hughes became, despite his seeming anger in the press. Mayhew was placed in the uncomfortable position of having to defend Hughes' offer, while at the same moment attempting to give the old man an emergency escape route if he wanted out. The seesaw that was Hughes' mind continued to teeter up and down, alternating between extreme enthusiasm at the prospect of owning a network and the power of its news organization, and profound terror at the prospect that he would be sued when he failed to appear before the FCC. On July 14th, just one day before Hughes' self-imposed 2-week deadline would expire, less than 100,000 shares had been tendered. "Seems to me, Bob," Hughes memoed Mayhew, "there is a comparatively easy way to get an immediate answer to the network decision. I think such an answer should be obtainable by Mr. O'Brien or Mr. Finney, marching in and collaring Johnson or Humphreys and saying, 'Look, my friend, my client, Mr. Hughes, has initiated the machinery to acquire control of ABC. He has ridden out the first very controversial weeks and is in pretty good shape. He had no idea that there would be as much resistance from Mr. Goldenson.'" Hughes thought that O'Brien or Finney had only to stroll into the office of the President of the United States and work the conversation around to where he, our man, can gracefully say, "What do you think Mr. Hughes should do? I think he would like your counsel." While Mayhew attempted to discourage Hughes from attempting to inject Lyndon B. Johnson into the mix, Judge Bonsal opened the floodgates by ruling on Friday, July 12, 1968, that Hughes was not compelled to appear in court to answer the network's objections to his tender offer, and in a special Saturday ruling sided with Hughes by denying ABC's last-ditch injection plea. As Hughes and Mayhew helplessly watched, 1.5 million shares came pouring into Hughes' brokers during the final day of his offer. It was obvious to even the most casual observer that Hughes had won. By merely extending his offer for as little as an extra day, he could easily have had the necessary votes to take control of the American Broadcasting Company. On Tuesday, July 16th, the New York Stock Exchange halted all trading on ABC stock, while it waited for Hughes to announce his decision. For 3 hours, Goldenson huddled with his attorneys to develop the network strategy for what he was certain would be a Hughes victory. In the penthouse of the Desert Inn, the billionaire fretted, his thirst for the power of ABC News balanced against his fear of appearing in public. In the end, fear won out. At noon, Hughes had his brokers announce that he was canceling his offer. "This decision results from the inordinate opposition to our offer interposed by ABC's management through Leonard Goldenson, its president," Hughes' statement read in part. "While Hughes Tool Company has prevailed in the litigation precipitated by the ABC management, it has no desire to continue its offering if, as Mr. Goldenson contends, it is not in the best interest of ABC or its stockholders." He did not add, "and make me come out of hiding." 20 years earlier, Howard Hughes would have relished the fight. Now, at 63, he was unable to conceive of ever leaving the darkness of his solitude again. It had been nearly 11 months since he had even walked to the door of his bedroom, let alone go outside. It had taken every ounce of his strength that day to just look around the corner when he heard voices. John Holmes was on duty at the aides desk, speaking to a man unfamiliar to Hughes. As the billionaire stood frozen in the doorway to his bedroom, a muscular blond man looked directly at him. Hughes pulled instinctively at his long, unwashed hair, then stroked his gray beard with his curling fingernails, and without saying a word retraced his steps, a stooped figure backing into his bedroom, shutting the door behind him. For Gordon Margulis, the sighting of Howard Hughes would dramatically alter his world. The waiter at the Desert Inn was a British import, a one-time middleweight boxer who had arrived in Nevada hoping to make a life for himself in America. He did that and more. Soon after beginning to work at the hotel, he was given the assignment to deliver room service meals to the 9th floor. For over 8 months, he wheeled trays of food onto the elevator, rose to the top floor, logged in with the guard, walked down the long hallway, and into Penthouse 1. It was only then, in April 1967, that the old man appeared in the doorway and looked him straight in the face. "Who was that man?" Hughes later asked Holmes, grilling the aide about the unwelcome outsider. It was not easy for Holmes to calm Hughes' fears. He imagined newspaper headlines painting the image of an ancient bearded hippie, naked, in hanging flesh and visible bed sores. It was an invasion of his privacy in the most intimate way. He wanted an explanation, and barely stopped obsessing long enough for Holmes to attempt to allay his apprehension. Margulis had been cleared, even recommended by hotel security, Hughes was told, then tested by his Mormon aides for months, and found to be both totally discreet and reliable. "We'll keep him then," Hughes said in an about face, and went back to worrying about nuclear testing. Just that easily, Margulis was in, added to that rarest of men, the ones who had recently seen Hughes. The number was currently down to less than 10. His aides, a pair of doctors, and now Margulis. He also had the distinction of being the only one not on the Hughes tool payroll, and not under the direct control of Bill Gay. Aide Mel Stewart formed a kinship with Margulis, since Stewart was also something of an odd man out among Gay's team of the Palace Guard. Stewart was a barber, and a good one, who ran his own shop in Huntington Park, California. He had been recruited by a friend of his wife's to cut the hair of a very important man. The year was 1961, and when Stewart traveled the distance to the Beverly Hills Hotel, he did not realize that he was about to enter a whole new world. John Holmes was on duty at Bungalow 4 that day, and gave Stewart the crash course in paper towel insulation and no talking rules. Hughes was naked, as usual, when he received the stranger, who did his best not to look amazed at the appearance of the then multimillionaire. At the time, Hughes' hair hung a foot down his back, and had not been trimmed in over 4 years. Hughes' former barber, a man named Eddie Alexander, had been on call the previous 17 years before giving a revealing interview to Thomas Thompson, writing in Life magazine, in which he likened Hughes' appearance to that of Moses. Out went Alexander, in came Stewart, who had no desire to repeat the error, especially after being paid $1,000 for his work that day. Eventually, Stewart closed up his barber shop and headed to Utah in semi-retirement. Even though Hughes was getting less than 1 haircut a year, the thought of losing his personal barber festered in the old man's mind until he asked for Stewart and his family to be brought to Las Vegas and put on the permanent payroll. Stewart was given an assortment of outside assignments to keep him busy, since a trim every other year or so was hardly justification for his $75 a day salary. Stewart's annual salary was originally $27,375, equal to $170,000 today. In addition to picking up the mail from Hughes' private post office box, it was Stewart's assignment to purchase Hughes' rubbing alcohol at various shops around Las Vegas. And Hughes was going through as many as 4 pint bottles a day, particularly after he lost ABC. It was at this same time that Hughes began to urinate into mason jars that he capped and stored, for protection, in various closets on the 9th floor. Although not based on any specific medical urgency, Hughes increased his use of codeine and Valium as well. Drugged to excess, Hughes wallowed in his own filth, refusing once again to leave his recliner and insisting on allowing no one in his suite. With no active acquisition in progress to distract him, he began to obsess again about the threat of further underground nuclear tests. He was enduring a paranoid depression that skirted the limits of sanity, writing pages of notes to himself that featured the word "out" in printed bold letters, repeated 4 times per page, without explanation. This episode of behavior was only broken by his sudden decision to buy. This time, back in familiar territory, aviation. His target was a company called Air West, formed several years earlier when 3 struggling airlines, Bonanza Airlines based in Phoenix, West Coast Airlines out of Seattle, and Pacific Airlines, headquartered in San Francisco, joined together and thus banded attempted to fly. The result was a hodgepodge effort at best, beginning with a reservation system that frequently misplaced passengers as well as entire flights, that soon gained it the nickname Air Worst. It was the kind of quagmire that seemed to fit Hughes best, a scenario in which he could wait until the airline was breathing fumes instead of air, and arrive in a dramatic fashion to save the company. The plan necessitates that the stock edge downward with the existing continuous bad news, and then that we come along with a spectacular offer to pay the stockholders in liquidation a price substantially above the market, Hughes wrote to Mayhew. Any rise in the market before our offer will adversely affect the plan. July 29, 1968. Mayhew flew from Las Vegas to Los Angeles, not on Air West, and checked into the Century Plaza Hotel. He had an appointment to meet with the airline's chairman, Nick Bez, the following day. Also in the hotel that night, Vice President Hubert Humphrey. It was not a coincidence. Mayhew originally planned his visit to L.A. to attend a $5,000 a plate political fundraiser for the Democratic candidate, and had arranged to host a VIP cocktail party for Humphrey before the event. During the dinner, Lloyd Hand, who was traveling with the vice president, invited Mayhew to join the candidate and his wife in their limousine after dinner, a setting that afforded the privacy needed to handle another Hughes assignment, the transfer of $50,000 in cash to Humphrey's campaign for the White House. When Mayhew entered the vice president's limousine outside the Century Plaza Hotel, he was carrying a brown attaché case. When he got out of the car 1 block down the street, he left the case behind. Later, when quizzed about the campaign contribution, Humphrey denied ever receiving the money. "I don't want to call him a liar," Mayhew said at the time. "Let's just say that he has a conveniently poor memory." Apparently, Humphrey also forgot that he sent Mayhew a note thanking Hughes for the money. Humphrey received a second $50,000 in contributions from Hughes via checks drawn on the account of Robert A. Mayhew and Associates on October 17, 1968, and later reimbursed by Hughes. The checks were in various amounts, none over the $3,000 legal limit, and made out to various Humphrey re-election committees. The day following the Humphrey money drop, Mayhew turned to the issue of Nick Bez. He described the large 73-year-old Yugoslavian as a diamond in the rough who doesn't have very good command of the English language. Good English or not, Bez was a multimillionaire in his own right, and known as the Sultan of Salmon for his fishing fleet and canning empire. Convincing Bez to sell was simple. He was anxious to unload the fast-disintegrating airline, though at an inflated price. Since Hughes loved negotiating, he played with the numbers in a back-and-forth volley that found Mayhew growing increasingly restless after weeks with no signed deal. The delay, as usual, could be laid to Hughes, who refused to respond to Bez's latest offer to sell Air West at $22 a share. Mayhew never did learn the cause of Hughes' procrastination. At the time, the billionaire was in a quandary over turkey breast, and, in typical fashion, he gave it his full attention. The situation originated when Hughes saw an advertisement on television for Swanson's Turkey TV dinners. He watched as the black and white commercial showed the metal tray with its various compartments, filled with sliced turkey, gravy and stuffing, mashed potatoes, and apple cranberry cobbler. Suddenly, the man who had to have all his food prepared with special equipment, his meat from special butchers, his utensils sterilized, his soup a specific temperature, wanted frozen dinners. Night after night, the richest man in America was served nothing but Swanson's turkey in a 3-part aluminum tray. He was eating like never before. Then, just as Bez was arriving at his sale price for Air West, Hughes discovered that certain other Swanson's TV dinners came with peach cobbler, the billionaire's favorite. While Bez fretted and Mayhew waited for a response to the $22 a share offer, Hughes sent word to his aides that he wanted his turkey dinner with peach cobbler, not this soggy cherry stuff, as he called Swanson's apple cranberry dessert. Also suggest that they start using all white meat turkey rather than the white and dark slices they now use. That is to say, do not include any dark meat in the turkey that is placed in the turkey TV dinner, Hughes wrote. While they are at it, it would be better if the dressing was placed in a separate compartment instead of under the turkey. This will keep the meat and the dressing from sticking together. He demanded that the aides contact C.A. Swanson and Sons, then owned by the Campbell Soup Company. Please ask them to supply the correctly made meals to R.M. Johnson in care of the Desert Inn. It hardly seemed like much to ask. He even offered to buy up to 3 dozen turkey dinners per month. For a moment, Hughes' aides thought they might one day hear that their boss had bought Campbell Soup, just to get peach cobbler and a frozen meal. Fortunately for all concerned, before Campbell could be contacted, Hughes saw another advertisement, this time for a roast beef sandwich from a fast food chain called Arby's. Hughes thought the sandwich looked pretty good and decided to order one to go. What was basically a simple request became a major challenge when Hughes informed aide Gordon Margulis that he wanted the local Las Vegas Arby's to purchase a special stainless steel slicer to be used only on his order at their own expense, of course. For his part, Hughes authorized Margulis to inform the fast food franchisee that if he liked the sandwich, it could look forward to repeat business. While Margulis paced the Desert Inn formulating a plan to explain such a unique request, Mayhew was busy in California doing some pacing of his own. On August 11, 1968, Hughes officially announced that he would pay $90 million to buy Air West Incorporated, and a deal confirmed by Bez, who said that he and others representing a substantial amount of the stock of Air West have agreed to use their best efforts to effect the sale of the assets and transfer of the business to Hughes. What should have been a simple stock buyout turned into a screaming match when Bez partners in the airline were informed of the deal after the fact. "It's an out-and-out giveaway in terms of the potential of the company," the airline's president, G. Robert Henry, said. "It's not in the best interest of the stockholders," he added, while pouting that he was not consulted during the negotiations. Edmund Converse, the airline's vice chairman, and David R. Grace, chairman of the airline's executive committee, joined him in his protest. "We don't need a merger to produce a future," Henry insisted. "What we need is to be left alone so we can get along with realizing the company's tremendous potential." The airline's 13,000 stockholders, who watched as the value of the airline slipped on the open market, thanks to its poor service and declining passenger load, entered the fray shouting. While Mayhew left the Air West principals to fight among themselves like alley cats over rotting garbage, he returned to Las Vegas in time to initiate damage control over the seemingly endless TWA litigation. On September 21, 1968, Hughes learned that he had been hit with the largest judgment ever made against an individual defendant when Special Master Herbert Brownell, a one-time United States Attorney General, recommended that TWA be awarded $137 million from the Hughes Tool Company. Brownell's report, which ran 323 pages, agreed with most of TWA's claims and found that Hughes' failure to appear in court was a flagrant attempt to subvert the country's legal system. Davis, who had originally projected that Hughes' maximum liability would not top $5 million, promised to continue to fight the opinion, which was then forwarded to federal judge Charles Metzner for final judgment. Hughes' frustration did not lessen when he watched the political polls on television showing Richard Nixon with a decided lead over Hughes' candidate, Hubert Humphrey. In an effort to equal his odds, Hughes authorized Mayhew to send $100,000 to Nixon as well. It was a donation that Mayhew did not anticipate would be a problem. Former FBI agent Richard A. Danner, who was then working for the Nixon campaign, had approached Hughes' Washington attorney Edward Morgan about arranging for the donation after Hughes' gift to Humphrey became known. The $50,000 in small checks posed no problem, but the cash transfer was a bit more difficult. Originally, Hughes was to get the money to Mayhew, with Mayhew giving the money to Morgan. Morgan was to hand off the cash to Danner, who in turn would give it to his friend, millionaire banker Bebe Rebozo, whom he had introduced to Richard Nixon. Rebozo would then hold the cash for the presidential candidate. It was a convoluted path that was designed to make the money trail difficult to follow. Too difficult as things unfolded. Rebozo did not want to deal with Morgan, who was a lifelong Democrat, and soon Danner wanted Mayhew to handle the entire transaction. In November 1968, Nixon beat Humphrey in the presidential election, making Mayhew's job more difficult, since candidate Nixon was now president-elect. Anxious to rid himself of the $50,000 still in his safe, Mayhew decided to take the money and give it to Nixon himself at the Republican Governors Conference in Palm Springs, California, a function at which Nixon was to speak. With the cash hidden under the carpet in the trunk of his car, Mayhew drove to Palm Springs. But an opportunity never presented itself for the exchange. The well-traveled $50,000 was returned to the safe, while Mayhew went to San Francisco to wrap up Hughes' purchase of Air West. In late December, the stockholders had voted to sell their shares to Hughes, happy to receive his $22 per share. The Air West board was not going to acquiesce without a fight, and found an angel of mercy in the form of Northwest Airlines, which made a pitch to buy Air West in an end run. With the help of Chester Davis, the stockholders slapped their own board with a lawsuit 2 days later in Delaware Superior Court, in what looked like a standoff, with the clock ticking down to a Hughes deadline set for New Year's Eve. Taking no chances, Hughes persuaded several of Air West's larger stockholders, including Las Vegas Sun publisher Hank Greenspun, to unload 86,000 shares on the market, promising to make up any loss they might incur. The move had the predictable effect, with the stock dropping even further in price. When Northwest heard about the collapse of the stock, the airline backed out of the deal, leaving the board little choice but to settle with Hughes and place Air West under his control. It was a triumphant end to a chaotic year. Though Hughes never did get his peach cobbler and turkey breast, or an Arby's roast beef sandwich, carved with his own stainless steel slicer, he managed to successfully skirt process servers, judgments, and illness without ever once seeing the light of the sun. With Richard Nixon taking his oath of office, it became more important than ever for Hughes to feel secure with his White House connection, for his affairs were now interwoven like braided hair with the federal government. His move to buy Las Vegas had been stalled by the threat of an antitrust action. The TWA judgment seemed headed to the Supreme Court. His takeover of Air West still needed the approval of the Civil Aeronautics Board, and he remained the nation's top defense contractor at the mercy of the Pentagon and NASA for business. Hughes' insistence on placing Larry O'Brien on the payroll gave him political connections, but not White House clout. For that, Hughes was relying on his long-standing relationship with the president-elect, helped along by Mayhew, who hired Richard Danner as managing director of the Frontier Hotel. Hughes was impressed, of course, that Danner was ex-FBI, and even more impressed that he had a direct pipeline to Nixon. Still, it was not enough. "I want to see just how much water we really draw with this administration after so many years of all-out effort to achieve it," Hughes wrote Mayhew in January 1969. Yet only weeks into the administration, he began to see the first signs of failure. "Not one of Nixon appointees was given to me for consideration, and none such nominee was made in my behalf with my approval," he complained after Nixon selected his cabinet. The billionaire not only wanted to be viewed favorably by the administration, he also wanted to have a say in its personnel. Mayhew reminded Hughes of John Mitchell, Nixon's choice for Attorney General. "Mitchell is thoroughly acceptable, and we have excellent entries to him," Mayhew memoed, and 2 weeks later noted, "I'm almost happy with the new head of the Antitrust Division. He was our #1 choice, from among several highly qualified candidates whose names were submitted to me well in advance of the appointment." Hughes remained unconvinced, raging at Mayhew with increased intensity as the administration began making decisions and awarding contracts, all without a word of advice from Hughes. "When Nixon ran for president, I told you I wanted to go just as far as necessary to have some voice in the new administration, but I just have no assurance at all as to what the future holds." That Nixon did not plan to cater to Hughes was obvious from his first day in office. The president was only too pleased to accept Hughes' contributions, but never seriously considered approaching him for advice. If anything, Nixon feared a direct association with Hughes. The man was too unpredictable and under too much scrutiny to prove helpful to the administration, and could easily have generated damaging press, given the extent to which the government was involved with Hughes aircraft. In his efforts to isolate himself from a curious world, Hughes had managed to provide it with the fodder of speculation. The less that was actually known, the more that was made up, until no one, not even the President of the United States, knew what to believe about the recluse. With the dawn of the Nixon administration, subterfuge became the order of business, intimidation the key to success. Unwilling to accept anything short of a pivotal role, Hughes continued to push Mayhew to make his power felt, and in doing so sent his alter ego down an irreversible path. The line between where Hughes ended and Mayhew began became blurred to the point that not even Mayhew was able to tell the difference between himself and Hughes anymore. He was a caricature of his boss's creation, ripe for disaster, with nowhere to hide. Chapter 18. The Great Divide. Bob, I want you to remember one thing. I can buy any man in the world, or I can destroy him. If that wasn't true, people like me wouldn't exist. Las Vegas, Nevada, May 12, 1969. Hughes' memo to Robert Mayhew. In the 2 years that Howard Hughes had been in Las Vegas, his bedsheets had only been changed 5 times. The shag carpet in his bedroom had never been vacuumed. The end table had never been dusted, and the bathroom never cleaned. His closets were beginning to fill with mason jars filled with urine, and the odor of the rubbing alcohol barely camouflaged the stench from his rotting teeth and fungus-contorted nails. But that was not what was causing him to obsess in frustration as he lay tormented on his recliner, livid at the situation in which he found himself. The problem, as Hughes saw it, was that his alter ego was thinking. Robert Mayhew, his consummate problem-solver, seemed to be operating on his own agenda, having opinions, even arguing, for crying out loud. It was a situation that Hughes could no more understand than he could tolerate. After all, Hughes thought, he had given Mayhew everything he had requested: the yacht in the marina in California, the penthouse in Newport Beach, 2 Cadillacs, and just recently, permission to spend $500,000 on a brand-new mansion in Las Vegas. There was his $10,000 a week salary and his unlimited expense account, into which he lavishly dipped, all in the name of representing Hughes to the world. Yet Mayhew had failed to stop the nuclear testing in Nevada. He had failed to settle the TWA lawsuit. He had failed to get the antitrust clearance to buy more casinos. And he had failed to acquire the ABC network for him. Well, there were any number of excuses, of course. Mayhew always had an excuse. The change of administration in Washington, the failure of Chester Davis in court, the refusal of Hughes to appear in Washington. Hughes was not paying for excuses. He was paying for results that he failed to see. Perhaps the biggest failure of all, however, was Mayhew's handling of Kirk Kerkorian. Now there was a problem, Hughes reasoned. A thorn in his abscessed side that Mayhew had not only tolerated, but also seemingly encouraged. Kerkorian was an 8th-grade dropout who built a multi-million-dollar fortune through hard work and good luck. When he arrived in Las Vegas at the end of 1967, flush with $100 million in cash from the sale of Trans-International Airlines, a charter service, and bought the Flamingo Hotel on the Las Vegas Strip, neither Hughes nor Mayhew paid much attention. That was before, of course. Before Kerkorian put Las Vegas on notice that he intended to build the largest hotel in the world, the International, with 1,500 rooms, a casino the size of 2 football fields, and a swimming pool that was big enough to qualify as the largest man-made body of water in Nevada, if you did not include Lake Mead. It was an entrance that rivaled Hughes' own, and Kerkorian needed to be stopped at all costs. Upon Hughes' first instruction, Mayhew attempted to buy out Kerkorian, stop construction, and hopefully leave the skeleton of a partially finished building to weather an age. When that ploy fell on deaf ears, Hughes offered to join forces with Kerkorian, perhaps even meet with him. Mayhew knew as well as Hughes that such a meeting would never take place, but to sidetrack the International, Hughes was willing to make an offer, suggest any scheme. Kerkorian was not interested in doing business with anyone. With his financing in place, his plans drawn, his land purchased, and his construction underway, he was amused by Hughes' continuing overtures and played his own game of up the ante. Not only was he not interested in selling the International, Kerkorian was eager to publicize the fact, and gave an interview in which he mocked Hughes' vain efforts to stop its construction. Not content with simply embarrassing the billionaire, he took the challenge to a new level and invited Hughes to attend his opening gala set for July 4, 1969. Hughes countered Kerkorian's playful attitude by buying the tallest building in Las Vegas, the 31-story Landmark Hotel. Originally constructed in 1961, the hotel sat dormant and unfinished due to financial problems and litigation. Mayhew strongly objected to the purchase because its unusual design limited its profit potential. But Hughes did not care about profits. He cared about beating Kerkorian. Despite its ugly facade, a circular space needle with a flattened saucer on top, the Landmark had 2 major assets. It was directly across the street from the International and symbolically looked down on the hotel. Hughes was able to circumvent the Justice Department's determination to prevent additional Hughes investments in Las Vegas hotels and casinos under its failing business concept that allowed for emergency takeovers of bankruptcies. In addition to overruling Mayhew on the purchase, he refused to allow his alter ego to negotiate the price, publicizing the fact that he was paying 100% on the dollar, as well as assuming all the Landmark's long overdue debt. The building cost Hughes $17,300,000. Once resigned to the purchase, Mayhew immediately began planning a grand opening for the hotel and casino, aimed at robbing the excitement from the International. It was not an easy assignment. Krikorian was not only opening the largest hotel, he had signed Barbra Streisand to perform in the hotel's showroom. Celebrities and journalists from around the world were being flown in for the occasion, and Mayhew had determined to counter Krikorian's event with one that was bigger, brighter, and more exciting. He anticipated the event would seal his place in Hughes' hierarchy, a celebration of the magic of the Hughes-Mayhew marriage. Initially, Mayhew had every reason to think that his plans would go expeditiously forward. He had, after all, planned many private parties, entertaining as Hughes' head man in Las Vegas, reinforcing his position in the Magic Kingdom. Those functions, however, were Mayhew events. The grand opening of the Landmark was going to belong to Hughes, his first party since claiming Las Vegas as his own personal property. He would not attend, of course, but that was not the point. Initially, Hughes entered into the excitement of staging the event, suggesting a headliner to open the small 400-seat showroom that topped the hotel. Hughes wanted Dean Martin for the job, even though he was part owner of the Riviera Hotel and under contract there. Hughes suggested that perhaps Martin would jump at the opportunity if it were sweetened by the offer to finance a future film. "Bob, there's not an actor alive who does not have some pet idea he would like to make into a movie," Hughes wrote Mayhew. "If Dean Martin does not have such a pet idea, he will be the first movie star I've ever heard of in my entire life who does not." Mayhew upped the bar. Why not get Martin, Frank Sinatra, and Sammy Davis? A Rat Pack reunion that Mayhew suggested be called Hughes' Parade of Stars. He pitched the concept with unbridled enthusiasm, suggesting that the Landmark could outshine the International by opening on July 1st, ahead of the competition. It was the kind of coup that recalled previous Hughes triumphs, the Hells Angels premiere, and the flight of the Hercules. Despite their lengthy association, Mayhew's suggestion revealed his lack of complete comprehension of the man for whom he worked. Hughes was appalled at the suggestion that his name be attached to a Las Vegas production, fearing that critics will consider that he had moved into the theatrical realm and had thereby placed himself in their target range. Classic Hughes. Fear of criticism. Memories of the outlaw. He was sweating as he wrote the memo, leaving a phantom stain on the legal pad. "Now, regarding the opening date," he added, "I humbly beg you not to permit anything to leak out in confirmation of any July 1st date. Just as determined as you are to beat Kay to the punch with an earlier opening than the International, I am equally convinced it is a mistake. In two nearly simultaneous dates such as this, the latter one is always the climax, and the one remembered. Also, the entity opening second is always the newest, and the first one is as old as yesterday's newspaper." Mayhew was used to Hughes' early objections to many of his ideas, and initially thought little of the memo's issue. Placing the opening date on hold temporarily, Mayhew began to assemble a guest list of 400 invitees, based on names he had cultivated in the course of business. It was only after getting Hughes' response that Mayhew began to realize how difficult this assignment was to be. Hughes rejected every name on the list. "I understand your anxiety to get started on a list of invites. However, the only lasting damage will come from failure to invite certain important people while inviting others, about whom said important people will no doubt learn. Now, Bob, I simply don't have the man-hours, and you don't want to wait for me to go through this list name by name. I just have to appoint somebody to make a new list using this concept. Categorize the people you want, and where you invite one such person, invite likewise the others in the same category who have equal merit, who are equal friends, etc., unless they've done something to be disqualified, or unless they should be disqualified because of simple lack of stature, or disloyalty, or such like. For example, if you intend to invite actors and actresses, as you evidently do, I think somebody should go through the central casting directory, or the Academy lists, and pick out all the actors or actresses above a certain level of importance, unless they are ruled out for some reason, such as I have suggested above. I only ask that it be based upon some consistency. For example, in view of some of the people included, such as the head of Reynolds Electric, I certainly think you should include all the very top people at Lockheed, and this may make it necessary to include the heads of other aircraft companies. And this immediately brings up the question of the heads of the airlines, whom I know well. This is one most important question, Bob. If you ask too many people who are good friends of mine, then you must consider how many of these may be disappointed if I do not see them. Also, you must consider how many others may unavoidably be forgotten, and who will be deeply hurt for this reason. When you boil it down, Bob, I think for a number of reasons it would be a mistake to invite anybody just because he is a friend of mine. I think you should divide the list into categories and try to be consistent in inviting all people in each category who are equally qualified. Mayhew had a sinking feeling when he read Hughes' memo. He looked at his list of names, looked again at Hughes' memo, walked across his office, opened a hidden panel in the wall, and poured himself a drink. It's going to be a long month. Had he realized just how long, he would have made the drink a double. Assuming that the easiest way around the invitation list was to let Hughes invite the guests, Mayhew made that request and once again asked for some direction as to the opening date. I sincerely hope that you understand the truly unbelievable position in which I am placed when I still cannot commit a day of opening, he lamented. Howard, we are not the least bit stubborn on July 1st per se. If you prefer that we do it a few days after the International, please give us a fixed date and we will proceed accordingly. But darn it, Howard, if you care about what happens to the landmark, you simply cannot hold this decision in abeyance any longer. When Hughes received Mayhew's note, he wrote across the page, "How much you bet?" Followed the sentence with two big question marks, dug into the paper, and placed the memo on top of his neatly stacked boxes of Kleenex. He then took a legal pad and a Parker pen and wrote 2 lines. "Bob, I don't have the facilities to compile a list. You will have to make the list." It was with great control that Mayhew read the returned memo and sat back in his chair. Planning the opening party for the landmark should have been the easy part. The hotel itself was causing enough of a challenge. After having sat vacant for 8 years, the physical property was in need of extensive work. The air conditioning was malfunctioning, seeming to run out of energy as it rose toward the top floors. It was a quality it shared with the outside elevator, its glass walls designed to provide a dramatic panoramic view of the city. It did, when it worked. The hotel itself was a strange mix of dated space-age murals, fake Inca wood carvings, and Italian statues, which seemed remarkably at home in Las Vegas. It needed to be repainted, cleaned, and polished with extensive work required on its exterior paving as well as neglected landscaping, and all finished in time for an opening that might or might not be less than a month away. Here I am on the front line talking to Dean Martin, Danny Thomas, the astronauts, the public, the governor, and I don't know what in the hell I'm talking about because you still have not given us a date, Mayhew wrote in desperation. I'm getting to the point where I frankly don't know what in the hell to tell them when they ask the very simple question, when are you going to open? Honest to God, Howard, if this question is not resolved forthwith, I am simply going to have to get the hell out of town, because I just simply cannot continue facing all these people any further. It was the kind of ultimatum that Mayhew hoped would generate action. It did, but not the kind of action he anticipated. Hughes read Mayhew's memo and released a scream that reverberated through Penthouse 1 and brought aide Roy Crawford running into Hughes' bedroom. Seeing the aide enter his room, Hughes gestured with his thin, long arm toward the door and promptly dispatched Crawford back to his desk. Only then did Hughes reread the memo and angrily write a response that would bring into question the future of the Hughes-Mayhew relationship. "Bob, there are some things in life beside money and success. I'm afraid I have reached a point where I have a greater reserve allowing tolerance in my money-success column than I have in my health and remaining years column. If under these circumstances you think my failure to give you a specific date has placed you in a position of embarrassment under which you don't want to be in Las Vegas, I think maybe the time has come when, for my health's sake, a somewhat less efficient and less successful man, but one who would not find it so difficult to put up with my admittedly less than perfect operation, should perhaps be the resident managing executive here in Las Vegas. Re the landmark opening. I've told you repeatedly that I don't want the landmark to open until after the International. Bob, I say this only in the interest of harmony. If I were indifferent to your barbs and inferences, it would be no problem. But I am not indifferent, and some of your implications get under my skin, and my blood pressure goes higher than a landmark tower, which is not good." Mayhew had been given an out. Years later he would reflect on the opportunity and say that he wished he had taken it. But Robert Mayhew had grown into his life as crown consort to the royal court of Hughes. It was an addiction that was no less severe than the one Hughes had for his codeine. Mayhew craved the life that Hughes afforded him, the private jet, the mansion on the golf course, the respective politicians, the power. He was seduced and willingly sold his soul in a way Hughes himself never had. Rather than simply cancel the event and wait for Hughes to come around, Mayhew dug in, pressing for answers, forcing the issue. Unable to stop, unwilling to capitulate, Mayhew rewrote his suggested list of guests, broken down by category, listed in importance, and supported by facts. With less than a week to the projected opening of the hotel, not a single invitation had been extended, nor a single hors d'oeuvre ordered. When Hughes returned the list to Mayhew, he had approved 3 names out of the 400 on it. "Howard, I really don't know what you're trying to do to me, but if your desire is to place me in a state of complete depression, you are succeeding," Mayhew wrote back. "Now, Howard, this may come to you as a shock, but we are soon entering the realm of not being believable. All I know is that we have an opening taking place in a few days. Everyone seems prepared for it except you. There have been many hours of sweat and blood poured into this project, and all we need is evidence of confidence from you. After all, Howard, in the last analysis, only you have something to gain or lose. In my present state of mind, I couldn't care less if it takes place or not." Hughes read the note with annoyance. He had not hired Mayhew to be insubordinate. This was another gun to his head, and once again Hughes was not about to be rushed. "I'm sorry, but I cannot give a go-ahead on the landmark until the situation of discord that has developed between us is put in better condition," Hughes wrote, the defiant, unbendable dictator. "I assure you that if you feel even half of what you said in your message, it has to be straightened out to the point where you look at the situation entirely differently." Hughes toyed with his alter ego, annoyed at his defiance, and intolerant of his problems. In the process, Hughes had forgotten about the comeuppance of Krikorian, for he had found a greater threat of defiance in his own camp. "I'm asking you for the record not to give a go-ahead on the basis of any specific date, and not to make any preparations for the opening. Bob, the above is really important if we are to have any chance at all of healing this breach between us." Hughes recognized the signs. The freedom that he had awarded Mayhew, the encouragement to represent him to the world, had turned his problem-solver into the problem itself. Mayhew, however, was far too involved in being Hughes to allow the billionaire to exercise the eccentricities that consumed him. "Even a person who professes to be as rough and strong as I do will eventually hit the canvas when he's consistently clobbered on all parts of his body and head," Mayhew wrote back. No hint of retreat. "As to the landmark, Howard, I'm sure you realize that the logistics involved in opening are many. If we are not going to open on July 1st, we would very much appreciate your giving us a fixed date." Hughes had expected an apology. In its place, he got a continuation of the war of words. He had tired of the game. He had tired of Mayhew's growing ego. And he had tired of having to make excuses for his behavior. 64 years of my life have been devoted to hard work. What I have to show for this consists of assets, liabilities, and a small amount of cash. If the above items will not purchase a certain amount of freedom from me, then my 64 years have been wasted." It was Hughes the martyr at his best. Camille on his recliner, hand to forehead, lamenting his existence. If Mayhew had any inkling that Hughes was being serious, his reply did not suggest it. "Any decision is better than none from this point on. Howard, the impression is being gained in certain quarters that we're not very well organized." It was the type of note that Hughes was not used to receiving, and one that he was not about to tolerate. He grabbed a legal pad and began to write his words, flooding the page, his writing pinched, his pen digging into the paper. "Bob, I've just received your note, which I consider to be inaccurate and inconsiderate. Perhaps it is time that we—" Hughes stopped writing and reconsidered his options. He wanted to maim. He did not want to kill. He needed Mayhew, but only on his terms. They were an alloy of greed and illusion that hung together by necessity, nothing more. And with that in mind, Hughes ripped off the top sheet of paper and began to write again, this time slower. This time with enough acid to melt, but not destroy. Bob, I'm very grateful to you for the many contributions you have made toward the success of the various activities I have assigned to you. However, Bob, there comes a time when the success of a man's business endeavors are not as important as his peace of mind and the condition of his health. Bob, I have worked as hard and devoted myself as completely to my work as anybody I know. So I now wind up a supposedly successful businessman who has wrecked his health and consumed the best part of his life in the process. Bob, I've tried to be scrupulously honest, and I've tried to give, for charitable purposes, a sum in relationship to my earnings in excess of what is considered fair. When the newspapers print stories of the unbelievable increase in business revenues in this area and the incredible increase in population, I can't help but feel I must have given something to this community. Yet somehow this supposed success story does not seem to be enough for you, Bob. Your messages every so often disclose a resentment lying beneath the surface. Sometimes it is only a few words, sometimes it is more. I got the impression from you that the purchase of the landmark constituted an important contribution to the community, but now you tell me that I don't have enough reserve of goodwill on deposit with the governor and our friends to permit a moderate delay in the announcement of the opening date of the landmark. Bob, I think the most disturbing feature of your message is the statement that I should reconcile myself to the fact that the appearance is being gained in certain quarters that we are not very well organized. The shocking part of this whole thing, in my opinion, Bob, lies in the fact that you and I don't have enough goodwill stored up to bridge over a delay of a few days in an announcement of this kind as if it were nothing. So, Bob, my point is that if after all the contributions to the community, which have led to unprecedented income and growth, if after all this, I cannot tell you that I will give you this opening date in a few days, without being warned that the governor, etc., are going to lose faith and think the entire operation is not very well organized, then I say my life is drawing too short for this kind of pressure. Bob, you are one of the most high-powered units of manpower I have ever come across. But, like most extremely competent people, you have enough pride in your work to resent any interference at all. I am convinced that you will not ever be happy in an organizational setup such as we have. I think you will only be truly content when you are in a position comparable to working for yourself. I'm sure you can see that, so long as you are in the position of administering all of the details and loose ends that go to make up my everyday life, complete independence free of interference is just not possible. So, I'm going to make a suggestion, Bob. I suggest, Bob, that you assign this Las Vegas job to any of your men you select. On this basis, Bob, I would be happy for you to spend the entire summer in Newport and on your boat as much of the time as you wish. I think you subconsciously blame me for every weekend you are not on your boat, and it would be my hope that this plan would end that. What Hughes was suggesting was pasture to the racehorse. Mayhew had pushed too hard, too fast. It was Hughes' game, Hughes' rules, and Mayhew was not playing according to them. For the master manipulator, the answer was simple. Correct the situation by finding another player. For this game was making him weary. Mayhew's response was one of caution, though not of wisdom. He was secure in his position, deceived by an ego that had grown with his income and prestige. It was the foolishness of the glutton, unable to stop eating from the endless buffet. Rather than merely allow the landmark to sit empty and permit Hughes to discover the folly of his ways, Mayhew chose to continue the fight, but from a rather different perspective, the sidelines. I would not want to deprive you of being right once more as to the opening of the landmark. After all, Howard, it is one thing to argue and for me to make known all of my thinking, but there can be only one captain, he wrote. Hughes was appeased, if not pleased. He was in pain, mentally dulled by drugs, in need of sleep and nourishment, and wanted nothing more than to be free from aggravation. The concept of freedom was never far from his mind, as he obsessed over a plan to achieve it. He felt trapped by the government, trapped by his isolation, and now trapped by his alter ego. He thought about flying, the freedom of the skies, and wondered if he would ever see it again. On June 29th, Hughes finally approved July 1st as an opening date for the landmark. It did not make him happy. In fact, he thought the entire event was sure to be a fiasco, both from an entertainment standpoint and a political maneuver. He wanted his name disassociated with the event, and sent Mayhew a note confirming the date, then adding, "I only want to ask that the records show I want the opening delayed." But Mayhew would not allow a delay. He had won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory, and had come at a high price, and for very little payoff. With 1 day remaining before the official opening of the Landmark Hotel and Casino, Mayhew now had a date, but no guest list and no food. It was exactly the way Hughes had orchestrated it, expecting his alter ego to succeed, and holding him responsible for the failure. On June 30th, Hughes sent Mayhew a list of 40 approved names, to which Mayhew had secretly added 400 more of his own choosing. He had staffed the hotel, hired the entertainment, and placed calls to invite his guests. Given the hectic activity that surrounded him on June 30th, he did not welcome receiving another memo from Hughes. After reading its contents, he welcomed it even less. "Bob, I want to lay it on the line with you. I simply am not happy under present circumstances, and I don't have such an abundance of years remaining that I can afford to continue on with a pattern of life which seems to fall such a long way short of what I really want. I have a number of very important new projects and investments that I want to commence at once. If it is to be in Nevada, fine. On the other hand, if a program to sell the hotels is going to be attempted, then naturally I want to commence the new projects at a new location, to be selected either in Baja or in the Bahamas. Bob, I have been in this frustrated position for a number of months. This has left me in an uncertain, faltering frame of mind, which, combined with a tendency to be overcautious anyway, has resulted in sort of throwing me off balance. Well, all these months I have been fuming and boiling here in a state of intense frustration. I want either to go ahead in a big way, or I want out. And now. Please reply, Bob, on a most urgent basis." In the preceding 3 weeks, Hughes and Mayhew had exchanged 47 memos, and spoken on average 4 times a day. The relationship had gone from unconventional to barely tolerable, with neither man able to move beyond his inability to dominate the other. Control was as fundamental as it was unattainable. It was on the afternoon of July 1st that Hughes reluctantly authorized the ordering of food for the event, now only hours away. Even then, it was not a carte blanche allowance. "I will be very grateful if you will keep such procurement to the bare minimum until I am able to discuss with you in considerable length some of my views relative to the procurement of food." Mayhew was literally on the verge of a nervous collapse. The depth of the argument over the Landmark opening had dug into raw nerves and past scar tissue still healing from past disagreements. As Mayhew rode the glass elevator on the outside of the Landmark, he was confident that the evening would be a success. Dean Martin would perform. Danny Thomas as well. The guest list was a strong assortment of powerful shakers and political advocates that would be helpful to Mayhew and thus to Hughes in the future. Yet Mayhew could not shake an ominous feeling of pending doom that played on his mind like a toxin. Even as the party started and the invited guests made their way up the glass elevator to the Bubble Lounge, Hughes was not finished. He had one last thought for the evening, the last word on the event. "Bob, you and your people have my wishes for good luck tonight in every way. Is there anything further I can do to be helpful?" he asked. The day following the opening of the Landmark, there was silence from Penthouse 1. Hughes did not call to inquire how the party went, or receive a dramatic reenactment from Mayhew. It was unusual behavior for the billionaire, who lived vicariously through his alter ego. It should have given Mayhew an indication of the extent to which their relationship had deteriorated because of the event. Instead, Mayhew allowed the incident to slide by unnoticed, happy that the Landmark was open and pleased with the press coverage of the event. Hughes read the reports printed in the Las Vegas Sun, including the mention that Kirk Kerkorian attended the party. Ordinarily, his outrage would have been channeled into an immediate phone call. This was not an ordinary time, however, and Hughes moved with methodical purpose. He had decided to leave Las Vegas, but he had yet to decide if Mayhew would be joining him as he did. Hughes' alter ego continued to operate as if there were no change in the basis of his relationship with the billionaire. Calls were placed to Penthouse 1, memos were sent, memos read, and orders received. There was a subtle variation in tone in Hughes' memos, however, less tolerant, more perplexed, as if patience had dissipated along with trust. America was in a mood of celebration on July 20th, 1969, with the landing on the moon of Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin. Hughes watched the Apollo 11 mission from the darkness of his room, reflecting back on the progress of flight in the 31 years and 1 week since he was the hero of the world. He was pleased with the role he had played and took special pride in Hughes' aircraft's contribution to the moon mission. Surveyor 1, the first spacecraft to soft land on the moon, was designed and built by Hughes Aircraft. The pictures relayed back to the television sets around the world were beamed by the Hughes-built Early Bird satellite. Surveyors 2 through 7 had made this moment possible, and when Armstrong uttered, "That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind," Hughes found himself crying. When the astronauts returned to Earth, President Nixon decided to honor the two men, as well as the command module captain, Michael Collins, with the largest state dinner in the history of Washington, D.C. The guests would number 1,500, and in addition to the 3 Apollo 11 astronauts, the honored guests were slated to be aviation pioneers Charles Lindbergh, Wernher von Braun, and Howard Hughes. Wernher von Braun was instrumental in developing the Explorer satellites, the Jupiter and Jupiter-C rockets, as well as the Saturn rockets used to launch Columbia, and Skylab, the world's first space station. He immigrated to the U.S. from his native Germany, where he had been involved with Adolf Hitler's V-2 rocket program. When Hughes received his invitation, he reacted with his usual skepticism. Nixon wanted something. "I, the President's party, what is it you actually need from me?" Hughes asked Mayhew. Paranoia pushed against mistrust, and a simple invitation became a cause for crisis. Mayhew was only too happy to attend the President's party in Hughes' place, and at his insistence threw a party for the astronauts and their wives aboard a 150-foot yacht, with Vice President Agnew and CBS News anchor Walter Cronkite in attendance. The triumph of the moon landing was cause for celebration, but was soon overshadowed by news that linked Nixon and Hughes in a very unorthodox way. John Meyer was by this time introducing himself as Dr. Meyer, with an alleged degree in mining engineering. As the man whom Hughes had placed in charge of his mine leases, he had developed a business relationship with the President's brother Donald, who had taken a job with the food division of Ogden Corporation after his restaurants failed. Both men were in Washington, Meyer bragging about his close relationship with Hughes, and Nixon boasting of his pull with the President. While the FBI was keeping a close watch on Donald Nixon by orders of the White House, Mayhew attempted to rein in Meyer, but with little success. Unknown to Hughes, and even to Mayhew, the bespectacled, bragging Meyer had built his own cottage industry, trading on the Hughes name. On the basis of his initial purchases of mining claims in Tonopah, Meyer began to negotiate the sale of leases through a variety of intermediary parties, and received a finder's fee in addition to his Hughes salary, essentially operating on both sides of the negotiating table. Donald Nixon cultivated Meyer's friendship, securing the belief that Meyer spoke with Hughes daily and would be useful in securing the food concessions at the various manufacturing plants of Hughes Aircraft. While Hughes was aware of Meyer and his mining purchases, he made no effort to verify the validity of Meyer's assessment of their value. With each successive purchase, Meyer became more daring, combining bravado with greed. Leases in Nevada's Ney and Esmeralda counties for mines that Meyer said contained millions of dollars in untapped gold and silver were added to Hughes' holdings, and the President's brother, while not participating, dallied attentively on the sidelines. Donald Nixon joined Meyer and Salt Lake City businessman Anthony G. Hatzis for trips to Europe and the Dominican Republic, trips funded by Hughes without his knowledge or endorsement. Hatzis had met Meyer at Hughes' Sands Hotel, where he was a guest, and after discovering that Hatzis was the president of the Toledo Mining Company, Meyer suggested that Toledo provide Hughes with a prospectus of its various claims. Over the next several months, Meyer made deals for over $4 million in mines owned by the Toledo Mining Group, despite a report issued by the United States Security and Exchange Commission that there were, quote, no known commercially mineable ore bodies on any of the claims, end of quote. That Donald Nixon should find himself in their company was not surprising, since all three men were determined to capitalize on the name of Howard Hughes. The first Meyer-Hatzis-Nixon trip took place in August 1969, with Meyer-Hatzis forging a partnership and opening several European bank accounts, and Nixon allegedly along to meet with investors. He later testified during the Senate Watergate hearings that he spent his time relaxing by myself. He continued his freewheeling the following month in the Dominican Republic, where Meyer and Hatzis were looking for mining opportunities, and the trio met with Dominican President Joaquin Balaguer. It was an amazing bit of propaganda that spoke to the lack of reins placed on Meyer's activities within the Hughes organization. While Donald Nixon was spending Hughes money in South America, courtesy of John Meyer, His brother, the president, was accepting Hughes' money via the long-promised $50,000 campaign contribution. Robert Mayhew's son, Peter, hand-carried the funds and handed the case containing the cash to Bebe Rebozo at his Miami estate. Rebozo later said that he placed the cash in his safe deposit box. Mayhew reported to Hughes that the contribution had been successful, and for the moment the billionaire felt that his control of the White House was secure. He was unaware, however, that his executive in charge of mining acquisitions was running an independent operation, one that not only threatened to expose Hughes to a government investigation, but placed the president in a vulnerable position as well. Meyer had been placed on the Hughes payroll through the insistence of Bill Gay, who continued to approve his purchases. It was through the grace of Gay that Meyer stayed on the payroll until the irregularities of his deals for mining rights reached the attention of Robert Mayhew and could no longer be ignored. By November 1969, Meyer had become so flagrant in his abuse of power that he was openly buying mining leases with Hughes' money and having the money paid through an associate, Everett B. Van Walsum, who was headquartered in the Netherlands. By funneling the money through Walsum and arranging for kickbacks into his own accounts, Meyer was able to skim funds from many of the nearly $20 million in mining leases he arranged. On November 2, 1969, Mayhew called Meyer into his office at the Frontier Hotel and demanded his resignation. Though Mayhew kept control of Meyer's files and assigned ex-FBI agent Dean Elson to untangle the money spent and ownership rights, the labyrinth left by Meyer in his wake was such a complicated maze of subleases and assignments that Elson finally bent under the strain. Mayhew received the following memo from Elson 5 months later. When John Meyer left the organization in November 1969, I again demanded from him that he produce his records regarding the acquisition of claims, and at that time I was astounded to find that he had no records whatsoever regarding any of the properties we had purchased, even as to legal documents. He informed me that he did not know who had possession of the deed, titles, and other records that pertained to our purchase of mining properties. To say the least, I stepped into a chaotic condition with absolutely nothing to refer to or work with. Due to John Meyer's reluctance to produce his records regarding the acquisitions of mining claims, I began to have some strong suspicions that something was wrong, and from that point I began endeavoring to reconstruct files as best I could. It has not been until the last several days and through tedious effort that I have finally assembled a group of records, though no means a complete group as yet. In reviewing what transpired while John Meyer was in charge of the mining operations, it appears to me that there have been many irregularities in the purchasing of various mining claims. Although the situation looks very serious, at this point, I am not in a position to give you a final reading as to the extent of the situation. Meyer was subsequently hired by the Toledo Mining Company as a consultant. 3 years later, the IRS indicted Meyer for income tax evasion. Meyer fled the U.S. to escape the charge, moving to British Columbia, where he still remains. In 1978, the Hughes organization filed its own charges against Meyer for fraud in connection with the various worthless mining acquisitions he made using Hughes money. The Hughes organization received a $7.9 million judgment against Meyer, but was unable to collect. Meyer never received the doctorate degrees in mining that he claimed, and in fact never attended college at all. By the time that Mayhew received Elson's warning, more than just Meyer's name had been sullied. Hughes had begun receiving memos from the Gay-Henley-Davis camp, strongly implying financial improprieties on the part of Mayhew. The reality of the situation in Las Vegas was that Hughes casinos and hotels were in fact losing a great deal of money. The operation lost over $3 million in 1968, and nearly 3 times that in 1969. Mayhew had left many of the previous casino bosses in place, and there was every indication that money was being skimmed from the casino banks. The situation was allowed to exist for a number of reasons, including Hughes' repeated statements that profits were not his primary purpose for his Las Vegas investments. Control was paramount, and the simplest way to establish control, at least initially, was to allow major management to remain in place and answer to Mayhew, and thus to Hughes. Had Mayhew stayed in power for a longer period of time, his organization would have matured. As it was, however, forces were at work to undermine his authority, a situation that Mayhew was ill-prepared to prevent. The disenchantment with Mayhew that had begun with the opening of the Landmark Hotel moved toward overt dislike in January 1970, when Hughes decided to purchase yet another hotel and casino in Las Vegas. The Dunes Hotel and Country Club had periodically surfaced as a potential candidate for acquisition, despite Mayhew's continuing objection to the resort as a source of profit. On January 8, 1970, Hughes formally overruled his alter ego, instructing him to test the mood in Washington for another hotel purchase. Hughes had been informed repeatedly that any move to purchase more of the Las Vegas Strip would subject him to intense antitrust scrutiny. With a new administration in the White House, however, Hughes felt confident that his position would be viewed with eyes bought and paid for. In accordance with Hughes' instructions, Mayhew sent Richard Danner to speak with Attorney General John Mitchell, a personal friend from his days working on the Nixon campaign. The meeting produced no substantive answers. It was not an acceptable result for Hughes, who demanded answers, immediate answers. It had nothing to do with the Dunes or even the antitrust mood of the administration. It had everything to do with Gene Peters, whom Hughes had managed to virtually ignore in his push to take over Las Vegas. For over 3 months, his aides had been relaying messages from his wife, who was pressing Hughes to make a decision. Gene Peters had nearly given up all hope of ever seeing her husband again. At first he refused her attempts to visit, continuing to promise that he was still searching for the perfect house. In frustration, Gene began to mention divorce. Rather than receiving the response she expected, pleas for time and reassurances, Gene found herself cut off completely. Suddenly her husband was no longer taking her calls, nor responding to her messages. She saw no future in waiting, and on January 15, 1970, alerted Robert Mayhew that she was seeking a divorce from her husband of 13 years. That the confirmation of the divorce occurred through Mayhew infuriated Hughes, even though he had refused to speak to his wife directly. The announcement made headlines across the world, as much to confirm that Hughes was still alive as to verify the dissolution of his marriage. The official announcement began. Gene Peters Hughes, wife of industrialist Howard Hughes, stated today that she and her husband have discussed a possible divorce and that she will seek to obtain one. Gene refused to comment on the announcement other than to say, "This is not a decision reached in haste, and it's done only with the greatest regret. Our marriage has endured for 13 years, which is long by present standards. Any property settlement will be resolved privately between us." Hughes had not seen his wife during his entire stay in Las Vegas, and had not touched his wife in 9 years. Yet his loss was dramatic and in some ways terminal. He still had his life, at least what remained of it, but he no longer had hope. He blamed Mayhew, for he needed to blame someone, anyone, other than himself. Vulnerability was as much a strain for Hughes as accountability, particularly in areas of romance. He did not even attempt to stop Gene, for there would be no stopping Gene, though he stationed a private investigator across the street to record who she admitted into the house. He maintained the surveillance even after their divorce became final in June 1971. Gene Peters married writer-producer Stanley Huff and lived happily with him in Beverly Hills until his death in 1990. With the irreversible loss of his wife and a severely damaged relationship with Mayhew, Hughes retreated into a world in which business played a part far smaller than paranoia. While the billionaire was consuming an ever-increasing amount of codeine, self-dissolved and injected, he never approached his previous periods of lucidity. His writing became scrawled into elongated sentences, their message garbled by his inability to concentrate. Major decisions were left hanging as minor activities tallied hours of his time. At the very moment that Mayhew was reporting success with John Mitchell relating to antitrust issues with the proposed purchase of the Dunes Hotel, Hughes occupied his time in rewriting instructions for the correct handling of the envelope containing the cord for his hearing aid. "The door to the cabinet is to be opened using a minimum of 15 Kleenexes. Great care is to be exercised in opening and closing the doors. They are not to be slammed or swung hastily so as to raise any dust, and yet exceeding care is to be exercised against letting insects in. Nothing inside the cabinet is to be touched. The inside of the doors, the top of the cabinet, the sides. No other objects inside the cabinet are to be touched in any way with the exception of the envelope to be removed. The envelope or package is to be removed using a minimum of 15 Kleenexes. If it is necessary to use both hands, then 15 Kleenexes are to be used for each hand. It is to be understood that these 15 Kleenexes are to be sterile on both sides of each tissue, with the exception of the very outermost edge of the tissue. The center of the tissue only should come in contact with the object being picked up. If something is on top of the package to be removed, a sterile instrument is to be used to lift it off. The content of the memo and the handling of the hearing aid cord did not differ substantially from one that Hughes had dictated 11 years earlier. The major distinction lay in the fact that when Hughes was devoting days to the rewrite in 1970, he had not worn his hearing aid in over 6 years, and never asked for the wires. While Hughes' memo writing to his Romaine staff was increasing, the number of memos he was sending to Mayhew was on the wane. From Mayhew's perspective, this was Hughes simply being Hughes, moving through yet another phase of disenchantment with Las Vegas, and had even accepted Kerkorian's presence, if only because it took some of the antitrust pressure off Hughes' Nevada operations. Mayhew had moved into his sprawling new mansion on the Desert Inn golf course, a house dubbed Little Caesar's Palace by the locals for its grandeur. He entertained lavishly and often, content in his role as Hughes' frontman, now more so than ever. And he remained naively unaware that Hughes was continuing to receive negative reports on Mayhew's honesty from Hughes' Romaine Street team, who had begun to make disparaging remarks to Hughes' aides about his alter ego. He might have had more opportunity to heed a wake-up call if another crisis had not surfaced in Penthouse 1 in March 1970. At the time, Robert Mayhew had traveled to New York to finalize Hughes' purchase of Air West, when the White House announced plans for another underground nuclear test in Las Vegas. Suddenly, nothing was more important to Hughes than stopping the test. As with the previous blast, he was determined to mount a counterattack and pressure the White House to see the long-term harm such tests were having on the environment, Hughes' environment. Hughes ordered Mayhew to fly to Key Biscayne immediately and offer Nixon, through Rebozo, $1 million cash to halt the test. Hughes coined the phrase, the big caper, to refer to the bribe, a bribe which Mayhew was too embarrassed to actually offer to Rebozo. He did, however, make the trip to Key Biscayne, along with Richard Danner, and came away with an offer from Nixon to meet personally with Hughes at Camp David to explain the importance as well as the safety of the underground tests. Hughes viewed Mayhew's report as a total failure. Meeting Nixon was hardly an option for Hughes, although Mayhew did not fully appreciate how impossible the suggestion actually was. He foolishly told Hughes that Nixon really did not care that the blast was taking place in Hughes' backyard, did not care about the extent of Hughes' investments in the area, did not care about his threats to leave Las Vegas if the test continued. In fact, Nixon was not under Hughes' control after all. It was a situation that Hughes could not tolerate, and once again saw Mayhew's failure to perform as the sole cause of his problems. When the blast took place as scheduled on March 2, 1970, Hughes was scared into hiding in his bathroom and was coaxed out of the room only after hours of effort by his aides. When he reemerged, his first item of business was another memo to Mayhew. This time, however, the threats that were made were no longer idle, something Mayhew still did not realize. Bob, I don't know where to begin. You said the president couldn't care less whether I remain in Nevada. Well, this may well be true in the literal sense. However, bear in mind that if I pull up stakes here, I'm not going to some neighboring state. I'm going to move the largest part of all my activity to some location which will not be in the U.S. The president already has the young, the black, and the poor against him. Maybe he will be indifferent if the richest man in the country also finds the situation in the U.S. unlivable, and because of the country's intense preoccupation with the military. I know one thing. There is at present a violent feeling in this country against all the experimental activities of the military. So I just don't know how the public would react to a frank statement by the wealthiest man in the U.S. that he also considered he was being elbowed aside by the military. I know one thing. It would, or at least it could, be a hell of a newspaper story. Mayhew dismissed Hughes' intention to liquidate his Las Vegas holdings as sheer delusion, for he knew that Hughes was incapable of making such a move without his knowledge and assistance. He likewise filed away in the same basket the threat of a physical move for the billionaire, knowing full well the elaborate preparations that would precede such an effort would certainly need his input. Mayhew was hopelessly out of touch with what was actually taking place in Penthouse 1. He did not know about Hughes' declining physical and mental condition. He did not know about Hughes' own determination to escape Mayhew's control, and he certainly was unaware that there was a widening circle of evidence against his ability to handle his duties to Hughes' satisfaction. Ironically, the most damaging input did not come from the gay Henley Davis camp, but rather from Hughes' tool, where Executive Vice President Raymond Holliday was watching with increased alarm the hemorrhaging of cash from the company's bank accounts. Holliday projected Mayhew's losses for the year 1970 at $13 to $14 million, including losses at every one of Hughes' hotels and casinos. Holliday also notified Hughes that his current cash reserve was $111 million. Of that amount, $75 million was kept on perpetual hold for an anticipated payout in the still ongoing TWA case, with an additional $17 million held as collateral in a series of bank loans. According to Holliday's computations, Hughes needed more than $10 million in cash to keep his businesses running over and above what was in the bank. Worse still, the figure did not include any money for Hughes' own expenses, which at that point were running over $30,000 a day. Holliday did, however, take the time to take a swipe at Mayhew personally. However, provision is made for payment to Mayhew of his $10,000 per week basic compensation, but without provision for expenses that will be considerable. In other words, no provision is made for the purchase or use and the personnel that might be required of a right-hand or left-hand ass-wiping machine that he may require. While Hughes did not respond to Holliday's memo, he began to keep a list. It was an accounting of Mayhew's failings, and while it did not accurately reflect either Mayhew's actual shortcomings nor attempt to present a balanced view of his accomplishments, the list was constantly in view and actively added to during May, June, and July 1970. Mayhew continued to be blissfully unaware of having fallen into terminal disfavor, continuing to perform in gregarious fashion, and in doing so providing ample fodder for his enemies. If anything, Mayhew was reaching for more control over the Hughes empire, posturing with increased disregard for his own position. Among the deals Mayhew concluded during mid-1970 was the purchase of a commuter helicopter service known as Los Angeles Airways. Although there was mention of the proposed purchase in early 1969, memos from Mayhew to Hughes, there was no further written discussion of the deal until an announcement was released by LAW in May 1970. According to the press release, Hughes was paying $3,116,640 for the struggling operation, in a deal which ultimately was unauthorized by Hughes. Mayhew insisted at the time that Hughes had, in fact, verbally given him the authority to conclude the acquisition. For whatever reason, Hughes denied that such conversations had ever taken place, and refused to sign any paperwork concluding the purchase. It was a public abrogation that blindsided Mayhew and his reputation. It was so blatant, in fact, that mere common sense suggested he had at least some form of initial authorization from Hughes. Attempting to pick up the pieces of the deal after the fact, Mayhew scheduled a hasty meeting with Gay and Davis in Los Angeles and asked their help in reviving the dead carcass of the helicopter negotiations. Neither Gay nor David were in a rush to commit themselves, and would have been of little help to Mayhew even if they would, for no one, Gay and Davis included, could move Hughes to action in the summer of 1970. As facts became known, however, Los Angeles Airways was the least of Mayhew's immediate problems. In the course of his effort to secure the Dunes Hotel and Country Club for Hughes, Mayhew entered into an agreement to make a business loan to part owner Sidney Wyman. Wyman needed $4 million in quick cash, and Mayhew offered to lend him the money in exchange for a speedy closing on the Dunes. The money Mayhew was offering was not his own, of course. It belonged to Howard Hughes, who did not know of Sidney Wyman and would not have loaned him money even if he did. With his entire reputation now hanging in the balance, Mayhew called another meeting with Gay and Davis, and this time literally begged them to assist him over this precarious position. Davis testified in a resulting court action in 1975 that Mayhew pledged his solemn word not to commit himself to anybody anymore without written authorization. It was a rather complete admission of culpability in the dealings, and placed Mayhew's future in the hands of two men who were quite anxious to see him fired. While feigning understanding and compassion for Mayhew's position, Gay and Davis played their roles well, convincing Mayhew that they would work on his behalf within Penthouse 1. It was the kind of evidence that Gay would not have been able to generate on his own, detailing Mayhew's irresponsibility as Hughes' frontman, and that very afternoon, Gay dictated a memo to be taken into the old man, verifying the pledge of Hughes' funds. Quote, "The commitment of an unauthorized loan in the amount of $4 million by Mayhew has been confirmed," end of quote. Hughes' response to Mayhew was deepening silence. Where there were once incessant calls, now there was ominous restraint. It did not, however, reflect on Hughes' mental capacity, which fed off of the campaign to discredit Mayhew, and panicked at the thought of a loose cannon in his midst. For the secluded billionaire, options were few. His dislike for Gay equaled his distrust of Mayhew. In desperation, he turned to a surprise source for rescue, his longtime aide, John Holmes. In a banter of memos, Hughes pressured Holmes to coordinate his rescue from the clutches of Mayhew, and imagined freedom. He ordered Holmes to contact Jack Reel, who had offered to supply a private Lockheed jet. He insisted that he wanted to leave immediately for the Bahamas, despite the fact that nothing had been prepared for his arrival on foreign soil. The jockeying between worry and frustration took its toll on Holmes, who was not used to having a position of authority, let alone decision-making. Despite Hughes' insistence on the need for an immediate move, his fear of leaving his room repeatedly stymied each plan, until Holmes neared the same breaking point that Mayhew had encountered over the landmark opening a year earlier. "I have so much pressure on me since we talked about this trip 2 months ago that I don't know how much more I can stand. You keep asking me if we can go, and I've told you repeatedly, let's go. I have other problems such as schedules here, health, trying to keep my family happy, etc. For instance, I don't tell you about such things as my wife calling me and waking me to tell me that we were robbed, and for a change she was frightened to be alone with my little girl. These are all sources of worry to me, and I'm about to toss in the sponge." Hughes' concern did not extend to the personal life of his aides. He had no interest in their pressure from home, and refused to even acknowledge any statement that referred to issues other than business. From his perspective, he had his own problems consuming his life, and did not need to become involved in what he referred to as the pettiness of life outside these four walls. As autumn approached and Mayhew found himself in a vacuum, his own memos began to take on a frantic tone of impending disaster. "Howard, things are truly falling apart. We have now been formally advised by the 3 banks holding the Nigro guarantee that they want immediate payment from us. The attorneys for Bellin, the president of Los Angeles Airways, now have completed their complaint in order to file a lawsuit. Howard, I don't know what else I can tell you about this entire situation except to repeat, it's going to be one hell of a mess." Mayhew's memo deepened Hughes' determination to expel his alter ego, and he ordered Gay to begin an internal investigation of Mayhew's activities. With Holmes now totally involved with the logistics of moving Hughes, the billionaire turned to his aide, LeVar Myler, who was dispatched to Los Angeles, to personally inform Gay that Hughes wanted Gay and Davis to prepare a proxy for his signature that would give Gay, David, and Raymond Holliday complete control of Hughes' Nevada business. Gay's satisfaction was immediate. His quiet campaign of subterfuge had yielded success beyond his initial hopes. With a crippled Mayhew now locked in his sights, he moved forward for the kill with calculated efficiency. Gay dispatched his assistant, Kay Glenn, to Washington to formally hire Intertel, International Intelligence Incorporated, run by former Justice Department attorneys Robert D. Peliquin and William G. Hundley, to audit Mayhew and uncover proof of theft or embezzlement. Holmes had completed arrangements for the entire top floor of the Britannia Beach Hotel in the Bahamas to be leased, and private telephones installed. Jack Reel had been contacted, and a Lockheed Jetstar had yet again been made available for Hughes' use. Each element had been double-checked and re-verified, all without the knowledge or input of Mayhew, who was now clearly labeled as the enemy in Hughes' memos to his staff. "John, I am acutely aware of the throttle hold Mayhew has gained on my entire organization, and this is one of the principal reasons for the trip," he wrote. Only the proxy remained to be signed before Hughes' named Big Caper could begin. Hughes received a draft of the proxy via fax on the morning of November 14, 1970, handed to him by aide Howard Eckersley. Shortly before noon, Hughes signed the piece of paper, witnessed by Eckersley and LeVar Myler, and notarized by Myler. Myler then notified Gay and Davis that the proxy was received and signed. He then folded the piece of paper, put it in his jacket pocket, and there it would remain for the next month, unseen by anyone. On Thanksgiving Eve, Operation Big Caper commenced. Holmes notified the aides on duty, Eckersley, Myler, and George Frankham, that the move was happening. As the city of Las Vegas busied itself with holiday preparations, Hughes was placed on the same narrow stretcher on which he had arrived in Las Vegas, and carried by Margulis, Eckersley, and Myler, down 9 floors, using the emergency exit at the far end of the penthouse hallway. Outside in the parking lot, Hughes was hit by the cold air, his frail body wrapped only in a bathrobe, and covered by a blanket. His long gray hair formed a mat under his head, his long nails hidden from view. On his head lay a new brown Stetson bought by Mel Stewart, a replacement of Hughes' signature lucky fedora. The stretcher was placed into a waiting unmarked van and moved unobserved out of the Desert Inn parking lot, heading to Nellis Air Force Base, northeast of Las Vegas. A half hour later, Dr. Norman Crane joined the aides aboard the Jetstar. Only then were the pilot and co-pilot allowed to board the plane, given instructions to file a flight plan for the Bahamas, and instructed not to enter the passenger compartment of the plane during the trip. At just after midnight, November 26, 1970, the plane left Nellis, carrying the richest man in America. The pilot banked right and then proceeded to chart a course across the Grand Canyon, the Hualapai Indian Reservation disappearing below them. The escape from Las Vegas went flawlessly, without the intrigue of a major Mayhew enterprise, with its off-duty policemen and ex-FBI agents placed at strategic points along the route, with not even a hint to the security guard still on duty at the far end of the hallway at the Desert Inn. The man who had transformed the face of Las Vegas was no longer its most famous resident. Secure in the luxury of his cabin at Mount Charleston, Robert Mayhew and his family had placed the finishing touches on the preparation of their Thanksgiving feast and were preparing for bed. For Mayhew, it had been a busy day. Only later would he realize how calm it was in contrast to what was to come. For his life as he knew it was about to change forever, as closest friend became bitterest foe. Chapter 19. Isolation. I never had a manicure. I don't know. Maybe it's an outgrowth of my childhood when they used to teach people about males and about having manicures. Anyway, I never have had them. But I have always kept my fingernails at a reasonable length. I cut them with clippers, not with scissors and a nail file the way some people do. I use clippers because they don't leave a rough edge afterwards. Anyway, I take care of them the same way I always have. The same way I did when I went around the world, and times when you have seen me, and at the time of the flight of the flying boat, and every other occasion I've come in contact with the press. I care for my fingernails in the same precise manner I always have in my life. Paradise Island, Bahamas, January 7, 1972. Hughes, speaking on the phone to the press, while looking at his 2-inch-long fingernails that had not been trimmed in over 3 years. There was a smell about the place that Howard Hughes did not like. Not really an odor. It was more a clammy humidity that permeated his room on the 9th floor of the Britannia Beach Hotel. A dampness that seemed to hang thick in the air like a fog in a forest. It was a humectant that made his sheets cold and moist, and sent shivers down his long, thin legs. Hughes looked out into the darkness of his room and thought about the blackness that wrapped him in seclusion. It was different from the pitch of Las Vegas, where not a shred of light entered day or night. Here there was a haze, like dots of black, scattered among the layers of dark gray. No sun, of course, but different nonetheless. Hughes did not like it as well, but sighed in resigned tolerance. He missed sleeping in his Barcalounger. While the chair had made the trip to the Bahamas and the Britannia, his aides had installed a hospital bed in its place, operated by electricity, and motorized to lift and move at the touch of a button. Not like the hospital bed he had designed in the 40s. This one moved as if powered by diesel, with a mattress that groaned even under his light weight. The control was difficult to operate, the buttons hard to push, as Hughes felt them with his fingertips, struggling to depress the control to elevate his feet. Over his head he heard footsteps. His aides had posted an armed sentry on the roof of the hotel, with his own German Shepherd for added protection. There were 2 more guards on the 9th floor, the first immediately opposite the elevator, similar to the setup in Las Vegas, and another inside a partition that had been built to section Hughes' portion of the 9th floor from the public rooms. He did not trust the setup. Too many people. But there was not much he could do in a foreign country like the Bahamas. Not like the old days, he remembered. The Bay Street Boys were long gone, replaced by Lyndon O. Pindling, the first black premier of the Bahamas. Negroes, Hughes thought. More trouble. Then he felt the sores on his back and returned to struggling with the control to raise the foot of the bed. He was thousands of miles away from the panic that had become Hughes' Nevada operations. Hughes had been gone nearly a day before Security Chief Jack Hooper had called Robert Mayhew at his cabin and interrupted his Thanksgiving dinner with the news. At the Desert Inn, Hughes' aides had methodically cleaned out his rooms, carted away his empty pill bottles and jars filled with urine, shredded documents, removed the blackout drapes, and cleaned, and then cleaned again to eradicate any trace of Hughes' lifestyle. Mayhew returned that night from his cabin and cloistered himself in his office at the Frontier Hotel, where he kept a tight lid on any publicity about the disappearance of his billionaire boss, while he attempted to determine what had taken place. Though Hughes had openly discussed leaving Las Vegas for over a year, and had received feasibility reports on the Bahamas from both Mayhew and Hooper, neither man initially thought of the island. Tahoe, Phoenix, Boston, and Montreal, cities in which Hughes had considered living in the past, were at the top of Mayhew's short list of possibilities. The news that an unscheduled flight had left Nellis Air Force Base for the Bahamas immediately altered his list, but not his impression that Hughes had been kidnapped, somehow forced to leave his suite by parties unknown. He sent his son Peter along with Dean Elson to Miami to establish a base of operations, to rescue the billionaire from his unknown captors. Mayhew was still basing his assumptions on the logic that he was firmly in control. If Hughes had meant to leave, surely he would have known, Mayhew rationalized. Yet as night slipped into day, back into night, and no ransom note was received, no word of any kind for that matter, Mayhew realized that perhaps he had made a serious miscalculation. In retrospect, the knowledge that the aides had disappeared with their employer should have been Mayhew's single biggest clue that this was an inside job, done with Hughes' full consent. But at the moment he still thought a crime had been committed, the kidnapping of the King of Las Vegas. As newspapers across the country began to leak the word that Howard Hughes had mysteriously vanished from Nevada, Mayhew went on the offensive as a guest on CBS 60 Minutes, and in a dramatic appeal to Hughes pleaded, "Howard, please call me." When Hughes learned of Mayhew's appearance, the call he placed was not to his former alter ego, but rather to Bill Gay, to deliver an edict. "Get rid of Mayhew, now." Gay, known neither for his courage nor his tact, met with Chester Davis, and together they presumed to conceive a plan to rid themselves of Mayhew without confronting him in person. On December 4, 1970, they telephoned Mayhew's friend and sometimes employee, Washington attorney Ed Morgan, and summoned him to a meeting in Los Angeles, California, at the Century Plaza Hotel. Morgan had been selected to do what Gay and Davis would not, confront Mayhew directly, and give him the news. He was fired immediately. The meeting lasted all of 3 minutes. When Morgan flew back to Las Vegas and relayed the news to Mayhew, the power broker's reaction was as fast as it was predictable. "Tell Davis he can go fuck himself, and Gay too. I'm not going anywhere. I'll be right here. And in case he can't reach me, because my personal telephone lines are now unlisted, you let him know they'll be listed by tomorrow." Bill Gay and Chester Davis received Mayhew's ultimatum and responded by flying to Las Vegas. They took over the top floor of the Sands Hotel, ejecting 22 guests in the process. With Mayhew ensconced in the Frontier and the Gay Davis camp at the Sands, Las Vegas was a city under siege and poised for the most public corporate war in modern history. At the center of the feud, of course, was Howard Hughes, and Hughes at that moment was sleeping. He had taken his usual 4 Valium pills, the blue bombers as his aides called them, and was snoring in the fits and starts of apnea. When he finally was cognizant enough on the afternoon of December 5, 1970, to be informed about the events that had unfolded in Nevada, he learned that Gay had attempted to send auditors from the firm of Haskin Sells, as well as guards from Intertel, into the casino cages of Hughes hotels. Mayhew had countered by having the accountants branded as trespassers and thrown off the properties. He had also gone to court to have a restraining order filed against Gay and Davis, to keep them from interfering with the orderly operation of Hughes' Nevada properties. Hughes riled with furor, not at Mayhew but at Gay. He had fully expected Mayhew to put up a fight. He had, after all, handpicked his alter ego for his ability to hold his ground. But Gay, who never commanded respect from Hughes, was once again showing his inability to take control. So it was to Davis that Hughes complained, hoping that his attorney might be able to proceed legally. "You can tell Mayhew for me that I had not fully determined to my mind to withdraw all support from his position until he started playing this cat-and-mouse game for his own selfish benefit. In other words, Mayhew does not believe for 1 second that I am dead, disabled, or any of the other wild accusations he has been making," Hughes wrote to Davis, insisting that he force Mayhew to stop all activities on his behalf. On the evening of December 6th, the accusations were so intense that Nevada's governor, Paul Laxalt, flew to Las Vegas and joined Clark County District Attorney George E. Franklin, Jr., to first speak with Mayhew and then with Gay. to somehow avoid a public bloodletting. At 1 a.m. on December 7th, Howard Hughes placed a call to Gay's suite and spoke to Laxalt, as well as Franklin. He just wanted to clear up the misunderstandings that have arisen in the press, Laxalt later told reporters, discussing his conversation with Hughes. He was very disturbed about the speculation that he had been kidnapped and that he was not going to return. He assured us that he was just on vacation that he had planned a year ago. He said he was going to return soon to Las Vegas and spend the rest of his life here, Franklin added. He's still the boss, period. He's merely firing a couple of people that were working for him, he said, referring to Mayhew and Hopper. The news represented a direct defeat for Mayhew, who continued to maintain that Howard Hughes had hired him, and only Hughes could fire him. That's all I want, Mayhew said. I want to hear it from Howard. I don't think it's much to ask. Hughes received the news in the dark, solitary confinement of the Britannia Beach Hotel with confusion. Panicking impulses beat in the obscurity of his room as the walls closed in and his frustration rose. What he had hoped would be an easy transition was turning into another trying debacle, and Hughes' tolerance for such things no longer extended into days, let alone weeks. He reacted by reaching again for his yellow legal pad. Dear Chester and Bill, I do not understand why the problem of Mayhew was not yet fully settled, and why this bad publicity seems to continue. It could hurt our company's valuable properties in Nevada, and also the entire state. You told me that if I called Governor Laxalt and District Attorney George Franklin, it would put an end to the problem. I made these calls, and I do not understand why this very damaging publicity should continue, merely because the properly constituted board of directors of Hughes Tool Company decided, for reasons they consider just, to terminate all relationship with Mayhew and Hooper. I ask you to take whatever actions are necessary to accomplish the objectives briefly outlined above. I ask you now, please, to inform the members of the board of Hughes Tool Company of my desires and feelings in respect to this matter. It is not my wish to try to tell the board what action should be taken. That's their job. But it seems there has been some uncertainty as to where I stand, and I want this cleared up at once. I do not support Mayhew or Hooper in their defiance of the Hughes Tool Company board of directors, and I deeply desire all concerned to be fully aware of this immediately. I ask you to do everything in your power to put an end to these problems. And further, I ask you to obtain immediately a full accounting of any and of all funds and or property to which Mr. Mayhew may have had access. As I have said, this matter has caused me the very gravest concern, and is damaging my company and all the loyal men and women associated with me in the very deepest and far-reaching way. Despite Mayhew's insistence to Hughes that he wanted to be released from his job prior to the billionaire's departure from Las Vegas, he now seemed more determined than ever to keep it, and continued to fight through the court system. On December 9, 1970, District Judge Howard Babcock heard testimony from handwriting expert Ralph Bradford that the signature was genuine on Hughes' proxy, giving unlimited power to Gay, Davis, and Holliday. Mayhew countered with his own handwriting expert, Charles A. Apple, Jr., who testified the signature was a fake. It was a tug-of-war that saw no movement on either side, despite the repeated assertion from the Gay-Davis camp that they had Hughes' fullest cooperation. In any other corporate melodrama, the CEO would have handled the firing of a division head with precision and speed, two words that did not exist within the Hughes domain. The Board of County Commissioners Chairman James Ryan made special direct appeals for Hughes to appear in person to settle the dispute, and lamented that in the old days of Las Vegas, the gangsters ran a tighter ship. Kind of looks like the racketeers ran a better business than Mr. Hughes does. At least when they were here, people played by the rules. And when there was a problem with the rules, they went outside the county line, Ryan said. Hughes lived in a state of constant agitation during the next few weeks. Logs kept by his aides indicate that he spent hours in his bathroom, muttering to himself in fury. During one 2-day period in mid-December, he fell asleep on the toilet and stayed there for 6 hours, only to later awaken and continue to ramble. He was particularly incensed to read a newspaper report that a grading and paving contractor named Levane Malvison Forsyth testified that he was paid 5 $100 bills by Roy Crawford to stand guard in a Desert Inn parking lot after midnight on Thanksgiving. Forsyth claimed to have seen a man dressed in a topcoat or a raincoat or a bathrobe being helped by 2 other men to walk to a car. Upon further questioning, Forsyth said that he had no idea why he was paid to stand in the parking lot, but happily accepted the money. It took another week of legal dancing before Judge Babcock ruled in favor of Gay and Davis, with the men moving to oust Mayhew not only from his office at the Frontier Hotel, but from his mansion on the golf course of the Desert Inn. The expulsion found Mayhew plunged into a serious depression, not unlike what his former boss was experiencing. For Hughes, it had less to do with losing his alter ego than it did with losing control of his businesses, his money, his life. Since leaving Las Vegas, Hughes had become increasingly dependent on his aides. No longer willing to walk more than a few steps, Hughes insisted on being lifted from his bed to his Barco lounger, lifted into the bathroom, and lifted back to bed. Although his kidneys continued to malfunction due to his limited intake of fluids, his physical condition was remarkably good for a man who refused to exercise or even walk. His mind, however, was being consumed by his increasing dependence on codeine. In constant pain from the open and festering wounds on his back, Hughes refused to be treated, despite the fact that the bone of his shoulder blade on his right side was now exposed. His rotting teeth had begun to abscess, causing his upper jaw to swell and drain, and further limiting his ability to chew. As his body absorbed increasingly larger doses of codeine, Hughes' constipation, already severe, became impacted and required Mel Stewart to administer repeated enemas to free the blockage. Despite the fact that Hughes' suite had 6 televisions, the poor television reception made viewing difficult, and while Hughes' eyesight was no worse than any other 65-year-old, his refusal to wear glasses made reading newspapers impossible. He therefore had become totally dependent on his aides as a source of information. That single factor, more than any other, made Hughes a virtual prisoner of the 6 men providing his care. Those men, in turn, were totally under the control of Bill Gay, who now found himself in complete charge of Hughes' growing empire. Though the TWA lawsuit remained unsettled, and Mayhew filed a suit for breach of contract, the legal atmosphere for Hughes Tool and its various subsidiaries was rather stable. With Hughes no longer able to interfere in the direction of his businesses, his profits were growing in all areas other than his Nevada operations, and Gay moved to immediately remove those employees loyal to Mayhew and replace them with employees from Intertel, instructing them to get a firm grip on the bottom line. In addition, he found a new source of unexpected revenue, courtesy of the CIA. CIA Director William Colby had contacted Hughes Tool executive, Vice President William Holliday, in the fall of 1970, about a top-secret project to salvage a Russian submarine that lay sunken in the Pacific Ocean midway between the Hawaiian and Midway Islands. Colby wanted Hughes Tool to design an enormous mining ship capable of lifting the submerged submarine from its grave 3 miles below the surface. Since Hughes was already involved in mining operations, albeit through John Myers' worthless mining claims, and had already supplied top-secret equipment through its aircraft division, the CIA looked upon the organization as the perfect fit and cover for its covert operation that it called Project Jennifer. Although Hughes had a vague concept of the plan, he was only marginally involved in its acceptance, and had no knowledge that the giant mining ship named the Glomar went into production at the Sun Shipbuilding Yards in Chester, Pennsylvania, utilizing a design conceived by Hughes Tool's partner, Global Marine Corporation. Hughes' own time was monopolized by around-the-clock screening of films that the aides continued to provide in endless supply. When he was not watching films, he was sleeping in a drug-induced stupor, allowing his aides ample free time to enjoy the hospitality of the Britannia Beach Hotel. For aide Howard Eckersley, it meant something else: the opportunity to go into business for himself. In the early months of 1971, Eckersley conceived a plan to open Pan American Mines Limited and name himself president. According to Pan American Mines prospectus, its investing shareholders were Hughes' aides LeVar Myler and George Francom, as well as Gay's assistant, Kay Glenn. The firm's stock was listed on the Canadian Stock Exchange, and initial press releases freely mentioned the name of Howard Hughes. While not directly labeling the company as a Hughes property, releases on the firm referred to Eckersley as Chief Personal Staff Executive to Howard Hughes, with Myler and Francom listed as Hughes Tool Company staff executives. As word began to spread throughout Canada of a Hughes investment in the area, the stock price rose from an initial offering at $1 to 10 times that amount. It was only after Canadian officials learned that Pan American Mining Limited had no active mines that an investigation was begun into the company, culminating in a Canadian warrant for Eckersley's arrest. Word of the fiasco was reported in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, Los Angeles Times, and every Canadian paper. Yet Hughes himself remained blissfully ignorant of the situation, until Eckersley was forced to reveal the existence of the company to his boss. While the charges against Eckersley were eventually dismissed, several others involved in the company were convicted of stock fraud. Fraud was something that Hughes disliked. He liked it even less than losing money, which he did not like at all. And when he was told about a writer claiming to have worked with him on an autobiography, the word fraud came quickly to mind. He initially heard about the project from A. John Holmes, who delivered the news, and then stood back, expecting an explosion of expletives from the old man. None was forthcoming, for despite his love of privacy, at that moment Hughes was less concerned about a fraudulent book than he was about his stockpile of codeine, a supply that had run dangerously short on the 9th floor of the Britannia Beach Hotel. While Hughes repeatedly asked when he could expect delivery of his next message, Hughes' code name for drugs, the aides found themselves in the center of a growing melodrama unfolding in New York City at the office of book publisher McGraw-Hill. There, in the otherwise quiet, hallowed halls of Literae Scriptae, a manuscript from writer Clifford Irving and co-writer Richard Susskind was being set in type and rushed into production. The autobiography of Howard Hughes, with a commentary by Clifford Irving, was predicted to be a blockbuster bestseller by the publisher. McGraw-Hill had paid $750,000 to any account of H.R. Hughes and given the checks to Irving, who claimed to have written the manuscript based on meetings with Hughes over a period of months. While Hughes found Irving's claims of only passing interest, saying, "You didn't get any of my money," according to aide Gordon Margulis for Gay and Davis, it posed a far bigger problem. With a new governor in place in Nevada, the political tolerance for Hughes' continuing failure to follow Las Vegas gaming laws was waning. Governor Mike O'Callaghan took office in January 1971, several months after Hughes' departure from the state. If Hughes indeed had found the time and strength to meet with Irving, while declining to meet in person with Nevada gaming officials, it appeared that the billionaire was flaunting his power in the face of the politicians. To prove that Irving and Hughes never met, however, required more than just Davis' insistence in court. It required positive proof that the entire book was a hoax. For Gay and Davis, the solution came in the form of an elaborately staged press conference. Hughes' first in over 20 years. On January 7, 1972, 7 seasoned journalists who had previously met or written about Hughes were assembled at the Universal Sheraton in Universal City, California. 7 journalists, including James Bacon, Hearst Syndicate, Marvin Miles, Los Angeles Times, Vernon Scott, UPI, moderator Roy Neal, NBC News, Gene Hansacker, AP, Wayne Thomas, Chicago Tribune, and Gladwin Hill, New York Times, spoke over a speakerphone system with the billionaire, who admitted that he was living on Paradise Island in the Caribbean, and then proceeded to answer questions lobbed from the newsmen for the next 2.5 hours. Under intense heat from the glaring spotlights, the journalists wiped sweat from their foreheads and quickly emptied their water glasses that beaded humidity next to the place cards inscribed with their names. Hughes was comfortable speaking with the men, helped along by a recent injection of codeine. Thus sedated and anxious to clear up any misimpressions, Hughes sat naked on his Barco lounger and calmly gave the performance of his life. While Hughes truthfully stated that he had never spoken to Irving, "I don't know him, I never saw him. I've never even heard of him until a matter of days ago, when this thing first came to my attention." He openly lied about his appearance, laughing away the reporters who dared to claim that he had unclipped fingernails and hair down to his shoulders. And while the press conference was called to discredit Irving, Hughes saved his most vitriolic comments for his portrayal of Mayhew. "He's a no-good, dishonest son of a bitch who stole me blind." For Mayhew, the comment hurt far more than his dismissal. The following month, he filed a $17.5 million lawsuit for libel and slander against Hughes, which joined Mayhew's then ongoing lawsuit for $50 million for wrongful dismissal. While Mayhew would be later vindicated through a court judgment, it would take years of litigation. Mayhew was ultimately victorious in court when a jury awarded him $2,823,330.30. The judgment was successfully appealed on a technicality, although a settlement in Mayhew's favor was eventually reached out of court. Hughes' press conference did more than place his name in the front pages of newspapers across the country, and eventually sent Clifford Irving and Richard Susskind to jail. The exposure drew the attention of the Bahamian government, specifically the political foes of Prime Minister Lyndon Pindling and members of the Free National Movement, who started a campaign of intimidation. They began to publicly question Hughes' immigration status. He was a foreigner who had managed to remain on Bahamian soil without immigration papers, a valid passport, work permits, or investments in the region. The Free National Movement suggested Pindling had granted Hughes special privileges, which of course he had. When Hughes' aides began being questioned themselves by the immigration authorities, who attempted to gain access to Hughes' private quarters, there was a decided panic among the ranks. At one point, the aides moved Hughes from his own suite to one on the 6th floor of the hotel, in an effort to keep him isolated from the invading officials, who found nothing but an empty room with a hospital bed covered in soiled sheets when they finally forced their way into the Hughes wing of the hotel. That evening, Hughes was returned to the 9th floor, but only for an overnight. The uncertainty of their political status demanded a hasty getaway, a maneuver unto itself that was not so simple. The island of Paradise was separated from the capital of Nassau by a long bridge, which allowed police and immigration to easily track all those coming and going from the Britannia Beach Hotel. The very arrangement that aided in Hughes' seclusion made his escape by that route just as problematical. The decision was made to leave the island by the only other possible means, boat. Despite the fact that Chester Davis maintained a yacht in Nassau for his own pleasure, Hughes' aides leased a yacht named the Cygnus and hired its captain, Robert Rehack, and Rehack's first mate, to sail them to Florida's Key Biscayne. Gone was any pretense of secrecy. In the rush of their emergency exit, the aides took Rehack into their confidence and pledged him to silence. It was not a simple oath to keep. The sight of the billionaire, long toenails curling around old sandals, and gray hair stringing to his shoulders, wearing only a bathrobe to protect him from the winter sea air, was as unexpected as it was shocking. Rehack later told a Miami newspaper that the look of Hughes was the craziest thing I ever saw. With Jack Hooper no longer handling security, Bill Gay had hired an Intertel employee named James Golden to take over the responsibility. Like Hooper before him, Golden never met Howard Hughes face-to-face, but rather functioned in an executive capacity to make certain that no one else saw him face-to-face either. It fell to Golden to locate a suitable refuge for the billionaire, who had quite literally become a man without a country. The continuing threat of subpoenas from ever-widening lawsuits made it unwise for Hughes to settle back in the United States without fear of exposure. Foreign travel was difficult, since Hughes refused to be photographed for a passport. Yet, through his connections with Turner Shelton, the ambassador to Nicaragua under Richard Nixon, Golden gained assurances from Nicaraguan President Anastasio Somoza that Hughes would be both welcome and undisturbed. That decision made, and arrangements quickly handled with the Intercontinental Hotel in Managua, Hughes had only to tolerate a rough crossing to Key Biscayne and be carried aboard a chartered Eastern Airlines jet before he was on his way to yet another blacked-out suite in yet another invisible city. Managua in 1972 was more than the largest city in Nicaragua. It was its cultural and economic center. Against the tin roof shanties of a population struggling amidst poverty, modern skyscrapers stood in stark defiance, proclaiming the strength of the Somoza dictatorship. The Intercontinental Hotel, 9 stories high and shaped like a pyramid, was the finest hotel in the entire country, and Hughes occupied the finest suite in the Intercontinental. According to logs kept by his aides, Hughes' days and nights were no longer consumed by business. With the absence of a Mayhew in his life, Hughes had no one off whom to bounce ideas, no one to argue against his successes, no one to tell him no. Surrounded now by yes-men whose major goal was to maintain the status quo, there would be no more high-powered acquisitions, no more interference in operations. Those were replaced by a repetitive round of sleep, films, drugs, and more films. Hughes' stay in Nicaragua was brief. 3.5 weeks after he arrived in the Central American country, Hughes was on the move again, this time to Vancouver, Canada. The purpose for the Canadian trip was said to provide Hughes better communication facilities and American television reception. By no small coincidence, it also brought his aides closer to their families. Before departing from Nicaragua, however, Hughes cemented his relationship with the country's president by agreeing to meet with General Somoza to thank him for his hospitality. It was the first time Hughes had met with a total stranger since he invited the governor of Florida to join him for dinner in 1955. The meeting took place aboard Hughes' private jet, a Grumman Gulfstream II, flown in specifically for the trip. Hughes was moved from the hotel to a waiting Mercedes via wheelchair, a decided improvement over the previously used stretcher. He had been freshly barbered by Mel Stewart, who also trimmed his finger and toenails, leaving a half-inch extension on Hughes' left thumbnail, for what Margulis called Hughes' screwdriver. Somoza was escorted aboard the Gulfstream by Ambassador Shelton, and was greeted by Hughes in his pajama bottoms, bathrobe, and sandals with a firm handshake. For the next hour, Hughes resorted to familiar banter about pursuing future investment opportunities in Nicaragua, the prospect of which had its president eager to hear non-existent details, and Shelton promising the cooperation of Richard Nixon, who had utilized Somoza's anti-communist stance for overt propaganda operations. Perhaps the most startling development from the meeting, other than the fact that it happened at all, was the press conference given after Hughes' plane departed the airport by the ambassador to Nicaragua. Shelton told the New York Times that Hughes looks extremely well. He was wearing a short beard that covers his face and builds into a Van Dyke on his chin. His hair is cut short, and so are his nails. Hughes' arrival at Vancouver's Bayshore Inn was extraordinary for a number of reasons. First, Hughes arrived in daylight and elected to walk into the hotel through the main lobby, eschewing the preparations made for his backdoor arrival by Gay's administrative assistant, Kay Glenn, who was at the hotel to view his boss for the first time in over 30 years. Still dressed in his soiled bathrobe, pajama bottoms, and sandals, Hughes made no effort to rush through the lobby, preferring instead to look around at the sumptuous furnishings and yacht-filled marina. When coupled with Hughes' meeting with Somoza, the billionaire's behavior was bordering normal. It was a frightening display to his personal aides, who saw in Hughes' increasing comfort beyond the seclusion of his private suite as a threat to their importance within the organization, if not their continued employment. Their nervousness was only compounded when they finally got Hughes into his suite on the hotel's 20th floor. It was there that Hughes walked into the suite's living room and dared to stare out the windows at Vancouver's marina and the 1,000-acre Stanley Park. He thought of leaving the windows unblocked and turning the living room into a sitting area for contemplation. Horrified that their boss was usurping their office space, the aides maneuvered Hughes into the corner bedroom, once again darkened against any intrusion. As quickly as it had happened, Hughes' ease with the outside dissipated, as he relented to the wishes of his aides and moved silently towards his Barco lounger. It was there that he would stay for the next 36 hours, sleeping and watching films, before finally moving to the bathroom. Hughes was still in Vancouver when on June 17, 1972, the Democratic National Committee headquarters in the Watergate building in Washington, D.C., was burgled. It was 2:30 a.m. in the morning when the burglars were captured by district police and began the investigation that would bring down a presidency. Hughes was unaware of the break-in, of course, happily watching The Brain That Wouldn't Die for the 7th time. To critics, the American International picture was the worst horror film ever made. To Hughes, it ranked as one of his favorites, never tired of seeing Virginia Leith play a woman whose decapitated head was kept alive in the laboratory of her fiancé, played by Jason Evers. Despite his best efforts to remain drugged, entertained, and completely secluded, Hughes was nevertheless unable to escape his tormented life completely. The lingering TWA litigation still played heavily into his obsessions, for he knew that sooner rather than later a court would levy unimaginable penalties on his bank accounts. In an effort to prevent Hughes' tool from being seized by the courts to provide collateral for his project debt, Hughes allowed himself to be convinced to dispose of the company through a stock issue. Tool Company executive Vice President Raymond Holliday was solidly behind the plan that would place him outside of Hughes' control and still keep him as head of the publicly traded company. Bill Gay as well approved of the sale, since it would bring needed fluid cash into the accounts and place him completely in charge of a restructured Hughes organization. It remained only for them to convince their boss to do something that he swore his entire life he would never even consider. It was Chester Davis who first broached the subject of a sale of Hughes' tool, relayed, of course, through Hughes' aides. At first Hughes reacted predictably, refusing even to consider a decision he labeled asinine. No, not asinine, idiotic, that's the word. At this point in their respective relationships, Hughes' opinion was important, but hardly sacrosanct. Lacking the ability to closely follow most of the progress of his assorted businesses, Hughes was now an outsider. While he had the ultimate say in everything, he said very little. So little, in fact, that Gay and Holliday continued to move forward with the proposed sale, hiring Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith to offer the public stock for sale. Sleeping in long stretches, followed by even longer periods of intense discomfort caused by his chronic constipation, Hughes increasingly lived an existence of dulled pain and mindless entertainment, designed to fill time. No thoughts of flying, no memories of faded glory. Hughes existed in the moment, handling each day's decisions in isolated ignorance. He knew only what he was told, and what he was told was that Hughes' tool had to be sold. Before Merrill Lynch had finished preparing its offering, Hughes began to feel pressure from the Canadian immigration officials, who began questioning his intentions and pointed to the fast-approaching end to his tax-free status in the country. The law was clear. After 6 months, any visitor was considered a resident, Howard Hughes included. The threat of taxes, actually even the mention of the word, was enough to cause Hughes to alert his aides to prepare to depart. He needed to escape, and he remembered the invite that General Somoza had extended. 4 days later, Hughes left Canada, routed back to Managua and the 8th floor of the Intercontinental. Returning to his room was something of a homecoming for the billionaire. In the 6th month since he had been gone, his suite had been recarpeted and painted. Hughes took it as a personal compliment, never realizing that the stench of urine had necessitated the overhaul. It did nothing to remove the constant dampness in the air, however, and as he fell back in his hospital bed, he shivered against the cold, wet air coming from the air-conditioning vent near the ceiling. On September 25, 1972, less than a month after arriving in Managua, Hughes agreed to see representatives from Merrill Lynch to confirm his approval of the Hughes tool sale. Julius H. Settlemeyer, Merrill Lynch vice president, was dubious. For Howard Hughes to sell the company that created his fortune and his father's legacy was a decision so counter to everything the billionaire had previously expressed that Settlemeyer would accept nothing less than a face-to-face acknowledgment in the presence of Merrill Lynch attorney J. Courtney Ivey. His apprehensions were well-founded. Indeed, Hughes himself was questioning the need for the sale, repeatedly asking his aides to clarify the position of Holliday, Gay, and Davis. Had Settlemeyer been aware of Hughes' original will, he would have been even more suspicious of Hughes' real intentions. In Article 5 of that document, Hughes wrote, "It is my will and desire that my trustees shall continue the operation of Hughes Tool Company as far as practicable as now carried on. This institution was founded by my father and promoted through his genius and ability to the success which it now enjoys, and it is my purpose and intention, so long as I shall live, to continue its development and progress by following out the policies practiced by my father, and it is my will and desire that my trustees, so far as practicable, shall continue the same course after my death, thus building to my father a permanent monument marking his initiative, judgment, and foresight in the founding and upbuilding of a great business. My executors and trustees shall never pledge the stock of said company. They shall never sell the same as long as said company may be profitably operated, and it is my will and desire that they shall exhaust every means to see that its profitable operation is continued." Holliday, Gay, and Davis had no binding loyalty to the firm, or vested interest in its continuing success. A younger Hughes, a more diligent executive, would have fought the sale until his last breath. But Howard Hughes at 67 was in no condition to fight. The billionaire who could barely walk had no place to run. He did as he was told up to a point. While Settlemeyer and Ivey waited in their rooms at the Intercontinental, Hughes drugged himself with blue bombers, 70 milligrams worth, and slept. Under strict orders never to wake him, his aides let him sleep, postponing the meeting with Settlemeyer and Ivey repeatedly through the day. Finally, near midnight, Settlemeyer had his fill and made it known to aide John Holmes that if Hughes did not see him before he needed to leave the hotel to catch his 6:45 a.m. flight back to Manhattan, Merrill Lynch was no longer interested in continuing with the stock issue. Ultimatums never sat well with Hughes. This was another gun to his head. So he waited until 5:30 a.m. to see the two men, never rising from his Barco lounger, never offering to shake hands. He did, however, give them what they wanted, a signed paper attesting to his desire to sell Hughes' tool. His only requirement? I want the employees to be treated well. The sale of Hughes' tool was a hit on Wall Street. At $30 a share, it was also judged a bargain. The company that had made Hughes $750 million since he inherited it in 1924 was sold for $150 million. In less than a year, the stock would rise to nearly $100 a share, generating a profit of 300% for its shareholders. Among them, Raymond Holliday, then chairman of the company, and no longer a Hughes employee. Hughes seemed content to live out his days in the Managua Intercontinental, repeating his ritual of watching films and drugging himself to sleep, and might well have if it were not for the catastrophe that struck the city just after midnight on December 23, 1972. Hughes had just finished viewing A Face in the Rain, the 1963 Embassy picture release, starring Rory Calhoun as a U.S. spy in Italy, when he called Jim Rickard into his room. Rickard had been added to the aid pool in Vancouver, and was a one-time drive-in theater operator who had first joined the Hughes organization in 1953. As Rickard crossed the room to face his boss lying naked in his recliner, the largest earthquake to ever hit Nicaragua began to roll its way through Managua. The shockwave sent furniture, plaster, and Hughes movie projectors crashing to the floor, with Richard catching Hughes' large speaker as it fell, deflecting it away from the billionaire, who remained unscathed in his chair. Hughes, who had been through several earthquakes in California, was calm during the ordeal, as much from his drugs as his previous experience. Outside, the wail of car alarms and fire sirens competed with the screams of terrified people as thousands poured into the streets, dazed and injured. As aftershocks continued to shake the hotel, Ricard ran to the telephone to report the situation to Hughes' Romaine office and request an evacuation plane. Hughes, however, was in no hurry to leave, preferring to stay in his chair, hidden as he had been. As Howard Eckersley, Mel Stewart, and George Francom rushed into the suite, the aides immediately countermanded any thought of remaining in the damaged hotel and promptly dressed Hughes into a pair of slacks and a white shirt, covered him with his robe, and carried him down the 9 flights of stairs to the lobby level. For the remainder of that night and early morning, Hughes remained in the back seat of a Mercedes sedan, used by his aides as he was driven through the broken city. Hughes never saw the bloodied corpses lying by the roadside, or the injured and helpless pleading for aid. His head was covered by a dark blanket, protecting him from the cold reality of the tragedy. When he finally emerged, he had been taken to the summer palace of President Somoza, where he remained until that evening. Aftershocks continued to plague the futile rescue efforts of a country in ruin. Nicaragua was in desperate need of fresh drinking water, since its own treatment plants had been severely damaged by the quake. Yet, when one of the first emergency landing clearances was given at the Managua airport, it was for a Learjet flown in empty from Miami to transport Hughes and his aides out of the country. Hughes flew into Fort Lauderdale International Airport, arriving in the pre-dawn hours in an effort to escape any interrogation by immigration officials. The normally invisible billionaire actually drew increased attention to himself by the timing of his flight. The lone immigration official on duty insisted on being allowed on board to verify Hughes' identity, and despite the best efforts of his aides to prevent it, actually succeeded. Huddled in the back of the plane, hidden beneath dark blankets, his eyes barely visible in the beam of the agent's flashlight, Hughes refused to speak, other than to acknowledge his identity to the befuddled worker. His curiosity apparently satisfied, the customs agent departed as quickly as he arrived, leaving Hughes and his aides free to travel to a rented home on nearby Sunset Island, or what was to be Hughes' final night in America. The following day, Jack Rial provided a leased Lockheed Jetstar to transport Hughes to his third home in 1972, a luxury suite at the top of London's Inn on the Park. The hotel was the property of the Rothschild banking family, and as a courtesy to Hughes, the entire top floor was emptied, with the exception of one long-term guest, a man named Barry Cowan. The Rothschild office became an unofficial clearinghouse for the curious seeking to have an audience with Hughes. Among them was the man who shared the honor as the richest man in America, John Paul Getty. On New Year's Day, 1973, Hughes received an internal memo that read, "The private secretary of Mr. J. Paul Getty called Mr. Rothschild's office today, extending an invitation to you to renew acquaintanceship with Mr. Getty while you are in London." Since Getty and Hughes had never met except on the pages of Forbes magazine, Hughes ignored the memo and returned to watching a movie, his fourth repeat of The Deserter, an Italian Western starring Richard Crenna and Chuck Connors as cavalrymen hunting for Indian Chief Riccardo Montalban. It was the repeated viewing of The Deserter, called La Spina Dorsale del Diavolo in its original release, that caused Hughes to issue an edict to his aides, outlawing spaghetti westerns from his screening list. Life at the Inn on the Park quickly settled into Hughes' now familiar routine of drugs, films, sleep, and bathroom, though with a decided change in tone. For the first time in recent memory, Hughes felt content. His aides were comfortable being in an English-speaking country. Hughes' television reception was excellent. He could once again read the daily papers, albeit with the aid of his peephole. And even his supply of drugs had improved, courtesy Dr. Wilbur Thane, who had been added to his medical staff. Thane, who had worked in the Romaine office for a short while during medical school, was the brother of Bill Gay's wife, Mary. Despite having a successful family medical practice in Logan, Utah, Thane decided to join Hughes' staff when he received assurances from the billionaire that he would be placed in charge of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute in the future. Like most things promised Hughes' employees, this was not in writing. To Thane, however, it was as binding an agreement as if it had been written in a contract, and he approached his work with the optimism of a prize winner. To Hughes, the addition of Thane brought the promise of an uninterrupted drug supply, now ordered directly from the pharmaceutical houses. The only thing missing to make Hughes' life of virtual retirement complete was the news that the continuing TWA case had been settled. On January 10, 1973, the Supreme Court of the United States granted him something even better. By a vote of 6-2, the justices ruled that the federal courts that had been ruling against Hughes for a decade had no jurisdiction in the case. The Supreme Court agreed with what Chester Davis had been saying all along. The Civil Aeronautics Board had approved of Hughes' handling of TWA, therefore effectively eliminating Hughes' antitrust liability. Despite the fact that he had sold his father's company to finance anticipated court damages that never materialized, Hughes was elated by the news. Eckersley told reporters, Hughes didn't stomp his feet or say, "Hell, it's about time," but he was happy. He was absolutely ecstatic. TWA, which had spent 55,000 man-hours and $7.5 million on its legal expenses, was dumbfounded. Hughes allowed the breath to escape slowly from his lungs as he finished laughing. His back pushed roughly against the paper towel insulation on the Barcalounger as the raw flesh from his shoulder blade stuck to the Naugahyde cover. Jack Rial had rarely seen his old friend so excited as he watched Hughes relate his versions of how the TWA lawyers took the news. "Crapped in their pants," he said, before breaking out in his nasally snorts of glee. Rial had been brought to London for precisely this kind of moment. Shared memories, storytelling, a willing listening, a friend. As he listened to Hughes' laughter, Rial knew he had been wise to come when Hughes called. Through the haze of drug-induced nirvana, he saw the smallest hint of his old friend, the old spark, the adventurer reborn. He nursed the souvenirs of the past until they were bright, clear memories, and as he watched the billionaire dig past his addiction to something even more powerful, his love for the sky, he was amazed at what he uncovered. Hughes wanted to fly again. No, more than merely fly, he wanted to pilot a plane and experience the release that only flying brings. When Hughes asked Rial to make it happen, he did not have to explain why. Rial knew the feeling. He had had it himself and promised his old friend that it would happen. Looking now at the man he first met as a test pilot of the XF-11, it was difficult to believe the toll life had taken. The wasting of muscle, the thinning of bone had left Hughes so weak that Rial wondered if he could physically handle the controls. Time was Hughes' enemy, and now it was Rial's. Yet as he moved to set in motion the various elements that would bring together plane, runway, pilot, and friend, he had no clue that he faced a far bigger challenge than Hughes' deteriorating health. He had to face the remonstration of Hughes' aides, who were determined to keep the billionaire from ever again seeing the light of day. Chapter 20. Being of Sound Mind and Body. If you knew how much it disturbs me and how unhappy it makes me when you are completely cold and unfriendly as you were tonight, I really don't think you would turn on the punishment outlet quite all the way. So all I ask is that the next time you get ready to give me a really harsh expression of your views, you merely take into account the fact that my life is not quite the total bed of roses that I sometimes get the impression you think it is. Freeport, Bahamas, July 1975. Hughes' note to his aides. He wants to what? Bill Gay's voice raised an octave as if he were rehearsing for an Italian operetta. Fly. He wants to fly, John Holmes repeated. The men were incredulous at the development. Talk it over with LeVar and handle it, Gay instructed, aware that there was little even the aides could do if Jack Rial successfully found a plane. Remind him again of the governor. That might help. As the senior aides, John Holmes and LeVar Myler had been made directors of the newly formed Summa Corporation and were therefore in a position of elevated importance among Hughes' caregivers. The other directors of the board of Summa were William Gay, Nadine Henley, and Chester Davis. The ringleaders of the most elite guard in the world, they found themselves under attack by an outsider, a man whose history with Hughes far preceded their own. He was a danger not only to their autonomy, but their jobs themselves. Jack Rial was someone who needed to be handled. As Howard Hughes turned restlessly in his bed, he knew nothing of the internal intrigue within the Inn on the Park. His dreams were of the sky, and he was more determined than ever to fight his way past the cloud banks in his mind to achieve his goal. He knew what he had to do. He knew he had to stop craving that nirvana, the one that codeine provided. Yet, as good as it was, the floating high of dulled pain, it was nothing, nothing compared with the thrill of flying. That, he knew, was really his drug of choice. When John Holmes wrote Hughes a note reminding him yet again of the urgency of a meeting with the Republican governor of Nevada to assure that his gaming licenses would be renewed, he expected the same response he had received the last 5 or 6 times he handed his boss the same note. Holmes was prepared to be brushed aside, to look into the dull brown eyes that barely blinked life, and watch as a withered hand rose and pointed toward the door. John Holmes was not disappointed. Hughes went through his normal display of distress, indicating his demand for solitude. But this time, when he found himself again alone, he wrote his chief aide a note that acknowledged his acceptance of a meeting. He would, in fact, be happy to see Governor Michael Callahan, if the Irishman would accommodate him on St. Patrick's Day. As Hughes wrote the note, he felt his lips turn into a smile, and suddenly remembered what it was like to be happy. When the meeting took place, as scheduled, on March 17, 1973, it lasted 1 hour and 10 minutes. Hughes was drugged with 250 milligrams of codeine, which, while more than a normal dose for a terminally ill cancer patient, represented only half of what Hughes was used to tolerating. The governor arrived with Philip Hanifin, chairman of the Nevada Gaming Board, and was exuberant after his conversation, admitting to the New York Times, "Hughes has a commanding personality, and one which convinced the governor that Hughes would soon return to Nevada." The billionaire, freshly washed and coiffed, had not lost his ability to manipulate. O'Callahan returned to Nevada, a convert, with Hanifin assuring everyone in forthright tones that Hughes' casino licenses were legal and binding. Hughes took little notice of Chester Davis and Bill Gay, who sat in on the meeting. Davis, who had never met Hughes in person, sat off to the side in the darkened room along with Gay, who had not seen his boss in over 25 years. Any attempt by Gay or Davis to interject a comment in the conversation was ignored by Hughes, who never addressed his employees or even acknowledged their presence. After his visitors from Nevada left the hotel, Gay made every effort to impress upon Hughes' aides the need to speak to the old man about Gay's plans to rebuild the Desert Inn in Las Vegas. Gay had brought an elaborate scale model of a shopping complex that he had envisioned to stretch along the Las Vegas Strip, and told the aides of the impact the mall would have on the gambling mecca. Hughes, however, would not be pressured into hearing about a damn shopping mall, nor even be convinced to look at the scale model, which was eventually covered with a sheet and left untouched as well as unbuilt. Having thus satisfied his aides' demands and passed another outside scrutiny, Hughes was ready for his reward. In the past, that would have meant more drugs. Now it was his promise to fly. Since Hughes' only existing wardrobe consisted of his old bathrobe, 1 pair of pajama bottoms, and a few worn pairs of drawstring underpants, Rial decided to treat his friend to some new clothes to commemorate the occasion, and turned to Gordon Margulis, the Brit among the aides, for help. Together they shopped for shirts and pants, a new fedora, and a leather flight jacket, similar to the one Hughes wore when he conquered the skies 4 decades before. Predictably, the aides attempted to convince Hughes that he was too ill to leave the hotel, realizing the very real danger of such folly. Still, Hughes was determined. He even ordered sliced chicken sandwiches to be boxed for the flight, a throwback to the memories of his youth. No one reminded Hughes that he used to carry roast beef sandwiches on his flights, since sliced roast beef was now impossible for the billionaire to chew. He was excited to the point that he had daily conversations with Rial about the plans for the initial flight, the first of what he hoped would be many more to come. He wanted to hear the elements of the arrangements repeated over and over in exacting detail, and glowed with anticipation with each retelling. On the guise that Hughes was interested in purchasing a turboprop Hawker Siddeley 748, Rial was able to convince test pilot Tony Blackman to accompany Hughes on a flight, which departed London's Hatfield Airport on June 10, 1973. Hughes was accompanied on the flight by Rial and aide Chuck Waldron, and promptly took off all his clothes as soon as he sat in the pilot's seat. Blackman remained nonplussed throughout the experience, which he later recalled with apprehension as being one of the most challenging of his career. As Hughes attempted repeated takeoffs and landings, Blackman was forced to take control of the plane to prevent a crash and potential loss of life. While he could see that Hughes was tall, thin, and his flying style prone to pushing the limit of safety, he was unaware that the man in the pilot's seat was extremely hard of hearing, had failing eyesight, faulty equilibrium, and lacked coordination. It was a thrill ride, Blackman remembered in understatement. In the next month, Hughes left the Inn on the Park 3 additional times and flew with Blackman, Rial, and Waldron in another Hawker Siddeley 748, as well as a de Havilland 125 twin-jet aircraft. Those hours spent flying were the happiest moments in the last decade of the billionaire's life. His mood was elevated, his humor intact, his mind sharp, and his outlook refreshed. Unfortunately, it was not to last. On August 9, 1973, in the early morning hours, Howard Hughes got out of bed and walked to the bathroom. At his side was aide LeVar Myler. Leaning heavily on Myler, Hughes' slight frame suddenly slipped from Myler's grip, and the billionaire slumped to the floor, a limp skeleton collapsing on itself. Hughes groaned in pain as the disturbing crunch of bone against bone pierced the darkness. Afraid to move his employer, Myler raced to telephone for help. Later, his report would shed little news on what caused the fall, but one thing was certain. Howard Hughes had a multiple fracture of his left hip, an injury verified by Dr. William Young, a radiologist called to the Inn on the Park and asked to x-ray the hip of a patient, identified only as Hugh Winston. There in the darkness, being moved and turned by strange hands, forced to use paper towels as insulation, Howard Hughes' life ended. Not his physical life, of course. He continued to breathe and talk and watch films. But his spirit was gone. He felt it as surely as if it had tipped his fedora and left the room. His life was finished. Dr. Walter Robinson, London's top orthopedic surgeon, was brought in to set the hip and implant a steel pin to help support the weakened joint. Despite the aide's insistence that the billionaire could not leave his darkened suite, Robinson was adamant that his patient had to be moved to a hospital for surgery. Robinson refused to consider doing the operation in a hotel room, no matter how well equipped. As a result, and over his loudly voiced objections, Hughes was taken by stretcher from the Inn on the Park and transported to the London Clinic, a private hospital used to handling the health concerns of the country's richest patrons. In depositions given by Doctors Young and Robinson, both physicians were astounded by Hughes' poor physical condition, remarking on his dehydration and malnutrition. Dr. Robinson, in fact, made a point of speaking at length to Dr. Wilbur Thane, who checked into a room at the hospital to watch over Hughes. Robinson recommended and completed extensive testing of Hughes' blood and organs in what was to be the most complete physical the billionaire had in the last 50 years of his life. The results of those tests indicated that Hughes' muscles and organs were atrophied and barely functioning, suggesting a biological age at least 20 years in advance of his actual 68 years. Despite Hughes' fragile health, under Robinson's experienced hands, the surgery went well, and within days Hughes demanded to be released from the hospital and return to the Inn on the Park. Robinson was unable to overrule Hughes' insistence, notwithstanding the fact that he wanted his patient to begin physical therapy on his hip, and recommended a course of exercises to stimulate muscle growth and reconditioning. Hughes, of course, was not only not interested in therapy, he was not interested in walking. Once Hughes returned to his bed at the hotel, he never walked a single step on his own again. "What the hell is Watergate?" Hughes asked guide George Frankham several months after his return to the hotel. Hughes could not escape the news reports running daily on London television broadcasts, as well as the headlines of the British newspapers. Nor could he escape the reports that he was somehow involved. That Hughes should be confused was understandable, since it had been years since he had ordered Robert Mayhew to give cash contributions to Richard Nixon via Bibi Rebozo. He had no way of knowing that the contributions had been unreported and undiscovered until just days before. The Hughes connection to Watergate became a topic of much debate within the Senate committee investigating the burglary of the Democratic National Headquarters. As the facts became known and various pieces fell into place, Howard Hughes' name remained one of the few constants, along with that of Nixon and Rebozo. By late October 1973, the relationship between Hughes' money, Richard Nixon, the Justice Department's Antitrust Division, and Las Vegas was making the headlines, and it was only a matter of time before the old man himself would bring up the topic. When it happened, Frank Holmes sidestepped the question and waited for it to fade into Hughes' slipping memory. The fact that it did reflected the extent to which his mind was clouded with the excess of drugs, and the toll they took was as much physical as mental. In late November, Chester Davis was alerted by his contacts within the Securities and Exchange Commission that an indictment was being prepared against Hughes for illegal activities in the Air West acquisition. Despite Hughes' contentment with the hotel accommodations and security arrangements in London, Davis advised the billionaire to prepare to be moved immediately. The extradition agreements between the United States and Great Britain gave the local authorities permission to return Hughes to America to answer federal charges. It was an alarm that not even the strongest drugs could muffle. With the suite in turmoil, once again preparing for a major move, a letter arrived at the Inn on the Park, addressed to Mr. Howard R. Hughes, whom the front desk still refused to acknowledge was a guest, and sent up to the penthouse. The envelope bore the return address of London Broadcasting, a new radio station headquartered on Fleet Street, and containing a letter from an eager reporter, typical of the hundreds of requests Hughes received each year. Dear Mr. Hughes, I know I'm trying for what hundreds of others have tried for and failed, but you never get anything unless you try. What I would like is an interview with you. Just a minute or two of your time would be enough. I work for the new independent radio station, London Broadcasting, and an interview with you would really make our name, and it would certainly make mine. I promise that I am friendly and charming, and have no evil intentions towards you. Please, 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 will you see me? Yours very hopefully, Angela Storer. Hughes read Angela's letter and marked it, What is London Broadcasting? He then placed it on a file that was packed for shipping out of the country. On December 20th, 1973, just a week after Hughes was inducted into the Aviation Hall of Fame in Dayton, Ohio, the billionaire left England on a private DC-9 bound for the Bahamas. The aides were stunned at the decision to return to a country that previously had been so hostile. To Mel Stewart, it was like going back into a bear trap. Davis and Gay had made the arrangements for Hughes to take over the top 2 floors of the Xanadu Princess Hotel in Freeport on Grand Bahama Island, and were aware of what Stewart and the other aides were not. The country had abolished its extradition treaty with the U.S. to accommodate financier Robert Vesco, himself in hiding in the country. What worked for Vesco would be equally as effective for Hughes, particularly since Gay had arranged for the old man to acquire the Xanadu Princess Hotel, and therefore handsomely exceed Bahamian investment requirements for permanent foreign resident status. Barely 1 week after Hughes' arrival in the Caribbean, the SEC handed down its indictment, naming Hughes, Davis, Mayhew, producer David Charney, and a Hughes employee named James Null as co-defendants in the suit. The thrust of the SEC charges was that Hughes and company knowingly manipulated the stock price of Air West to force the company's sale. Hughes had essentially done just that, and all the defendants were aware of it. Mayhew had even warned him of the potential conflict these actions might cause. From his haze on the top floor of the Xanadu Princess, the specter of a criminal conviction on security charges weighed heavily on Hughes' mind. No longer writing extensive memos, Hughes relied instead on dictated messages that were passed to his aides and then relayed to the proper individuals. Responses into his suite were now in written form, since Hughes' conscious mind had precious few moments of perceptive thought. Even his screening of films was affected by his limited attention span, as scenes were repeated continuously for hours until the plot penetrated Hughes' awareness. Living in a state of perpetual confusion and irritation, Hughes demanded and received increasingly large doses of codeine. By February 1974, Hughes was medicating himself to such abundance that Doctors Crane and Chafin were concerned about his body's ability to tolerate the constant abuse. Both doctors were adamant about refusing to prescribe additional codeine for Hughes, and were joined in their concern by Dr. Wilbur Thane. Thane, however, continued to supply Hughes with codeine and other drugs, talked into it by his patient, who faithfully promised to reduce his drug intake until he was weaned entirely off them by the end of the year. While Thane may have been serious, Hughes, of course, was not, and like most addicts, was willing to promise anything in the short term to maintain the supply of his drug of choice. While Gay was aware of Hughes' growing drug dependency, his own plate was overflowing with the sheer volume of decisions that needed to be made to keep the Hughes empire productive. Officially, he was now the executive vice president of the Summa Corporation, the renamed Hughes Tool Company, with the tool division removed. He had charge of every division, including the Las Vegas business, the aircraft division, Hughes Air West, and the landholding companies. The Hughes Air West lawsuit concerned him. If Hughes were found guilty on all counts of alleged stock manipulation, he could be sentenced to 12 years in prison. Fortunately for Hughes and for Gay, the U.S. District Court judge hearing the case labeled the government's case the worst criminal pleading I've ever encountered, and dismissed the charges in February 1974. While the Security and Exchange Commission threatened to refile its suit, the immediate challenge to Hughes' legal culpability was lifted. The Summa Corporation found no such relief, however, after years of neglect within the Hughes organization, primarily due to the billionaire's own failure to make prompt decisions. The infrastructure of the business was out of control. Employees who had long since been fired were still being paid to keep them from talking to the press. Systems were dangerously outdated to the point that the only means of linking the various business divisions was via physical meetings with a myriad of executives. The biggest problems, however, continued to exist in Las Vegas, where the physical buildings were simply wearing out, having not been remodeled since Hughes' purchase of them years earlier. The building housing Hughes' television station was in danger of being condemned, its septic tank malfunctioning and illegal. The Desert Inn had closed entire wings due to leaking plumbing, crumbling walls, and soiled carpet. The runways at the North Las Vegas airport were in need of repair and expansion. The showroom at the Sands was in need of new lighting and sound equipment. All were waiting for the approval of a man, more determined than ever, not to interrupt his nonstop movies with anything as aggravating as a decision. During 1 month in 1974, Hughes watched Westworld, Trader Horn, Deaf Smith and Johnny Ears, Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, Kid Blue, Emperor of the North, Story of a Woman, Grand Prix, Paper Moon, Patton, Love Story, Poseidon Adventure, The Godfather, and The French Connection, repeatedly. His aides, still reduced to communicating with their boss solely through typewritten memos, handed him files of paperwork marked urgent, only to see them slide off the arm of the Barcalounger and drop to the floor unread. Requests for money transfers, purchases of planes, even approvals for his aides' vacations met a similar fate. Only memos from Jack Rial managed to break through the indifference. Jack Rial, who had been elevated in importance to trusted confidant, master of focused advice, and the connection to the past. It was to Rial that the task of running the Xanadu Prince's Hotel was given, as well as the assignment to evaluate the proposed purchase of the Lucian Beach Hotel, the Lucian Harbor Inn, and the Daylight Apartments on Grand Bahama Island. It was capped by Hughes' decision to appoint Rial as the head of Hughes' East Coast, a new position that would rival Gay's own, if indeed it ever happened. There was dissatisfaction among the staff, the need for some security. With Rial making inroads into the aide's inner sanctum and Gay's executive status, the wagons were circled in a concerted effort to keep Hughes and Rial apart. Suddenly the old man was too sick or too sleepy to see his old friend, and when Hughes asked to speak with Rial, he was conveniently unavailable or out of town. On the West Coast, the Internal Revenue Service had begun an extensive audit of the Summa Corporation, demanding to have a breakdown of deductions and an explanation of Hughes' earnings, which seldom ever topped $50,000 in a single year, despite the fact that his wholly owned companies were generating in excess of $175,000 per day. The IRS demanded to see records from the Mayhew years, just as the SEC had reinstated its Air West case and demanded to see memos relating to the takeover of the airline. June 5, 1974. Mike Davis, the security guard at Hughes' Romaine Street headquarters, had just finished making his rounds outside the building. It was a little after midnight. He opened a side door to the concrete and steel fortress and felt the barrel of a gun stock in his back. He was pushed forward inside the building, his hands taped behind him, a blindfold parcel across his eyes, and gag put in his mouth. He was tossed on a ground-floor sofa and told not to move. Davis later told police that he thought he heard the footsteps of 4 men enter the building. For 4 hours the men went about their business, looking into safes, desk drawers, and filing cabinets. In a second-floor conference room, Chester Davis had filled the table with Hughes' written memos, neatly piled for indexing. All the memos were taken, as was a stack of cash, Nadine Henley's butterfly collection, and a ceramic samovar. Offices were ransacked, drawers were emptied onto the floor, with seeming indiscretion. And then the burglars disappeared into the warmth of a still Hollywood night. On the heels of the Watergate break-in, there was some indication that perhaps the White House was behind the theft, or the CIA, or the FBI. Yet the ease with which the burglars entered the building, the way they went about selecting their destinations, and how casually they proceeded with their business, suggested something far more likely to the detectives investigating the crime. The Los Angeles Police Department had no proof, but was of the common opinion that it was an inside job. Hughes, or a member of his staff, arranged the burglary. The documents that were taken had been subpoenaed only days before the crime by the SEC, by Mayhew, and by the Senate committee investigating the Watergate break-in. The timing of the burglary was convenient for Hughes, and a little too convenient for the Los Angeles Police Department to believe that it was arbitrary timing. The initial suspect was Mike Davis, who, when questioned by the detectives, repeatedly proclaimed his innocence. Hughes himself was told of the burglary in a memo from the aides, and was concerned primarily about the aftermath of an investigation, rather than by the burglary itself. "He does not want some insurance investigator to take it upon himself to start opening boxes and crates," the aides wrote to Nadine Henley, accountant Lee Murrin, and Kay Glenn. Hughes wanted no meddling, particularly not from the LAPD. The Hughes staff balked at cooperating with the police with typical silence, even after a telephone call came into Romaine from a man identifying himself as Chester Brooks, demanding $1 million for the return of the Hughes papers. That the Hughes organization had made copies of the majority of the missing documents did not seem common knowledge among the thieves. Neither did Hughes' lack of interest in recovering his missing memos. The entire incident might have died for lack of interest had it not been for a discovery made several weeks after the break-in. Apparently, among the items taken by the burglars was paperwork detailing Hughes' involvement in Project Jennifer, the CIA recovery of the sunken Soviet sub. When that word reached the CIA from Romaine Street, that interdepartmental memos concerning the Glomar mining ship had been stolen, the CIA arrived in Hollywood, determined to take over the responsibility for the case. Cooperating with the CIA in a covert operation was one thing. Being investigated by the agency was an entirely different matter, and the prospect of CIA intervention in his business caused Hughes to plunge deeper into the quagmire of his addiction. Had Hughes been more able to play an active part in the investigation, the unraveling of the case might actually have amused him. As it was, Hughes never learned the details of the evidence as it began to trip upon itself. Hughes would have certainly found it fascinating to discover that an actor, who once appeared as a Tartar captain in his 1956 film, The Conqueror, had received a call from an ex-con turned car salesman concerning the Romaine Street break-in. The actor, a big hulk of a man named Leo Gordon, and the car salesman, a con man named Donald Woolbright, had done business with each other in the past. Gordon had purchased a car at the automobile dealership employing Woolbright. According to the story Woolbright spun, he had come in contact with an acquaintance from the St. Louis area who wanted him to act as a middleman in the disposal of the Hughes papers. He contacted Gordon because at the time the actor was writing scripts for the TV series Adam 12, and presumed he might have some publishing contacts that would be interested in acquiring the stolen memos. Gordon, who also had a criminal record, reported Woolbright's effort to dispose of the papers to a friend, Frank Ronick, who worked for the Los Angeles County District Attorney. Gordon had been sentenced to San Quentin for 11 years after having been found guilty of robbery and assault with intent to commit murder in 1947. Ronick, in turn, contacted the CIA, who met with Gordon, allegedly asking him to attempt to obtain the stolen documents from Woolbright. In the course of reestablishing himself with Woolbright, Gordon fronted the ex-con $3,500 to travel to St. Louis to acquire the files. Soon afterward, the CIA mysteriously lost interest in the case, and Woolbright disappeared, leaving Gordon minus $3,500. My reasons for becoming involved, aside from friendship for Frank Ronick, were, to be candid, to do Howard Hughes a favor and trust that he would in some way help me, either as an actor or writer, Gordon later wrote in a letter to the Los Angeles Police Department. Right now, I feel I've been a patsy, my money gone, in possible danger. Gordon died on December 26, 2000, after a brief illness. The Summa Corporation ordered 18 of its employees to take lie detector tests in connection with the burglary. 16 of the employees passed the tests. One, the security guard, Mike Davis, refused to take the test and was fired. It was later learned that he had previously worked at a car dealership across the street from where Wobright was employed. The other, Summa's West Coast head of security and Davis's boss, Vincent Kelly, took the test and failed. Inexplicably, he was neither fired nor charged with the crime, despite the fact that in the report filed by the Los Angeles Police Department, it noted that Kelly displayed guilty knowledge to all 4 examiners who reviewed the tape. Kelly subsequently took a second polygraph test, administered by a private eye, and is said to have passed. The private eye, Robert Duke Hall, was found murdered on July 22, 1976. What details did emerge included the information that Project Jennifer cost $350 million, employed more than 4,000 people, and that the Hughes Glommer had been successful in retrieving a portion of the Russian submarine, sunken 16,000 feet below the surface, the forward third of the Soviet vessel. While the CIA looked like fools for allowing the secret mission to leak to the press, Howard Hughes was painted as a patriot, having taken on the project for no profit to aid his country's defense. When Hughes heard about the praise, he was lying on his barca lounger on the top floor of the Xanadu Princess, watching the torture sequence from the Ipcris file, and could not have been less interested. He had seen the third reel of the Ipcris file 4 times that day, and would watch it another time before he grew tired of the experience, injected himself in the groin with codeine, and switched to watching Two Rode Together, starring Jimmy Stewart as a frontier marshal dealing with the Comanche Nation. Hughes no longer felt. Not hatred, not love, not pain. He had been consumed by his desire to escape a world in which he could no longer participate. Guided by a group of men whose singular reason for tolerating his excesses was the hope that soon he would die and leave them exceedingly wealthy through the terms of his will. The will. Now there was the rub. Hughes continuously swore to each and every one of his aides that they would be cared for upon his death by a will he handwrote several years earlier. The exact location of the will was unknown, and when asked about it, Hughes gamely dismissed the question with, "You don't actually expect me to tell you, do you?" The fact was that his aides would have liked nothing better. So too Bill Gay, Nadine Henley, and Kay Glenn. Only Jack Rial, Mel Stewart, and Gordon Margulis seemed immune from the will patrol, which during the last year of Hughes' life became a near daily subject of debate. Whenever the aides broached the subject of a will, Hughes' answer remained the same. He had advised his staff that he not only had a will, but it was a handwritten holographic one. He had prepared it while living in the house on Sarbonne Road, the Grey House he called it, presumably during the period he was dating Faith Domargue, and under the supervision of attorney Neil McCarthy. He had repeatedly informed each of his aides that they were included in his will, via codicils, added after the original draft was signed and witnessed. In late summer 1975, Jim Ricard, the newest aide on the team, and the one least likely to be included in any will, was also the one told by Hughes that he was considering updating it. It was the timing of the update that concerned the Summa executives. If, as his employees thought, Hughes had left his estate to the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, Bill Gay and Chester Davis felt reassured that all the Hughes businesses would remain intact after his death, since they comprised the Institute's entire executive committee. While this was a likely assumption, given Hughes' multiple statements of his intentions, it was by no means guaranteed. It was therefore with a great deal of relief that the occupants of the Summa executive suite received word from aide Jim Ricard that Hughes was at last ready to update his last will and testament. Nadine Henley took it as a personal duty to assist the billionaire, since she had worked on the early 1947 version of his will, still unsigned. In response to Ricard's version of his conversation, she wrote Hughes a note on September 16, 1975. Dear Mr. Hughes, I was told by Jim Ricard that you had inquired about your will. I'm so glad you did, because I have been worrying about it, as it needs updating very much indeed. Noah Dietrich is named as one of your executors, as well as Ralph Damon, and others you may want to re-evaluate. You may want to change the will substantially after 28 years, rather than just add a codicil. The will was typed and printed on blue line, and I can send you, or carry to you, the blue line or a copy of it to correct. Then I can retype it, or the person of your choice can do it for you. You realize, of course, that no one else has ever seen your will, so you must instruct me as to exactly how you want me to handle it. Awaiting your instructions. Sincerely, Nadine. When Hughes received Henley's letter, he was infuriated by its presumptions. First, that he should want her involved in any preparation, and second, that they should have been contacted by Ricard. Hughes not only considered it a breach in confidentiality, but also totally inaccurate. He was, in fact, in no particular rush to rewrite his will. He individually told his aides this, and dismissed it outright for the immediate future with, "We got time." Such was not the case. With his mind wandering further from reality with each passing day, and his intake of codeine escalating beyond human tolerance, it became apparent to Hughes' aides as well as his doctors that their employer's excesses had to be curbed. The larger question remained how. Dr. Wilbur Thane was the physician responsible for supplying Hughes his medication, and therefore the only one able to cut off its flow. It was a delicate business for Thane to address, given his own immediate goals. For months, Thane had been pressing Hughes to provide him with an employment contract, signed and approved by the board of directors of the Summa Corporation. Hughes had repeatedly stalled Thane's requests, and as weeks pushed into months, the doctor was becoming more adamant about the need for an immediate decision. "I've discussed this at length with my attorney, and the offer of having a guarantee by any bank is totally unacceptable to both of us," Thane wrote to Hughes in early September. "The only thing acceptable is that the contract I now have be ratified by the board, that it be similar to the other executive contracts, and that the board be notified that you approve of this contract." Hughes was well aware that any false step on his part could quite easily incite Thane to stop providing the drugs he craved. He even discussed this possibility with his aides, who continuously asked to be relieved of any association with his deepening drug use. The paranoia that the aides felt was compounded by Thane's own anxiety when he heard from them that Hughes was openly discussing his supply. "For hell's sake," Thane wrote Hughes, "stop talking to your staff about our subscription problems. They could be forced to testify about what you have told them in court or in front of a grand jury. They have absolutely no immunity." By the end of January 1976, Hughes had not signed his approval for Thane's employment contract. He had not written a new will. The status quo was draining the patience of every staff member who watched helplessly as their benefactor ignored them, their needs, their greed, and his own health. It was a situation that was desperate for leadership at a time when no one was willing to assume it. Even when a decision was made, no one, within the Summa organization, was willing to accept responsibility. On February 10, 1976, Howard Hughes was taken from his suite at the Xanadu Princess Hotel on a stretcher and flown to Acapulco, Mexico, where the top floor of the Acapulco Princess Hotel had been reserved for his party. Mexico, land of incredible poverty, home to a language that none of the aides spoke, where the electricity and water were unreliable, and the food was routinely tainted. It is little wonder that no one admitted at the time, or later under oath, responsibility for the selection of Acapulco as Hughes' next home. Certainly it was not Hughes himself, who was in no condition to even know that he had changed countries, for in the dark all rooms appear essentially the same. The aides later testified that the move was made to keep a constant supply of drugs available to the billionaire. Thane denied that he had ordered the switch, and knew full well that the drugs he was supplying to Howard Hughes were coming directly from the American manufacturers. Less than 2 months after arriving in Acapulco, Howard Hughes had dropped 16 pounds from his already slight frame, had been increasingly unresponsive to food, which he failed to recognize, found the mood of his aides to be abrupt, and neglected to ask about any phase of his businesses. Calls in and out of his suite were mainly centered on his last will and testament and employee contracts. His physical condition finally deteriorated to such an extent that Dr. Lawrence Chafin ordered blood drawn for a profile. In his notes, Chafin wrote, "Today he seemed more confused at times, and when I tried to persuade him to eat, his reply was, 'For the record, I want to be left alone.'" Less than 12 hours later, Howard Hughes was boarded on a charter flight for his final plane ride. Despite a bumpy takeoff, it was a perfect day for flying, with cloudless skies stretching to the horizon, and the freedom that Hughes cherished with his very soul. His breathing was shallow, but his eyes were wide open, staring into space, to a place where neither money nor power meant anything at all. Dr. Chafin watched as Hughes took his last breath, and heard only a muffled sound. If he had leaned his ear to Hughes' lips, he might have heard the voice whisper, "Hey, Papa-ree-bop," and known of his peace. Epilogue. And the winner is, my will is deposited in Houston. The probation of my will and the fulfillment of all its terms will take place in Houston. The terms of my will have remained unchanged for a little more than 20 years. Under those terms, there will be founded a large, permanent charitable medical institution as an endowment. Los Angeles, California, August 11th, 1944. The only existing formal letter written by Howard Hughes concerning his will. It was addressed to the California State Income Tax Board. Howard Hughes had been dead for less than 20 hours when the speculation about the existence of a will, or lack of one, began to surface in the press. At the Summa Corporation offices in Encino, California, Bill Gay, Nadine Henley, and Chester Davis were caucused in meetings in an effort to address the immediate issue of maintaining their authority over the Hughes companies, while exploring their options in getting control of the Hughes finances. At the time of his death, Hughes' entire estate consisted of an eclectic assortment of businesses and a handful of collected mementos. Among his assets, of course, were the Desert Inn Hotel and Casino, the Frontier Hotel and Casino, the Sands Hotel, the Silver Slipper Casino, plus the Castaways and Landmark Hotels and Casinos, all in Las Vegas. His Nevada holdings included KLAS-TV, the Paradise Valley Country Club, the Desert Star Laundry Company, the Desert Inn Improvement Company, which ran the sewer and water services for the Desert Inn Hotel, Hughes Aviation Services, operating the charter terminal at McCarran International Airport, Harold's Club Casino in Reno, 209 acres in Paradise, Nevada, plus another 151 acres on the Las Vegas Strip, some 25,000 acres of desert and grazing land, including Warm Springs, a working cattle ranch, as well as the grazing rights to large tracts of federal land, plus more than 3,000 claims to gold and silver mines in and around Tonopah, Nevada, a legacy of the John Mayer buying sprees. In addition, Hughes owned the Xanadu Princess Hotel in Freeport, Bahamas, Hughes Air West, Hughes Helicopters, a portion of the former aircraft division that was never transferred to Howard Hughes Medical Institute, 1,317 acres around Marina del Rey, California, a 1964 Chrysler with a $15,000 air filtration system in the trunk, 13,232 acres of land in Tucson, Arizona, 1,060,179 shares of Atlas Corporation, received for the sale of RKO Pictures, Hughes Television Network, responsible for closed-circuit feeds inside Madison Square Garden, H-Tex Incorporated, the holding company for oil and gas leases, non-transferable memberships in the Wilshire Country Club, Los Angeles, the Lakeside Golf Club, Los Angeles, the Westchester Country Club, Rye, New York, and the Los Angeles Country Club, plus the Hercules flying boat in storage and mint condition in Long Beach, California, in addition to 3 new Hawker Siddeley planes valued at $2.26 million. Hughes owned master prints and all rights to his films, including several edited versions of Hell's Angels, 2 uncensored prints of The Outlaw, plus Scarface, The Conqueror, Jet Pilot, Cock of the Air, 2 Arabian Nights, Gambling House, Angel Face, The French Line, and Underwater. Also included in the Hughes estate, and no doubt long forgotten by the old man himself, a house in Riverside, California, completely furnished and unused, $671,068 in the Texas Commerce Bank, $1,799 in cash, 3 Bank of America cashier's checks to be paid to the order of M. Gerber, each in the amount of $1,002.60, dated December 2nd, 1952. A lapel pin proclaiming Team Championship SCGA 1927. A 20 Balboa gold coin from Panama. 64 $5 casino chips from the Desert Inn Hotel. A wedding ring with 36 square-cut diamonds, and a gold money clip inscribed, "Happy Days, Carrie." In an effort to uncover the will that Hughes insisted he had written, executives of the Summa Corporation placed an advertisement in newspapers in 40 cities across the country. Howard Robard Hughes, Jr., son of Howard Robard Hughes, Sr., and Aline Gano, born December 24, 1905, died April 5, 1976. Anyone having any information regarding his death, please phone 213-986-7047. His executives broke into filing cabinets that had remained locked and untouched since Hughes was a film producer. The contents of safes were itemized, the search for a safe deposit box was initiated, and a list was assembled of individuals that might have been a logical depository for Hughes' legal papers. Simultaneously in courts in Texas, Nevada, and California, executors were assigned to handle Hughes' affairs, coordinated by his closest living relative, his maternal aunt, Annette Gano Loomis, and her son, William Rice Loomis, an attorney at Hughes' Houston law firm, then known as Andrews, Kurth, Campbell, and Jones. Loomis was married to the daughter of senior partner Palmer Bradley, the same man who had written years earlier to Noah Dietrich for Annette Loomis. Texas probate judge Kenneth Pat Gregory appointed the mother-son team as administrators of the Texas portion of the estate, with Keith C. Hayes, probate judge in Nevada, appointing the First National Bank of Nevada as the administrator in that state. In California, Richard C. Gano, Jr., Bill Loomis' cousin, and the son of his late uncle Chilton, was appointed to administrate the California portion of the probate and spearhead the search for Hughes' last will and testament. These appointments were hardly arbitrary, but rather reflected inheritance laws and family trees overseen by the Chancery Court in Delaware. If Hughes were found to have a valid will, the terms and conditions of his dictates would apply. In the absence of a will, however, the heirs would be determined by the laws of the state determined to be Hughes' legal residence at the time of his death. If that residence was deemed to be Texas, both maternal and paternal heirs would be included. The laws of California and Nevada recognized only the closest living relative. In that case, Annette Gano Loomis would be designated as Howard Hughes' sole heir. It mattered little to the various courts that Hughes consistently voiced his intention to leave his estate to medical research. In the absence of a will, the estate laws were clear. So too was the probability that the federal government would claim a major percentage of Hughes' billions in estate taxes, and with it, the taxman that Hughes spent his entire life successfully avoiding would be declared the winner. If Howard Hughes was not already dead, that bit of news alone would have killed him. Since his mother was in no condition to undertake the responsibility, Hughes' cousin, Bill Loomis, became the titular head of Summa Corporation. Officially, he was elected the chairman of the board by an agreement with Bill Gay, Chester Davis, and Nadine Henley, who welcomed Loomis into their ranks as a conciliatory gesture aimed at continuing the status quo. What they did not expect was for Loomis to find the time, while in the throes of the probate hearings, to dissect the inner workings of the various Hughes industries. In the first 3 weeks following Hughes' death, alleged heirs on both sides of the family began to reveal themselves, many totally unknown to the others in the case. On the Gano side of the Hughes grabfest, the family tree was fairly straightforward. Hughes had no brothers or sisters. His Aunt Annette had 4 children, though only one, William, had actually met Hughes as a child. Annette's other children were Aline, named after Hughes' mother, Annette, and Frederick. Annette's late sister, Martha Hoostown, had 3 living children, all of whom were still in Houston, Janet, Sarah, and James, plus a 4th, the deceased William, whose own children, John, Margot, James, and Richard, now stood in line to inherit their portion of the estate. Annette's late brother Richard had 4 children in addition to Richard C. Gano, who was the California administrator of the estate: William, Doris, Annette, and attorney Howard Hughes Gano, all still living in Houston as well. The picture clouded substantially when the paternal side of the family was examined. Hughes' late uncle Rupert, from whom he was estranged, had married 3 times and had 1 daughter by his first wife, Agnes. The girl's paternity was thrown into question by the highly publicized divorce proceedings in 1904, in which multiple extramarital affairs were claimed by both Agnes and Rupert. After the divorce, Rupert failed to provide for the girl named Elspeth, who lived with her mother. Elspeth, who died in 1945, had 3 daughters named Agnes, Elspeth, and Barbara. In addition, Rupert Hughes' second wife, Adelaide, had 2 children by a previous marriage that Rupert unsuccessfully attempted to adopt. Those children, Avis and Rush Bissell, took the name Hughes despite their legal status. As the cousins and second cousins met with their attorneys and attempted to come to an agreement on what, if any, inheritance might be due them, Richard Gano launched into an extensive and far-reaching search for a will that could possibly make their entire effort moot. Gano was helped along by officials of the Mormon Church, who announced the discovery of a 3-page will purported to have been handwritten by Hughes in 1969, and just filed with Loretta Bowman, the clerk of the courthouse in Clark County, Nevada. Addressing to the discovery, the Summa Corporation issued a response stating that it could not give a firm statement denying the authenticity of the will, although it indicated that the will contained many errors that make it look suspicious. Former aide Noah Dietrich, named as executor and driven by the potential for millions in fees, filed a petition with Judge Keith Hayes to admit the document to probate, despite the rather startling gafes it contained. Chief among them was the naming of Dietrich, whom Hughes disliked and distrusted after their acrimonious breakup. Further, the so-called Mormon will left money to the Boy Scouts of America and the Mormon Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, two organizations in which Hughes had absolutely no interest. It gave 1/4 of his estate to the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, rather than the entire estate, as Hughes repeatedly had suggested was his intention. Additionally, the will called the foundation the Hughes Medical Institute, a phrasing Hughes himself had never used. In addition, the Mormon will averred that Hughes left 1/8 of his estate to Rice Institute of Technology, the University of Nevada, and the University of California, 3 institutions to which he showed no previous alliance. 1/16 to establish a home for orphaned children, when Hughes passionately disliked children and refused to provide for those in his immediate family. 1/16 to Jean Peters of Los Angeles and Ella Rice of Houston, when both of his previous wives had alimony arrangements that specifically disallowed further claims on Hughes' estate. 1/16 to William R. Loomis, misspelling his cousin's name and not mentioning William's mother, Hughes' Aunt Annette. 1/16 to be divided among my personal aides at the time of my death, misspelling words he repeatedly did not in any number of memos. And 1/16 to be used as a school scholarship fund for the entire country, when Hughes had absolutely no interest in education. And in what was perhaps the most telling blunder of the purported will, the bequeathing of the Spruce Goose to the city of Long Beach. Hughes not only never used the nickname for his beloved Hercules, and in fact detested its use by others, but also did not even own the plane in 1968. He continued to lease the Hercules from the General Services Administration until 1972, when it was donated to the Smithsonian Institute by the government and sold back to Hughes. The paragraph of the will that received the most public attention, however, was the one marked 8th. In it, a man named Melvin Dumar of Gabbs, Nevada, was given 1/16 of Hughes' estate. The Melvin Dumar 1M of the will turned out to be Melvin Dumar 2Ms, the owner of a gas station in the town of Willard, Utah, a town of just over 1,000, where the major attraction was the local state park, with its walleye and wiper fishing. Dumar, who originally claimed no knowledge of the will and recited a story about picking Howard Hughes out of the gutter in the desert in January 1968, had difficulty explaining how his thumbprint ended up on the envelope containing the document. He later changed his story to suggest that a stranger dropped off the envelope at his filling station. After steaming open the letter and seeing his name included in the will, Dumar told the court that he resealed the letter and took it to the headquarters of the Mormon Church. What for Dietrich and his attorney, Harold Roden, should have been the final clue to drop their probate of the document, instead only energized them to locate the unknown messenger of the will. As the publicity on the Mormon will increased and made daily headlines in newspapers across the country, additional wills began to surface, through the mail, in garage sales, through clairvoyance, and even several that used pre-printed forms from stationery stores. Among the more bizarre was one filed by a woman in Columbus, Ohio, that named Judge William Baer as its executor. It was dated in 1961, ignoring the fact that Baer did not become a judge until 1967. Another dated in 1969 named the Summa Corporation as executor, despite the fact that Summa was not incorporated until December 1972. A claimant named Joseph Michael Brown, who asserted that he was the son of Hughes and began using the name Richard Robard Hughes, was the beneficiary of a will filed in Clark County by a man named Grover Albert Walker, who maintained that he had been a Hughes aide. Brown claimed to communicate with Hughes through a radio transmitter surgically implanted in his brain, which he turned on and off by touching his tongue to the roof of his mouth. Another will, also filed for probate in Clark County, Nevada, left $400 million to a man identified as Hughes' son and named Dwayne Clyde Byron Hughes. Dwayne Clyde was said to have been born in a flying saucer over Oklahoma in 1946. There was no mention whether Hughes was present for the birth. Familiar names resurfaced in a non-probated will that was received at the offices of the New York Times, addressed to its managing editor using his name clipped from the newspaper's masthead. It gave, quote, "To Clifford Irving for his troubles, the sum of $10 million. To Edith Irving, the same, the sum of $5 million. To Richard Susskind, sick, the same, the sum of $2 million. End of quote. Irving, his wife, and Susskind, having served their sentences and been released from jail, all disavowed any knowledge of the forgery. For Philip Hammersmith, a former newspaper reporter, the search for a Hughes will spawned a cottage industry. As the number of official fake wills topped 17, Hammersmith placed an advertisement in the Miami Herald, offering to sell a Hughes will, naming anyone who would send him $2 as the sole Hughes beneficiary. "Impress your friends, your bank, and your attorney," Hammersmith's ad read. In the same edition, a man named Kenneth Saltzman offered the same service for half the price. In Hollywood, actress Terry Moore, still blonde, perky, and basking in the attention, revealed that she had been Hughes' legal wife. In deposition, she related her tale of the shipboard marriage, a revelation that she swore would have gone with her to the grave had it not been for the need to share her story with the estate. Still playing the star, Terry touched up her makeup and checked her hair during her testimony, while continuing to flawlessly recite her well-rehearsed tale. Although at that moment she made no claim on Hughes' money, she asked to be included in all updates on filings and developments in court. On the Dumar front, while Dietrich continued to press forward with 2 concurrent trials to validate the Mormon will, one in Nevada, another in Texas, the mysterious stranger who alleged to have delivered the document to Dumar's gas station surfaced in the person of Levane Malvison Forsythe, the construction worker who testified for Robert Mayhew as having been paid $500 to guard the parking lot of the Desert Inn the Thanksgiving Eve that Hughes left Las Vegas. Forsythe now contended that he had worked as a messenger for Hughes sporadically since 1947. It was also revealed that Bonnie Dumar, who was married for a period of time to Melvin's uncle Richard, had access to Hughes' memos and signature through her job as a writer for an Orange, California publication called Millionaire, distributed free to 30,000 wealthy readers. Bonnie Dumar, who was then living in Bellflower, California, and running a 24-hour answering service, denied forging the will, and then dropped from sight. By September 1976, the collection of Hughes' first and second cousins on both sides of the family had reached agreement among themselves concerning the fairest way to carve up the billionaire's estate. In that agreement, Annette Loomis would receive slightly less than 24% of the total, with the 16 maternal first cousins receiving 47.6%. The remaining estate was to be split among the paternal heirs, with the granddaughters of Rupert Hughes each receiving 6.5%, the 2 children of Adeline Bissell Hughes each receiving 4.75%. In addition, the heirs authorized spending $400,000 for the stock brokerage house of Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner, and Smith to prepare an appraisal of the estate, then rumored to be worth nearly $2 billion. While the various Hughes descendants were presenting a united front, the power structure within the Summa Corporation was anything but stable. Loomis, who had moved his family to Las Vegas and was being paid over $100,000 a year as chairman of Summa, had quietly observed the way business was handled within the organization. With Chester Davis in New York and Bill Gay and Nadine Henley in Encino, California, Loomis was thought to be a non-threat by the ruling triumvirate. Davis in particular was comfortable with fellow lawyer Loomis and felt little hesitation in instructing him on matters of ongoing Summa policy. It was a serious misjudgment of both Loomis' skill and intentions. In early 1977, Loomis moved to have Davis removed from the board of Summa after repeated disagreements with the attorney, who insisted on intervening in the probate process. By this point, the Nevada court had added Loomis' name as co-administrator in Nevada as well as Texas, and the soft-spoken Southerner was intent on taking the reins of control. When Loomis was named chairman of Summa, longtime Hughes attorney Mickey West and Hughes financial officer William Rankin joined him on the board. Predictably, when votes were taken, Davis, Gay, and Henley voted as a team along with Holmes, and Mylar with Loomis, West, and Rankin on the opposite side of the vote. In late May 1977, Loomis successfully removed Davis, Holmes, and Mylar from the board and fired Davis Law Firm as the corporation's legal representative. Able for the first time to freely search through the financial records of the corporation, what Loomis found was a company in total disarray, with losses in the first 9 months of 1976 at over $22 million. Compounding the situation at Summa was the appraisal filed by Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith that found that Hughes' estate was valued at only $168,834,615. The value was presented to the Internal Revenue Service for the purpose of establishing taxes on the estate, a value which the IRS initially accepted, despite the fact that a decade earlier Merrill Lynch had paid Hughes $546,549,771 when he sold his TWA stock, and collected an additional $130 million with the sale of Hughes' tool. By that time, Richard C. Gano had submitted his report on his exhaustive 5-nation search for a legal signed will. He was paid $25,000 for working 750 hours on the fruitless search. In addition to letters, memos, and notes referencing the will, he found unsigned copies and codicils of wills, but nothing that could be considered valid and legally binding. Courts in both Nevada and Texas found that the long-litigated Mormon will was a forgery to be discounted. Amazingly, no criminal fraud charges were brought against any of the perpetrators. Therefore, in the absence of a legal will, the attention of the administrators turned back to probate court in an effort to determine Hughes' legal residency at the time of his death. As the attorneys generals of Texas and California began battling each other for the right to litigate residency, Mickey West filed a suit in Chancery Court in Wilmington, Delaware. He cited Chester Davis, Bill Gay, and Nadine Henley for losses by Summa of $131,799,000 in the previous 6 years, mainly on its casinos and hotels, at a time when all of its competitors in Las Vegas were making banner profits. The administrators of the Hughes estate are confronted with the task of raising large sums to defray claims against the estate, including private claims, including those of government of both income and death taxes, with an ailing business and non-related non-liquid assets as the only source thereof, West said in his filing. The suit also revealed that while Summa lost $29.7 million in 1975 alone, Gay's salary equaled $400,680, plus a bonus of $188,583. In an effort to stem the losses, in addition to the termination of Davis, Loomis hired Philip P. Hanifin, Nevada's former chief gambling law enforcement officer, to run the hotels and casinos. Meanwhile, Loomis began to unravel the details of Hughes' last days. In a letter written to Federal District Court Judge Alfonso Zerpoli, then handling the remaining lawsuits covering Hughes' purchase of Air West, Loomis referred to information gained during the deposing of Hughes' aides. Testimony will come forth which will raise serious questions as to the emotional and physical condition of Mr. Hughes, the time or times his testimony was requested in the Air West litigation, and the extent to which Mr. Hughes was kept informed by those surrounding him of the nature of the Air West proceedings and the possible consequences of his failure to give testimony. 2 months later, Zerpoli ruled that Hughes' estate must pay the Air West stockholders $71 million in damages, due completely to Hughes' failure to appear as ordered. While the state of California called upon the United States Supreme Court to involve itself in deciding the residency issue, a grand jury in Las Vegas was considering evidence based on depositions taken by the Drug Enforcement Administration concerning the source of Hughes' continuing drug flow. On March 1, 1978, the grand jury returned indictments against both Dr. Norman F. Crane and Hughes' senior aide John Holmes for illegally supplying the billionaire with drugs for over 2 decades. Word began to leak out that Dr. Wilbur S. Thane's activities were also under investigation. In an effort to avoid jail sentences, both Crane and Holmes entered pleas of nolo contendere, no contest, which, though not a guilty plea, carried the same penalties. Both Holmes and Crane agreed to testify against Thane when, in June 1978, an indictment was filed against the Utah doctor in his home state. Thane was charged with the dispensing of codeine phosphate without legitimate medical purpose. In the trial that began the following September, Thane's attorneys argued that he had worked for months in an effort to reduce Hughes' use of the drug, and had finally accomplished remarkable progress, despite Hughes' claim of being in constant pain. Among the many facts that came to light during the trial was the fact that no medical records were being kept, in an attempt to chart Hughes' level of abuse. Despite the testimony of Holmes and Crane, Thane was found innocent of the charges in late September 1978. By that time, his brother-in-law, Bill Gay, had resigned his position with Summa Corporation under pressure from Loomis, who was making other sweeping changes within the organization. In addition to selling the Landmark Hotel for $13 million, $5 million less than Hughes had paid for the famous Las Vegas destination, Loomis began paying the Internal Revenue Service based on the Merrill Lynch assessment of the value of the billionaire's estate. The IRS, in accepting the $16.7 million, reserved the right to question the appraisal. Several months earlier, the courts in both Nevada and Texas rejected the Mormon will as being an authentic document, opening the potential for as much as 75% of the estate to be awarded to the federal government. In 1980, director Jonathan Demme brought the film Melvin and Howard to the screen. It was a delicious slice-of-life comedy recounting the events of the alleged Dumar-Hughes meeting. Mary Steenburgen won a Best Supporting Actress Oscar as Melvin's wife. Bo Goldman also won an Oscar for his script. Throughout the war of litigation, suits and countersuits, there was one constant. 88-year-old Annette Gano Loomis lived just as she had for all her life, as a dignified Southern lady who resented the intrusion of the outside world into her refined and charmed existence. Although she gladly gave her deposition to the Texas Attorney General, she often moved beyond his personal questions, responding instead, through reflective glory, at the love she continued to harbor for the only son of her favorite sister. He was perfectly beautiful, she said, and he was a charming boy. He was always a charming young boy to me. On July 24, 1979, Annette Loomis died at the Diagnostic Center Hospital in Houston. The only money she received from the estate of her late nephew was $626,800 for her services as an administrator to his estate. That money, as well as her share of any eventual Hughes estate, was in turn left to her children. As he continued on his slow and steady course to return Summa to profitability, Loomis elevated a familiar name, former Lockheed executive Jack Rial, to head Hughes Helicopter, Summa's aircraft construction division. Loomis personally watched over the real estate division with its remaining 29,000 acres in Nevada, second only to the United States government in land ownership in the state. He attempted to liquidate the 12,500 acres in Tucson, donated the Hercules to the Aero Club of Southern California, negotiated with Republic Airlines to purchase Hughes Air West for $38.5 million, sold Hughes' fleet of 34 aging airplanes, as well as KLAS-TV, the Xanadu Beach Hotel, and the 3,000 inactive mining claims. In the first year, without Gay, Davis, and Henley in charge, Summa earned $30.9 million on sales of $762.3 million. Gay, Davis, and Henley, still in charge of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, by virtue of their own appointments after Hughes' death, continued to doggedly pursue the issue of a will, despite the formal declaration by Texas Judge Pat Gregory that Hughes died intestate. Their chief hope laid with a comment made by a reporter for the Las Vegas Sun, Dan Newbern, who stated that he had seen an executed will while interviewing Terry Moore about her alleged marriage. According to Newbern, Moore had a document some 15 pages long that was signed by Howard Hughes and 3 witnesses. Many of the pages concerned a detailed breakdown of the responsibilities of the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. It seemed to be a very meticulous kind of breakdown, Newbern said. When Gay's attorneys questioned Moore about the document, she did not remember a thing. She could not remember ever having a will, could not produce the document, and was not even certain of her interview with Newbern. There were, after all, so many interviews when she announced her claim of marriage to Howard Hughes. When Newbern was questioned about Moore's convenient memory, he attributed her statements to the fact that she regarded Gay as a driver. That was, after all, how they met, and that was how Gay would always remain. I think in her mind she sees him still as a chauffeur and a gopher, and that kind of thing, and there's some resentment there. When Gay's attorneys attempted to get Newbern to give a sworn deposition to the existence of the Hughes will he saw in Terry Moore's possession, Newbern claimed his information was protected by media privilege. He also had no love lost for Gay or Davis, and went to court in an effort to protect his right not to sign an affidavit. Newbern repeatedly refused, and was eventually declared in contempt of court and sentenced to be incarcerated. It took a stay from the Supreme Court of Nevada to keep him out of jail. Newbern's silence continues to this day. By March 1981, the Internal Revenue Service had completed its own evaluation of the Hughes estate and came up with a figure more than double that reached by Merrill Lynch. A comprehensive audit by the IRS valued Hughes' estate at $460 million and announced estate taxes due the federal government were $274,714,977, computed at a rate of 77%. The fact that the government wanted more from the Hughes estate than Merrill Lynch computed it was worth sent Loomis back into meetings and sent him scrambling to maximize assets. In Houston, Texas, Pat Gregory opened the estate hearings on July 13, 1981, in an effort to piece together an official record of Hughes' next of kin, with 20 lawyers, over 600 claimants, and a jury of 6 waiting to participate. While Gregory had ruled the previous month that Terry Moore's shipboard marriage was not legal, and therefore not binding, he had 2 other women in his courtroom who claimed to have married Hughes. Gregory quickly dismissed the claim of Alma Hughes of Houston, who said that she had first met Hughes in Shreveport, Louisiana in 1931, at a concession stand he was operating, offering airplane rides for $1 each. Alma said that she continued to rendezvous with Hughes through the years, eventually agreeing to marry him in 1973, after which she was artificially inseminated at age 64 during a hemorrhoid operation, and gave birth to a baby girl. Alice Holtzbein Hughes, a glamorous redhead, told Gregory that she met Hughes in 1946 at Philadelphia General Hospital. She stated that on June 6, 1946, she performed what she presumed was a screen test, but it was actually a legally binding wedding ceremony in which she promised to love, honor, and obey her new husband, Howard Hughes. Asking Alice to assume the name Jean Peters, Hughes saw her only once after the ceremony, when she was a patient at the Trenton State Psychiatric Hospital, where she was raped by Hughes in an act observed by a man she called Sam the Jew. Gregory was not impressed, denying her claim as well. While Claire Benedict Hudenberg did not claim to have married Hughes, she did attempt to convince Gregory that she was the billionaire's daughter. Although the self-described cult leader and ordained minister had no birth certificate to support her claim, she said that she has deduced her heritage through an odd set of coincidences, including the fact that she walked like Hughes, worked in the Bahamas at the same time Hughes was in residence, was told by a man she called Claude Haig that she looked like Howard Hughes, and she had once been followed around Las Vegas by 25 men with great big necks. This compelling evidence aside, Gregory once again dismissed the claim, as well as that of Joseph Brown, who filed his claim under the name Donald McDonald, yet insisted on being addressed as Richard Robard Hughes. Richard continued to insist he communicated with the billionaire through his brain-implanted radio transmitter. By Labor Day 1981, the jury in Judge Gregory's courtroom needed to deliberate only an hour and 45 minutes before they accepted the claims of heirdom lodged by Barbara Cameron, Agnes Roberts, and Elspeth Dupole, the daughters of Rupert Hughes' alleged daughter, Elspeth Hughes Lapp. In establishing the trio's legal claim, the court removed over 300 additional heirs who were deemed to be in secondary position, and thus not eligible for a portion of the estate under Texas law. "I'm delighted," Elizabeth Dupole said after the verdict. "I was beginning to doubt who I was, from the accusations." Less than 2 weeks later, Judge Gregory ruled that Avis Hughes McIntyre and the late Rush Hughes were adopted children of Rupert Hughes. Gregory based his ruling on the process of estoppel, adoption based on intent rather than legal proceedings. With the signing of those documents, Gregory had reached a plateau where the names of Hughes' heirs with right to inherit were legally established. In doing so, of course, he opened up the floodgates for those who had been denied access to the money to appeal his rulings. February 15, 1982. Noah Dietrich passed away in his bed at Desert Hospital in Palm Springs at the age of 92, with his third wife, Mary, at his side. Dietrich had suffered from myasthenia gravis, a neurological disorder, for years. The passing was not noticed in SUMA headquarters in Las Vegas, where William Loomis was busy negotiating the sale of Hughes' 12,500 acres of land in Arizona to the Pima Services Corporation for $75 million. Alice Hovsepian Hughes, still going by the name Jean Peters, had pressed her claim to the Hughes estate all the way to the Texas Supreme Court, where on December 18, 1982, the justices determined that Hughes' promise to have her crowned Miss Atlantic City and their screen test marriage were not adequate grounds to inherit his wealth. Nor, it seemed, was her additional claim that Hughes forced her to shoplift from Black's department store in Philadelphia. The following May, Terry Moore had better luck. Though she never took her claim of marriage in international waters to the Texas Supreme Court, the legally established heirs of the Hughes estate found that she did have a legitimate long-term relationship, at one time, with the billionaire, and agreed to give her a token sum. The 54-year-old Moore said her settlement was not more than 8 figures. Attorneys found the statement amusing and countered, substantially less than 8 figures. The figure widely circulated was $350,000. Moore began to call press conferences and started signing autographs as Terry Moore Hughes, while her live-in manager, a 34-year-old named Jerry Rivers, pronounced her the celebrity of 1984. She freely talked about her 4 public marriages, the first to Glenn Davis and the next to Jean McGrath. It was her 3rd marriage, to Jean Peters' ex-husband Stuart Kramer in 1959, that lasted the longest, 13 years, and produced 2 sons. Her last husband, Richard Carey, whom she married in 1972, had been indicted on 68 criminal counts, including grand theft and forgery, when Moore received her settlement. It turned out he wasn't divorced at the time of our wedding, Moore told People magazine, so I guess we weren't really married. By the end of 1983, Loomis had sold Hughes helicopters to McDonnell Douglas Corporation for $470 million, based on a contract the helicopter division had been awarded by the Army to build 515 AH-64 Apache helicopters over a 6-year period, thereby ensuring that the Hughes estate would have adequate cash reserves to pay the federal government its final tax assessment. A year later, in a brokered deal, California and Texas finally signed a compromise inheritance tax agreement, placing the subject of Hughes' residency to rest. Texas' share of the estate was set at $50 million, with California receiving $44 million, plus trust control of 73 acres in Marina del Rey near the Los Angeles International Airport. The residency settlement cleared the way for the distribution of estate funds to the 21 court-designated heirs. Yet in 1985, nearly 10 years after Hughes' death, the first and second cousins he had never met had received only a small portion of the total due. Small, when discussing the Hughes estate, was relative, of course. By 1985, the heirs had shared $90 million of Hughes' money. Agnes Roberts had quit her job at a skating rink snack bar in Ohio and moved to the warmth of Arizona. The others merely went about their businesses, having been relatively well off before the scrutiny that the estate actions created. All of these Houstones, Ganos, and Loomises are really pretty well-established families. The people who live in River Oaks didn't move there because of the inheritances. They were already pillars of society. It probably cost them some tax problems, said one attorney involved in the litigation. At the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, Donald S. Fredrickson, the president of the foundation, had managed to do what Howard Hughes had always dreamed. He turned the nonprofit institute into a first-class medical research organization. In December 1985, Fredrickson sold the Hughes Aircraft Corporation to General Motors Corporation for $5 billion. With the sale, the Howard Hughes Medical Institute became the richest independent research institute in the world. Fredrickson initially estimated that the institute would allot $1 billion a year in funding for research on genetics, the immune system, cell metabolism, and the nervous system. It's what Howard Hughes would have wanted, he said. In 1986, Dr. Raymond Fowler, the one-time chairman of the University of Alabama's Psychology Department, released a psychological autopsy he prepared on Howard Hughes, in which he stated, "His mother's overprotectiveness and preoccupation with his real or imagined illnesses and his social difficulties may well have heightened his anxieties and reinforced his avoidant tendencies. In absence of healthier role models, it is not surprising that Hughes accepted and internalized his mother's excessive fears for his health." That same year, Trans World Airlines was awarded $17.2 million in what remained of the 24-year-long lawsuit, having gone back to the United States Supreme Court to reinstate the case. Later in 1986, Melvin Dumar bought a cafe in Gabbs, Nevada, from his brother Ray, for Nothing Down, Nothing a Month, where he said that people either think I'm rich or a crook. In November 1988, Edward Lund, Hughes' co-pilot in his round-the-world flight, died at the age of 82 in Newport Beach, California, of complications from a stroke. In his eulogy, his daughter Dolores Tippo said that her father bore a striking resemblance to Hughes, and often impersonated the billionaire at his request. March 31, 1990. William Rice Loomis, who had proven to be the tonic that saved the Summa Corporation from self-destruction, announced his retirement and appointed John L. Goolsbee, the 47-year-old president and chief executive officer, to replace him as Summa's chairman. "I've not had one boring moment in 14 years, Loomis said as he departed. When Howard Hughes died, none of us who have since dealt with the estate anticipated, or could have been prepared for, the extremely complex, difficult, and bizarre experience which lay ahead." As he left Summa, the company had plans for its undeveloped land in Marina del Rey, California, where it anticipated building 12,000 housing units on the site of what once was Hughes Airport. Summa was also developing plans to turn 23,000 acres of land northwest of Las Vegas into homes for 200,000 people. Named Summerlin after Hughes' grandmother, the development eventually featured a $25 million PGA golf course. Goolsbee continued to build on Summa's real estate base, opening the Hughes Center in Las Vegas on 120 acres. Monthly rents in the office tower are the highest in Nevada. Hughes Airport Center was opened as an industrial park. In Los Angeles, Howard Hughes Center was opened on 70 acres adjacent to Los Angeles International Airport. In 1993, Judge Pat Gregory, who oversaw the entire Texas portion of the estate probate, was indicted for third-degree felony theft and the misappropriation of funds from the Ewing Halsell Foundation of San Antonio. Gregory was alleged to have accepted funds to set up a probate school in Texas, and instead used the money for his own personal use. Several months later, Gregory was also charged with filing false income taxes and pleaded guilty to the latter charge in exchange for the dropping of the money laundering allegations. He was sentenced to 1 year in prison for his tax violation and was ordered to never hold public office or preside as a judge for the remainder of his life. In 1995, the Smithsonian Institute's National Air and Space Museum placed on public display Hughes' H-1 aircraft, in which he established the 1935 land speed record. In its literature, the Smithsonian described the H-1 as the most beautiful airplane ever built. It had been flown only 40 hours, less than half of that by Howard Hughes. February 23, 1996. The Rouse Company paid over $520 million for the remnants of the Summa Corporation, with Hughes shareholders receiving $150 million in dividends as a result of the sale. With the Rouse purchase, the estate that Howard Hughes created from his $650,000 inheritance was ended. Well, almost. A careful study of the Rouse Company transaction indicated that William Loomis reserved a contingent interest in undeveloped Summerlin property, amounting to 16,000 acres. As Summerlin continues to grow into the new millennium, Loomis and the other Hughes heirs are expected to continue to reap profits in the multimillions. When asked to estimate exactly how much, Loomis' former law partner, David Elkins, said, "Family secrets are family secrets. It's just their style. They don't want attention." That statement would have gotten no argument from the old man himself. In 1925, Howard Hughes set out his goals. Things I want to be: 1, the best golfer in the world; 2, the best pilot; 3, the most famous producer of motion pictures. In the end, he would not be best remembered for having accomplished any of those dreams. Instead, the richest man in America would be forever thought of as an eccentric original who never disappointed those who expected the unexpected. "My father never suggested that I do something," Hughes told writer Dwight Whitney in the 1940s. "He just told me. He shoved things down my throat, and I had to like it. But he had a hail fellow, well-met quality that I never had. He was a terrifically loved man. I am not. I don't have the ability to win people the way he did. I suppose I'm not like other men. Most of them like to study people. I'm not nearly as interested in people as I should be, I guess. What I am tremendously interested in," Hughes said, pausing then to think, "what I am tremendously interested in is science. with that. He closed his eyes and dreamed.
Copyright Phoenix Audio 2008.